Okay. Let's get ready to rumble. Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to the tank. There you go. We're getting an early start today. Got some good news for everybody. Early this morning. Hello, and welcome to the tank. Fellow Catfish, as you can see, we're up very early this morning, 8:18. 2 viewers already and a like. Thank you, whoever did that. I want to thank you very much for being here on the Catfish SFI radio program. Move this microphone in here nice and tight. Lindsay, good morning. Oh, yeah. It is a good morning. We are looking at mini stocks, not just Sofi today, but man, Sofi looks good. Looking good this morning. Going to make back up all the money that came down yesterday. And what a surprise. Look at all the markets, people. The Dow up 143, the NASDAQ futures up 351. What a call I made on that. You see my thumbnail there, the headline? Everybody, I don't know if you were aware of it. I didn't really pay much attention. I did not watch Tanner's video, but I did watch another individual's video about this tax refund issue. And I saw the posting by the FUD and Fear Factor person on X, trying to put the fear into everybody about SoFi is going to collapse because of this. Well, you can see right here on X today, SoFi members can file their 2023 tax returns and receive refunds electronically into their SoFi checking and savings account. A limited number of members experienced a delay receiving their refund if they opted to pay for their tax services with their anticipated refund. We've resolved that issue for members moving forward. So there you go. Problem solved. And the thing that was interesting about the person I watched on YouTube who was trying to make this a debacle for SoFi was his comment was, and they usually drag their heels when it comes to trying to resolve things like this. Well, it's fixed already. So there you go, everybody. Problem solved. Move this over here. And there you can see where I got my image right there. I say thank you very much to Banktivity for your picture today on my thumbnail. I want to give credit where credit is due. And you can certainly see where credit is due is with SoFi. And it's getting its credit this morning. And so the news is out already. They resolved their issue. And I don't know if you even knew there was one, but there was. Apparently some people had filed and decided to pay for the service of the file with their tax refund. And there was an issue with it when it came from the government to the people's account. It was listed as a business instead of personal. And that's where the problem was. So easy fix, apparently, and already resolved. Cheers, everybody. Here very early this morning before the bell. Decided to get fired up nice and early and have a great sunshiny day. Looking at the other stocks we have on our radar, STEM up in the pre-market 2.83. NU up in the pre-market. SOUN, what a great buy yesterday. Thank you, Linda. I believe it was you that told me about this to keep my eye on it early, and I bought it up, and I'm glad I did. Thank you, Linda. I want to give credit where credit is due there, too. Looking at others, PLTR, nicely up. Seymour Butts. My refund came in smoothly and earlier than expected in my SoFi checking. Yes. Welcome. Yes, thank you very much, Linda. It was a good time to get in on it. And I'm glad you let me know. Thank you. Speaking of that, Rocket Lab up nice today. BITF up nice today. And in case you didn't know, if you take a look at the Bitcoin, it has fallen over the last hour, but if you look at it over the last week, you can see that it had hit the high, dropped down to here. But folks, if you were to look at this thing on the 1 day, it has made a nice recovery from down to here, back up to here. And even here earlier, a little bit of an attack now, but Bitcoin's looking good. I'll take Bitcoin at 52 over 16,000 any day of the week, people. Rocket Lab, check it out. Looking good, folks. Cha-ching. This is one also that Katie told me about, Katie Whitworth, and I know she sold it at higher. I told her to wait. I told her to get out of it and don't hold it through the earnings call because you could pick it up the next day lower. And there it was. It dropped all the way down to there, $77. I hope that she did do that on my recommendation. I don't know. Take a look at 10x, everybody. Cha freaking ching, everyone, up 9% special yesterday. Told you to pick that up at below 4. Bert Berenson. We can't see the screen. Well, that's good to know. How about this? How about this? Can you see me now? Here we are looking at them again. Thank you for notifying me. I'm just having fun this morning. SoFi about to break back up over 830, and it needs to break resistance at 850 today. Got my sell order, one of my sell orders in at 848, and I have one at 1 penny above this price, 830. But the reason being that I was buying the crap out of this thing at 725 and 730 just 1 week ago, so I'm up $1. Figured I'll take some profit. That's what we're here to do, is make money. Boom, there you are, 830, just sold. Thank you very much. Just sold 1,000 shares at 830 this morning in the pre-market. Love it. You can see my thumbnail. Maybe it's already getting shared amongst others, that the resolve of the issue. In case you didn't know about it, there was a small issue for a few customers of SoFi that had trouble with their tax refunds because the refund was sent back to a business account when they were actually personal accounts. So that was the resolved issue that they took care of. It says here, you can see SoFi has successfully received millions of dollars in refunds electronically already this year. And it says that we've resolved that issue for members moving forward. This posted, it's been reposted 34 times. And this was just posted by SoFi on X. And I love the fact that they get right back to their customers immediately. They did not delay. They did not drag their feet. Somebody on YouTube was trying to say, oh, when they have problems like this, they always act so slow to respond. Well, wrong. They responded all right. Good morning to you, Bert Berenson. Thank you for notifying me that we can see. And good morning, 24/7. Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. Thank you for being here with me. We've only got 2 likes, guys. Could you please, every one of you, hit the like button? Because got some other things to share with you today that might be like worthy. So please hit like and subscribe and hit that notification bell if you haven't already. I'm up to 1,603 viewers on my channel. Just got to 1,000 just months ago, a couple months ago. Been lurking, but got stuck staying late at work a lot lately. Oh boy. Sucks being good, dependable sometimes. Yep. Britt Berenson burned a complete calorie doing it. Yes. Come on, folks. Join in the workout program, this WSFI workout fitness program. Hit the like button, lose a calorie. Some of you, if you place the like button further away from you, you may lose and burn 2 calories. So keep that in mind. Want to thank all of you for being here 24/7. How's things going across the river? Very nicely over here. We're hoping to soon get rid of Gretchen Whitmer. we heard that we heard that somebody had a plan out to try to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer. Regretfully, that failed. Sadly, that attempt was not even true. They found out later on. All the ones that were being prosecuted for allegedly attempting to kidnap the governor of the state of Michigan were found not guilty and acquitted. Because the truth was, nobody in their right mind would want to spend half a second with that bitch. Bert Anderson. 2 calories is inflation. Speaking of inflation, we have a lot of people that were worried that since the news came out that the Fed wasn't going to lower interest rates like they promised everybody they would 3 or 4 times this year, now they're dragging their heels and stalling, and they're a bunch of morons. They don't know a damn thing. All they know how to do up there in the big seats of the government is spend money and give it away to foreign countries. Meanwhile, thousands and thousands of people living on the streets in places like Seattle, Washington, Portland, Oregon, even Washington, D.C. now. People living all over the streets in every big city, starving to death, addicted to drugs that are being handed out by our government. And with all that going on, we decided to send all our money overseas to foreign countries that have never sent a effing penny to this country. Never. None of them. Not one of them have ever sent a single freaking dime to the United States, except for when Mr. T was running things and made China start paying us. But anyway, welcome, DD Files. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you're still creating music. And it's been a while since I've been over to your channel. I have to jump over there and take a look at what you've been posting lately, DD. I know you've checked out many of my songs. And folks, in case you don't know about it, I'm a musician, and I have over 100 songs on YouTube, originals, and many on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play. I have a link right there below to my YouTube playlist. If you click on it, let it sit for a minute, because I clicked on it the other day and it said this channel is no longer available, and then about 5 seconds later, boom, it popped up. So don't be discouraged if you click on my playlist link to hear some of my music, and it takes a little while for it to load up. I don't know what's going on there, but I've been adding a bunch of new videos up with my music. I originally had posted my songs just with like one single picture, but now I'm trying to add videos to the songs to get people's interest a little bit and retain them longer. And that's working very well, by the way. Thank you all for hitting the like button this morning as we show you the thumbnail that's today about the tax refund issue, the one that, Tanner had his face all. Tanner, trading fundamentals. The ambulance guy. 24/7. Yep, I'm just across the bridge from Port Huron. I have never seen town so bad with all our industries getting crushed because we're all oil basically. Yes. So by the way, folks, this morning I did sell Sofi at 8.30 a share. Sold 1,000 shares there, so I'm down a little bit on my Sofi holdings. But don't worry, I'll be buying them back. Sold 1,000 at 8.30, and I plan to buy back somewhere around 8.24 or 8.21, or even we'll see how low it goes in the market when it opens up. But down 1,000 at 8.30. Well, I like that because you guys saw how many shares I was buying just a week and a half ago in the 7.30 range. Now sitting on 59,000 shares of Sofi. And in case you didn't read it or haven't heard the news, there was this is why Tanner had his big frowny face on. And again, I saw him yesterday with a big old frowny face. Tanner, he's just become such a negativist about SoFi with his facial thumbnails, so scared and fearful and sad looking. What a case, everybody, in case you didn't know. But here we go. SoFi just posted on X, and this post was just posted. And it says here that this was posted on February the 20th. SoFi has successfully resolved that issue of the tax refund. The problem was that some people had filed their taxes through TurboTax and they had wanted to pay for the filing charge with their tax refund. And then when the refund came back from the government, it was listed as a business refund and it should have been submitted as a personal. So that was quickly resolved. Just so you're aware of it, there is no fear. There's no SoFi getting crushed like Tanner said on his thumbnail 2 days ago. What a joke. Tanner. Tanner. He ought to have an advertisement for Depends and have on his little baby diaper. Or maybe some tissue company like Kleenex, or Tanner could start promoting their companies and give him some little crybaby tear tissues. Yep. But I don't know whether or not I'll be able to get SoFi back at 8.20 this morning or 8.21, but I sold it at 8.30 in the pre-market because that's the number I have on my sheet, folks. You all know. You all know. And all 13 of you here, half of you have hit the like button. Come on now. Let's do a little JB impression. Come on, man. Come on, man. Uh, Watching Joe Biden being interviewed yesterday by a television station, several people out on the White House lawn, where they have the helicopters going so loud that you can't hear what he says, and he can play like he can't hear the questions either. But someone asked him, so, hey, JB, are you going out there to California to try to line up a backup plan B with Gavin, maybe running instead of you and becoming the next president? He just laughed it off. And then they said, no, really, you know. And they said, and does it matter to you who you're running against, whether it would be Donald Trump or this whatever her name is that was too stupid to drop out of the race, who's getting, what's her name? Huh? Kaylee. Haley. He says, oh, I don't care. Oh, I don't care. He says, going to lose to either one of them. Doesn't matter. No, the way he's responding to these questions about the next election upcoming with these massive crowds of people at the Donald Trump rallies, and the way he's responded to by people that he goes to their cities. Like, did you guys all see what happened to him when he went to Palestine, Ohio, 3 days ago? Went over there to show how much he cared after a year in Palestine, Ohio. He went over there to show everyone how much he was so concerned after a year. He had to wait for all the dangerous chemicals to get out of the sky before he went and visited them. And man, they blew him out of there. They were all on the highway as he pulled into town with all these signs, get the hell out of here, too little, too late. One of them was a little girl standing with a sign that said, don't sniff me. Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious, folks. Hey, listen, I want to ask you to just give me a second here because I usually have my cell phone right in here beside me for phone calls that come in from people like Double K and others. So let me just grab that. I'll be right back, everybody. Hold on. I left my phone, so I'm going to grab it. I'll be right back. Man, I got to. I'm guessing. All right. Okay, everybody. King Cat's back. No problems. Right back here on the scene. Thank you for being here with me and King Cat today on the bottom of the tank. Let's get back to King Cat. All right. Get my headphones on. Ah, yes, everyone. So yeah, the thumbnail says the tax issue is resolved, and it is. And as I said earlier, it was kind of funny. Well, it's not funny at all, really, to hear these people responding about the tax refunds on YouTube. Every one of them is doom and gloom about this tax refund. Like they weren't going to be able to resolve this. This is a big, huge problem, and blah, 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 blah. Well, they've already solved the problem. They've already solved it. Let's get back on this right here so you can see. As you can see, I sold at 8:30, and now I'm going to buy it back. Yes, I am. Where did I put my tab? There. Oh, no, that's not it. Time to buy it back, people. Time to jump back in here. Get back in on this action. Once I find my tablet, wherever I placed the doggone thing. Thought it was right up there. Where did my tablet go? I have been searching, but I don't know. Is it right here? That's my second tablet. There it is. We got it back in hand. Sold at 8:30, buy back at 8:24. That's what we do. Sell it at 8:30, buy it back at 8:24. I'm going to put my buy order in right now, and I'm going to put in the orders at 8:21 through 8:24 is what I'm actually going to do here. Because that's what it says on my sheet, folks. You might not know this, but I'm going to show you now. And please hit the like button, everybody. Come on, let's get the likes on here. I want to show you how I trade. Okay, some of you already know this, but I'm just going to show you now that are here. Here's how I'm trading, and here's where I have my sell orders and buybacks. Okay, so I'm going to sell it at 8:08, buy back at 8:01 to 7.98. I sell at 812 and I buy back at 801, 808, 801. I sell at 820 and I buy back 814 to 811. You can all see this. I sell at 824, buy back at 819 to 821. Sell at 830. Cha-ching, just sold there. Buy back at 824 to 821. Sell at 844, small amount, buy back at 839, sell a bunch at 848 and buy back at 841 to 843 or much lower even. Sell at 855, some of them, buy back at 849 to 851, sell at 865 a lot because at 866 they will run it down and I'll buy back at 861 to 856. This is day trading, folks. This is what I'm doing. Sell at 876, buy back at 867. Sell a bunch at 887 and buy back at 878 or 866. They'll take it from that 888 down. They will. And I don't get greedy. I don't try to get the 888 because at 888 it might hit that number for a half a second. And then I also sell at 892, buy back at 888, and I sell at 898 and buy back 893 to 891 or even 888 or even 877 from this 898 number. But then when it goes up over that, I sell it at 908, just like I sold it here at 808, and I buy back at 901 to 898. And then I just repeat these sell orders all the way up. I sell at 908, 912, 920, 930, 924, 944, 940. I've got my sell orders all in place. All my sell orders are already all in place, all the way up to $39.98. All right, everybody, that's the way I work. And so I very much expect to buy this stock back. This time frame is right now. My time frame is now. All of my sell orders are already in. Mike Fratellia, number 7, like, thank you. 24/7. Yep, I'm just across the bridge from Port Huron. I've never seen this ill town so bad. Yep, I hear you. Mike Vitalia, 7, number like. Thank you. Bert Brandon, regarding your list, at what time frame is this related? Gators Rock TM, go Sofi. All right. Well, welcome, Gators Rock Tim T. Thank you for being here. I want you to all know that as soon as I buy all these shares that I've been buying, that evening I go in and I put in my sell orders. And I put my sell orders in at these numbers. And the reason that I do this is because I've witnessed other stocks I've owned in the past make announcements either for reverse splits or one of them was a 40-for-1 split, COSM, and the price, folks, went from $1 something all the way to $23 in about 2.5, 3 hours. By the end of the day, the price was back down to 8. So the only reason that the numbers that I had sold is because I had these sell orders in all the way up to the $23 mark. Even though I had bought these stocks at $1, even lower, I started buying it at 87 cents a share, COSM, and the dang thing went to 23.01 and came back down to $8. Did that all in a period of about 5 hours. Well, the reason that I got those orders to fill is because I had them in place already. Now, you might be asking, good God, Ty, why in the world would you think SoFi could go up to as high as 39.98? Well, even if it doesn't, what I like about having my orders that high is that I can make sure that no shorter can borrow my shares when I have sell orders good till cancel on all of my shares. And by the way, one of these days, just like what happened with AMC or GME, this stock on one announcement could easily go to $40 a share on big time companies buying in, institutions, hedge funds, pensions, and so forth, buying in on this company on a story that breaks, like Apple decided to make a buy offer, or Goldman Sachs, or one of these big says, hey, I'm just going to buy this company out because they're taking over the market. And if you don't believe that they're taking over the market, you can look right here and you can see, and I've shown people this over the last few days. If you go over to SoFi institutional ownership and you go and you take a look at their SoFi institutional ownership chart, look what's happening here over the last 6 months. Look at these institutions just piling in on SoFi. Why? Follow the money, everybody. Follow the effing money. Hit that like button right now. We got 22 people here and we got 10 likes. You guys hit that like button. Come on. Maria Powell, good morning. My tax information was late from Schwab. My broker actually called me last week and told me it would be arriving soon. Schwab, Cotton Schwab, we like to call them. Anyway, you all know, and I'm going to show you these numbers again here, whoever it is, so you can write these numbers down if you want to, because, and by the way, let me clarify something here right off the bat. Folks, I am not a financial advisor. I don't have a degree in finance. I happened to get an appearance on the Wheel of Fortune show back in the year 1999. I did very well. If you want to go and see what I did on the Wheel of Fortune, just go to Google and put in Wheel of Fortune, Tyler, Amy, Joy. Scroll down a ways and you'll see a video posted by Daily Motion. And it's like a 25-minute video. And you'll see how I did on the Wheel of Fortune. And from that day on, I've been investing in the stock market with that money I won. And it was a very good win, by the way. I did clean house on that show. And look at this. I'm about to fill my order after just selling at 8:30 this morning. I'm going to buy it back at 8:24. Yep, I'm going to buy this back at 8:24. And it's interesting. This is exactly what it says on my sheet. Sell at 8:30, buy at 8:21 to 8:24. Right? Let's do it. I'm in. Beautiful. Nice day today. Positions. SoFi, add to position. 8.24 limit order. Make sure we hit pre-market here. And I sold 1,000. I'll pick up 100 here at 824. Review order and place it. And then I'm going to put in another order at 823. $823, review order and place it. And then I'm going to put one in at 822. 8.22, review order, pre-market. All these are pre-market, and place it. So I've got an 822, 823, 824, and then I'm just going to put in 821. And I got to, actually, I'm going to change all these orders and make them good till canceled instead of pre-market, because then they'll fill if they attack us right out of the gate. Review order and place it. So I've got an order now. That one good till canceled. Let's change these other ones. Order status open. Here we go. Change review order. Change this to good till canceled. Place it. Go back to this one. Open. Change revise order. And place it. Good till cancel. This last one here at 824. Good till cancel. Review order. Place. Okay. All right. So we'll see if we can pick up those after the market opens. I'm sure that they'll probably fill because, well, they usually do. So, Rusty Prater, hey, there's a new member here, folks. Hello. What's your best guess on price target for SoFi in 2030? Hold on a minute. Mike Fratalia, wow. Wheel of Fortune has changed a lot since 1999. Anyways, congrats on awesome win. Thank you very much. I guess you must have watched one of my short videos that I put on YouTube. I did kick booty, and yeah, it's changed a lot. It's changed big time. When I was on the show at the end, if you made it to the bonus round, they only had 5 letters to choose from: WHEEL, and I happened to pick the one that was right next to me, and people had asked me at work, "Hey Ty, if you make it to the bonus round, what will you do for the letter that you'll pick?" I said, "The one right next to me, because that's where I think they put all the cash, right next to you." So when he said, "All right, go ahead, pick a letter," and boom, I just pulled it out and handed him. He says, "Wow, you did that with quite a bit of panache." I said, "Thank you." And he goes, "Where is your panache anyways?" He looks down at my package, and I went, you can see my reaction to that question. I looked at him and I said, mumbled without moving my lips, "I don't think we want to go there, Pat." That's what I said. Can you believe that? All right. So let me tell you about where I think this stock will be by 2030. I believe it'll easily be in the $45 to $50 range, and it could easily be even over 100 by then. Because by that time, SoFi will be in the top 10 banks that Noto has promised he could get us to. All right. I believe that he will be. And what is my best entry for Sohn? Yesterday. Sorry, but I say it like I sees it. Yesterday, when we were informed about it by Linda, who said, "Jump over there and take a look at SOUN." And I did. And I went, dang. And it was way down. And I went, dang. And I bought the crap out of it. And then, dang, the thing went crazy. I would say, I mean, it's on a nice run right now, but there'll be a pullback usually after the bell rings. So I would wait until about 9:45 to 9:50 and just see where it ends up. It's settling at the bottom, maybe around 401, if they come at it out of the gate and try and shake out all the newbies that came in yesterday, which they will. They always do. They always want to try to shake the tree if a lot of new people come in on a stock on big news or something makes it move. But anyway, yeah, if you were going to come in on that, yesterday would have been the day when we got the news here on this channel. I'm sorry if you missed your opportunity on it, but just be cautious about getting it in the morning, because I expect, as I do all stocks, for them to run everything down. Now, that being said, isn't it amazing that 2 days ago all the market was falling so far, and then back-to-back days it fell even yesterday, and then suddenly at the very end of the day yesterday, all markets going green, S&P going green, the Dow went green, and I told you the Nasdaq was going to go up 350 points after that. Look at it where it is. The Dow futures up 357. Yeah, I know. Isn't that crazy? 24/7. And the funny thing is that I didn't even know that person. I met that person at the tryouts, and they said, you came up to me and said, "Man, I think you're going to get on the show." And said, "If you do, would you let me come out on the stage?" And I said, "Sure." So gave her one of the tickets, and then when I won, bam, she comes running out there, jumped on Pat Sajak. He looked like he was in shock. He asked me later after the filming, who in the heck was that came out and planted that big old kiss on him? She put a kiss right there on his cheek. It was big red, and they had to come out and do makeup and do him over and make him look good again. Anyway, yeah, pretty crazy, huh? I want to thank you all for being here. What they're all looking at, all 28 of you that are here, is I mentioned, some people asked me when I got involved in the stock market, and I told them that it was when I won a bunch of money on the Wheel of Fortune. And so they're over there on Wheel of Fortune video watching it on Google. If you Google search Wheel of Fortune and my name, Tyler and Amy and Joy, you will find a video by Daily Motion, which is about, you have to scroll down. If you do that search, scroll down about, 8 or 10 inches on the page, you'll see Daily Motion, and you'll see a picture of Vanna White holding up $25,000. And That's the one you click on. You can watch the entire video, or you can just find it on YouTube by doing that same thing. Put Tyler, Wheel of Fortune, Tyler, Amy Joy, and I put up a short about it that just shows the highlights of it's a 1 minute video showing just the highlights of the show. And my wife is in here now, beautiful Cheryl Marie. I can hear her moaning.
Hey, I'm gonna go for a walk with Colleen. I think she still wants to go. I'm gonna walk over there with Willis.
All right, have fun. All right, everybody. Bud, you cleaned up, says 24/7. Yep, yep, yep. I was on there and I mopped up the competition. Mopped them up, folks. And as you might have seen at one point, I don't know if you caught it or not, but when I solved the puzzle there at the end of Barbie doll collection, I actually jumped up and down so high that I fell off the back of the stage for a brief moment. My feet came off and I dropped down about 2 feet. And then I jumped right back up. I popped right back up. Fortunately, I didn't fall completely down and do a face plant on national television. That would have been very, very bad. But I didn't realize that area that I was standing on was such a narrow area. It's only like 3 feet from where the wheel is back the platform. And anybody could have made the mistake I did. And I wouldn't doubt it that after they saw that they changed it and made it wider so people don't do what I did. Because I could have got really hurt. But at any rate, it was kind of interesting to be on that show, and I was on it, and when it was touring around the United States, and they came to Orlando, Florida, and I owe this guy a very big debt of gratitude, and his name is Mike, and he was one that called me up one morning early and said, "What are you doing today?" I said, "I'm going to work." He said, "No, go down and try and get on the Wheel of Fortune." I said, "What are you talking about?" He says, "Man, they're having a drawing, and you can get your name in the hat, and you can have a chance maybe to get picked and get on the Wheel of Fortune. Go down there and do it, Ty." And I did. And it all unfolded. It was a very long process, folks. In case you don't know this, there's a drawing at each of these places. One day they had it at the Altamont Mall in Orlando. The next day they had it at the Universal Studios, and the following day they had it at the TV station. They did 3 big drawings, and they drew about 300 names, and then they whittled it down from 300. You kept qualifying, and they'd pick more, and they'd pick down, and they picked down. It was a 3 or 4 day deal before they finally got to the final 15 people that are on the show that they pick. And they filmed them all in one day, just in case you didn't know that. There you go, kids. Now, I want you all to know, so you can see that I have on my thumbnail today about the big deal that everybody was making about tax refunds. And the reason that the SoFi price dropped 4.7% yesterday was, I believe, because of the problem with the tax refunds, but they've solved that already. You can find this out by going to the X platform, and you'll see that SoFi already posted yesterday at 10:27 or day before at 10:27 p.m. So, folks, the problem was resolved very quickly, and it says that a limited number of members experienced a delay receiving their refund if they opted to pay for their tax services with their anticipated refund. We've resolved that issue for members moving forward. So they already took the steps to resolve the issue. And what it was people were filing and then saying, "Yeah, I want to pay for my tax filing with part of my refund, the tax filing fee." But then the government was getting an incorrect indication that these were marked as business returns when they were personal tax returns. So therefore, there was a hitch when the government tried to send the money back into people's accounts. It was, since they have business versus personal, that was the glitch. And so that was a quick, easy fix. It's already been resolved. And all these people that were on YouTube talking about how slow and sluggish SoFi is to respond to the issues like this, well, they responded very quickly and it was solved the same day. So good for them. Good for them. That's good. Now we're looking at some other stocks this morning, not just SoFi that's making a nice move and going to make a very nice move over the next month. My indications are that the price of SoFi is going to continue to rise based on the fact that every time they've ever been down below $10, they've virtually never remained below $10 for more than a month. And I can show you people this, how many times SoFi has been under $10 and gone back over 10 over the last year. All right. And it's right here. So you can all see this. Everybody who might be new to the channel, and there's a lot of you that have seen this many times over, but I'm going to show everybody else here. May the 1st, you can see the price was $6.54. And I'm going to try and get this where I can see it myself here as we go along. So May the 1st, the price was $6.54. And then 4 days later, it hit $4.59. And then on May the 15th, from May the 1st, in 15 days, the price dropped from $6.54 all the way down to $4.45. But folks, 29 days later, the price was there, 10.23. So there's the first time that it was way down below 10 and went over 10. And there wasn't really any news to make it do that, folks. It just did it. The next time, from June 14th at 10.23, 9 days later, the price was, look at that, at 7.71. June the 23rd. Well, then by July the 19th, the price was back to 10.13. June 21 to July 19th, again, less than a month, 10.13. 9 days later, folks, 9 days later, the price was at 8.94 on July the 27th. And 3 days after that, the price was at 11.70, where everybody on this channel sold with me at 11.66 that day. 19 days after it was at 11.70, 7.89 on August the 18th. How many days later from 7.89? 27 days later, price hits 9.18 on September the 14th. From 9.18, the price 66 days later. This is the biggest, longest duration from close to $10, and they drove it all the way down to $6.41. But even at 641, how long was it from November the 21st? Well, take a look right there, December the 20th. Again, just under a month, and the price is almost back to 10, 923 from 641. 7 days later, the price was back down, back to 1024. All right, or 1016. I'm sorry, there it is, 1016. Then the price was driven down to 927, and 7 days later, it was at 1049. This is why I'm so convinced that they're going to do it again. And there won't need to be really anything. They just do it. They run it back up over 10, and they take it down to 7, and over 10, and down to 6, and over 10, and down to 5, and over 10, and down to 7. And they're raking it in, folks, and they're not going to stop doing that to this stock. Okay. They're going to, if it works and has been working for them for a year and a half, why would they stop doing that now? It keeps working for them, folks. So don't be surprised within a month from now, the price is over $10 again. But there's going to be a tougher time for them to manipulate it back down to the 7s or 6s after it hits over 10 this time, because then it's going to be making another earnings announcement, and they're going to beat the street, and they're going to show profitability. They're going to show a massive increase of customers because of all this NBA exposure and what's going on ABC and ESPN with the golf thing coming up next year. It's all going to just keep getting SoFi more and more exposure, more and more in the public eye, more and more gains. for this company. And everybody who's here on this channel heard me telling you all yesterday and the day before, folks, this big manipulation of the market down is just to make a ton of money off the weak and the feeble and the scaredy cats, including Tanner with his scaredy cat face for trading fundamentals. Tanner. Now, some of you folks that were here with me yesterday uh, may have seen my posting and may have seen me talking about all the institutions that have been coming in, but some of you may have not. And I want you to know institutions are freaking piling in to SoFi stock. You can easily see that by this chart. This is each one of these candlesticks represents 1 month. So you can see here May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, folks. And February is getting even more. If you don't know about it, I'm going to show you now quickly. Take a look at all the institutions. And I want to scroll down here so you can see how they're flying in on this now. I want to get back down here to 2.7 and 2.6. All right, and 2.5. Okay, this is going to be February the 5th. Okay, we're starting out. Look at how many institutions you're talking about during February 5th, a 1 day period here, folks. And I'm going to show you right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the red ones are coming out of the position. 100% left it because they were a shorter. Okay. So I'm just going to show you those that came in and then took a long position on February the 5th, starting with Once Capital Management. And you can see the percentages of their increases: 34%, 105%, 30%, 22%, 37%, 23%. Folks, these are huge. They're coming in, they're adding. And this was on February the 5th. Here we go. Let's start and count how many were on the 5th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. February 5th, as of Castle View, was 12. And then the next day is February the 6th. So you had 12 institutions buy in on the 5th. And now we're going to go to February the 6th. Keep that down. I'm going to write that down. 12 institutions, and I'm going to write that on my sheet right here. 2, 5, 12 institutions. Now 2, 6. How many came in on February the 6th and went long? 1, 2. Look at that. Charles Schwab Investment. February 6th. They got 5,493,000 shares, and they just added to their position. February the 6th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 as of Summit. Scroll down here now from Summit. February 6th from Summit. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 institutions on 2.6. On 2.5, 12 institutions. 2.6, 18. 2.7, let's go to that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 on 2.7 as of Delos. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 18. Again, on 2.7, 18. Now 2.8. How many came in on February the 8th? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. As a Bank of Montreal, 13. The first Bank of Montreal is 13. Then we got 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 25 on 2.8. Stick with me, folks, because I want you to see what happens when we get up to the 14th. Now we're on 2-9, Silver Lake Group. 1, 2, 3. And by the way, look at this. State Board of Administration of Florida Retirement System has 578,000 shares. They increased by 24%. Okay, so let's start again on 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. As of Wells Fargo, Wells Fargo number 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Citigroup coming in big time, 8,200,000 shares, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 as of Covester, 24 as of Covester, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 30, 32 institutions on 2-9. You see the numbers growing and growing and growing. Now we go to 210. How many institutions? And by the way, these aren't new institutions coming in. They're adding to their previous portfolio. On 210, for whatever reason, there was only two, 1 and 2 on 210. 210, 2. Don't know what's up that. Now we're going to go to 212, February the 12th. Starting with GPI Capital, all right, the 12th. And this is a red one, so I won't count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as of GPI Capital. Hold on here. 6 as of GPI Capital. There we go, 212. 7, 8. And look at that. JP Morgan Chase increases 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right, 19 as of 212, 19, 212, 19. All right, now we're going to go to 213. How many came in on the 13th? February the 13th. Well, you're going to be in for a surprise, folks, because this is a day that several institutions bought, including Cathie Wood and Goldman Sachs and other big ones came in here on the 13th. So let's go see here on 213, starting with Resources Investment Advisors. 1, 2, Oppenheimer, the downgrader on June the 14th, after our price had gone all the way from 445 on May the 15th to June the 14th. Oppenheimer on June the 15th downgraded SoFi to a higher price than their last estimate. They called that a downgrade, even though they raised their target price. So here we go. This is on the 13th. I hope you find this stuff interesting, folks, while we're waiting for the market to open this morning. How many institutions are starting to build positions? I think it's very, very noteworthy. I like to follow the money. Here we go. On the 13th, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 as the second peak 6. 13 as the second peak 6. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 as of Colic. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. And by the way, Invesco is KBW Bank, the ones that downgraded us. It made the stock price fall 20%. That's KBW, Invesco Limited. That's who they are, KBW, the ones that downgraded us. Now I got to freaking count over again on the 13th. I'm sorry. I don't want to be giving you any false information. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The peak 6 is 12, the first one there. Here we go. There we go. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 23 as of Kullik. Here we go. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. 34 as of manufacturer's life insurance. 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. BlackRock, 39. 40, 41, 42, 43. As of 7-8 Capital, 43. 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. 47, folks. 47 institutions on 213. You see that? Folks, we jumped from 19 on 212 to 47 institutions adding positions on the 13th. And now we go to the 14th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 as of Nomara. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 as of Pin Oak. 22 as of Pin Oak. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34 as the second square point, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45 as a Vanguard group, 45 on the 14th. Here we go. 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55 as a capital fund management. 55 capital fund management. 56, 57 Deutsche Bank number 57. Rockefeller Capital was 56. 57, 58, 59, 60. Bank of America 60. 61, 62, 63 as of Veriton, 64 as of Kingdon, 64 in one day, folks, as of Kingdon, 65, 66, Bank of America, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75 as of the second two, 76 as of 2 Sigma, the second one of 2 Sigma. 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82 is Comerica Bank. 82, 83, 84, 85 as a Vidant. Royal Bank of Canada is 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95 as of Amundi. 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106. Are you getting the picture? As of creative planning, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111. 111 institutions on the 14th, folks. Wow. Holy smokes, everybody. There's never, ever been this kind of institutional interest in SoFi ever in its history. Bert Burnison, yes, it's very interesting. Russell Cade, really interesting podcast on Apple called For Your Information with Kathy Wood and another guy interviewing Anthony Noto. Thank you, Russell Cade. I will pin that message. I will pin that message. We've got 17 likes on the channel with 28 here. Come on, hit the like button, everybody. Don't forget to hit the like button. Let's share this information. Everybody needs to know that institutional ownership has gone from February 5th with 12 coming in, February 6th, 18 coming in, February 7th, 18 came in, February 8th, 25 came in, February 9th, 32 came in, February uh, 19 came in on the 12th, and then on the 13th, 47. On the 13th, 47 institutions, folks, 4 times as many as a week earlier. And then on the 14th, 111 institutions came in. Then on the 15th, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Jane Street Group buys again. I just saw them buy down here on the 14th. Folks, they're buying in every dang day. I'm telling you, man, I saw them. And look at all these banks, Bank of America. Look at all these big banks coming in here, folks. Bank of America, Deutsche Bank coming in, Rockefeller. Man, all these banks, big time coming in. D.E. Shaw takes up freaking 1 million shares, and the same day 3 million more shares, and then again they come in again 2.5. Folks, they're buying like crazy. They're buying like crazy. Buying like nuts. I'll check that out. FYI, Kathy Wood and another guy interviewing Anthony Noto. Thank you very much, Russell Cade. I pinned that message. We've got 32 people with us here this morning as the market is about to open. I want to thank you for being here. And you can see, those of you that already are here with me, I had a sell in order in at 8:30 this morning, $8.30. I sold it, and then I put my buy order back in. I have a buy order in at 821, 822, 823, and 824. 100 shares each because I sold 1,000 shares at 8:30 this morning in the pre-market. And now I've got buy orders in, good till canceled, at 821, 22, 23, and 24. And let's just see what they can drum up here. By the way, how do you like the fact that the Dow futures are up 216, just like I said they would be, and the NASDAQ futures up 346 points, just like I said they would be? Just like I called it. I told you that what happened day before yesterday on fears about interest rates and about NVIDIA was total BS, because NVIDIA was expected to beat and have revenue go up 240%. And guess what? They beat that. And I called it, folks. I told every one of you that it was going to happen. I told you that it was going to happen. And I told you there was no legitimate, logical reason for the market to be falling so much unless it was totally being manipulated before the NVIDIA earnings, because I knew the NVIDIA earnings were going to be excellent. And that was right. I was right. And as you can see, I also told everybody, don't be surprised to see the doggone market go up after this big time to an all new record high. And don't be surprised to see that happen, folks. And the thing to be interested note about institutions is I have a sheet of paper here that I'll show you also right now, real quick, and then we're going to ring the bell, the opening bell, in 3 minutes. But here's the thing you need to be aware of. These are the number of institutions as of September. Okay, September the 23rd, 700 institutions on September 23rd. Only 700, folks. And now we're at 796 institutions, okay? As of 220, 796, folks. 96 institutions coming in. 733 long and 33 only short. Which boat do you want to be on? The 733 rowers on the boat with you or the 33 rowing with you? Okay? That's the question you need to ask yourself. Get on the boat, folks, that has 700 institutions and 796 institutions, and 733 of them are rowing in our direction. Up, up, up. Up, we're going upstream. And we're fighting a very heavy current of shorters, by the way. Getting ready to ring the bell in 1 minute. In case you're wondering, I have sell orders in at all these numbers that you're going to see right here. Hey, look at that. I just filled at 824. Yes. Sold at 830. Filled my first order at 824. Thank you. And I'm only buying 100 back at a time. All right. 824. Buy 100. Put a check by it. That was sweet. That didn't last long. Here we go. Fixing to ring the bell. I just got one order to fill. Let's go see what happens now. We're ringing the bell. And we are refreshing the page. Look at that. 811. Are you kidding me? No, that was yesterday. Give me a break here. Don't show me this garbage. 824, folks. Yes. You can all see, folks, the way I have these sell orders set up here. All right. And look at that. I just filled at 821, 822, 823, and 824. 100 shares. I'm back. Of the 1,000 I sold, I've got 400 back. One hundred, 100, 100. Thank you, shorties. I thank you very much for being very predictable like you always are. And I want you guys to see this. Those of you that are not familiar with my trading strategy, and you cannot do this unless you have over $25,000 in your account. And I'm not a financial advisor, but folks, you can see right here, I got a sell order I had in this morning at 8:30. And I said buy back at 824 to 821, which is where I put in my 100 share orders. So I sold it at 8:30 this morning in the pre-market and bought back right there already. That's the beginning of the day, a nice way to start. But I'm going to be selling at all of these numbers that you see on this sheet. I will sell again next at 844, and I'll buy back at 839, even lower maybe. And I'm going to sell a bunch of shares at 848. At each one of these numbers that is circled, I have big sell orders, okay? Because they always run the price down from 850 back. And I'll probably pick it up at 841 to 843 after selling at 848. See, I don't care about selling at the 850 where the resistance will likely be, even though yesterday it went from 848 to 851 in a half an instant. It didn't even stop at 850 yesterday. It was amazing to see that. I'm also going to sell a small 1,000 shares at 855, buy back at 849 to 851. I'm going to sell a bunch of shares at 865 because I don't care about the 66, and I'll buy back at 861 or 856. I'm going to sell at 876 a few shares, buy back at 867. I'm going to sell at 887 a ton of shares because I don't care about the 888. It might hit that for a fraction of a second before they hammer it back. And then I'm going to buy it at 878 after I sell it at 887. at 878, maybe even 866 again. I don't know. Then I'm going to sell it at 892, a small amount of shares, buy back at 888, and I'm going to sell at 898, and I'm going to buy back at 893 to 891 or lower. And then it'll go over 9, and I'll sell at 908, and then these numbers all repeat. I'll do the same thing over again. I'll sell all through the 9s at these numbers. I'm going to sell in the future all through the 10s at these numbers. I'm going to sell in the future all through the 11s, and I already have the sell orders in place. Folks, I own almost 60,000 shares of Sofi, so my sell orders go all the way up at these same increments to $39.98. $39.98 I have shares for sale. Why? So that the shorts can't borrow my shares and use against all of us, folks. My sell orders are in good till canceled. And then as soon as they fill, I got to put my buyback orders back in. Look at that, folks. 819, 818 even. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. And now I can just start putting in orders here, buy orders, market share. All right, here we go. Positions, add to position. We're going to put in a 50 share buy order right here now. Market shares is all I care about. Review order. And I'm going to sit and watch a second, place it right now. I'd love to get 817. And I did. 817, 50 shares. Let's go again right now. Review order and place it. Let's see if we can get close to 813. That would be sweet. 815. Nice. 50 shares at 815. Folks, if you're asking me, why am I doing this? Because I've just seen them do this so many times. Look at that. Let's go again right now. Review order and place it. 50 shares. See if we can get it at 814 even. 815 again. All right. That gives me 2 there. Let's try it again right now, real quick. Review order and place it. I mean, look at the volume right now. 2815543. 818. I like that number. 8.18. 50 shares. Thank you. Check that, check that, check that, check that, check that. Let's try it again right now. This looks like the bottom to me, folks. That's why I'm just going in here 50 at a time. Review order and place it. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I'd love to get it 18. Oh, 818 one last time, folks. That's 2 buys at 818. Probably see my order fill about right now. There it is. Boom. That's it right there. That's the last time 818 will fill for 50 shares. Thank you very much. And I just want you all to be very, very kind, if you would, and hit the like button right now while I show you my tactic and why I sold at 8:30 this morning and I had buyback lower. Okay. That's what always happens, folks. 831 is a number that they absolutely love to attack from, and that's why I say to you to sell at 830, because 831 for them is the inverted 13, okay? And they love to hit that number, 831, hard. And they did. And they damn sure did. Look at it now, 821. I want to thank all of you for being here. Please hit the like button. Everybody, you know what happens. When you hit the like button, I will put a heart on for you. A heart on. So for those of you that just did, there's a heart on for you. There's a heart on for you, and there's a heart on for you. I'm trying to enunciate the word heart clearly so you don't think that I'm getting anything other than a heart on the screen for you, for your likes. So thank you very, very much for doing so. And look at that price now, popping, baby. And you be wise to do what I just did and sell at 830 again after just buying back at $8.15, 817, 818, 819. You'd be wise to sell at 8:30 again, because chances are they'll take it down to 8:27 after they get to 8:30 again. And again, remember, folks, you cannot do what I'm doing unless you have over $25,000 in your account. Don't make the mistake. James Anderson, good morning. Let's go. Wyatt, hey, Tyler, SoFi will break out back to 850s today. Oh, yeah, I think it certainly will. I think it has the volume already to do it. Russell, really interesting podcast. All right. You guys pay attention. There's a podcast right now for your information. It's called on Apple, and it's called FYI, an interview of Kathy Wood and Anthony Noto. All right. It says Kathy Wood and another guy interviewing Anthony Noto. Well, everyone who's here on this channel, you know, there's two things that we do on this channel every single day. One of them is we sell at the high when they come out of the gate and they run it up right at the beginning. You got to be smart enough to understand in the pre-market, the run up, that was a good time to sell, because when they run it up, they're going to come at it out of the gate. They're going to run it down out of the gate when they do the pre-market up. And that's what you just saw happen. And I took advantage of it. I sold at 8:30 in the pre-market, just bought back at freaking $8.15. Holy smokes. That's how you make money in the stock market, everybody. Now, if you don't have $25,000, you can still do what I did. But you're going to take, let's just say you got 1,000 shares of SoFi. You would have sold this morning at 8:30, only 333 of those shares at 8:30. And then when the price dropped back down to 8:15, you would have just bought with that money that you made more shares. And then you cannot sell those shares for 2 more days. You have to wait until day after tomorrow, trading days, not just days on the calendar. And then on that day, tomorrow, you would do the same thing with a third of your position. When it gets to the high, you sell it. When it drops to the low, you buy it back. Wait for 2 days to sell that third, okay, on the high, and buy back on the low. And you can do this, everyone, but you will be observed. They'll take notice of it, your brokerage, and they will inform the government that you are day trading. And then, folks, you will be taxed at a different level than you are if you hold on to a stock for a year or more and then sell it. Because, see, JB doesn't like day traders. The guy at the helm, blindly leading us into desolation, massive, highest inflation, record inflation in decades. The guy that's giving away all our money to foreign countries that won't track the amounts of monies and where the money's even going. They have no clue where all the billions and billions of dollars have gone and where they are and where they're being distributed. There's no tracking it at all. Just give them the money, let them do whatever they want with it. Maybe even have some of it circle back around. You know how it is. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. You go ahead and you go ahead and fire anybody that's trying to investigate my son's company, and then I'll give you the billions of dollars that we're going to give you from the United States. But you better fire that guy who's looking into my son's company first, or you're not getting a dime. And of course, they told him, you don't have the authority to do that. He says, oh, yeah, call the president right now if you want to call him up. Call big old baby Alma. All right. Watching Obama on the stage, he came and tried to do a speech, and he was going to tell everybody how great it was in Michigan. And he was getting booed off the stage with the F Joe Biden chant all throughout the stadium. He couldn't even get a word in edgewise. He kept trying to say, oh, come on. I mean, everybody, hey, listen. And we got Gretchen Whitmer going like this to everyone. Oh, shh, don't say that. Don't say that, everybody. Don't say F Joe Brandon. Don't say that. Shh, she's over there in the corner, shushing everybody. Meanwhile, you got Obama standing up there trying to talk, and everybody was so loud he couldn't even think he. You could just see the look on his face, folks. Go to YouTube, watch it. Put in Joe Biden, Michigan, making speech. F. Joe Biden was so loud in that stadium, nothing else could be heard, even him speaking or trying to speak. J&M just slapped a $80 to $200 price tag on DWAC. Yeah, Tyler, that was clean, brother. Wet attack. Nice trade. Thank you very much. And look at it now. Why? Why are you going to end my stream? I had the same thing happen yesterday morning. Now it says my stream has excellent condition again. I don't know what's going on here. Ronald Melinda, J&M just slapped $80 to $200 price tag on DWAC. Well, good. Let's go look and see what DWAC is doing. This is a Donald Trump stock, in case you didn't know about it. He's involved in this. Nice little gainer again today. Sofi, though, folks. Making a run. Who would have ever guessed? Who would have ever guessed, by the way, that the Dow would be right now? And look at those yesterday's debacle of rundown and head faking. And look at the Dow up now 230. And look at the NASDAQ up 339. Who freaking called that? Who called that, folks? You all know I called it. Every single one of you on this channel here right now knows that I told you 2 days ago it was manipulation, and yesterday it was manipulation. I absolutely called it because, folks, they're just getting so damn predictable these days. Those of you that are on my channel right now may not have seen what I showed yesterday on the NASDAQ chart. I showed everybody how patternized the manipulation has become and how readable it is. And by the way, I want you to take a look at some other stocks that we've got our eyes on that we're buying and invested in. One of them is STEM. STEM. I've told you about this stock. I told you to get in on it, and it was a good time to buy it yesterday. NU. Take a look at NU this morning. Looking good. All these stocks are looking very good this morning. What a big surprise. SOUN. Somebody asked me, was it a good time to buy back into SOUN? I said, wait until they pull it back this morning. They'll pull it back at 9:45. Well, it's 9:45 right now. And there's the pullback on SOUN for whoever asked me earlier. I told you to hold off and buy it at 9:45 to 10 o'clock. So this is the chance you have to get it now, right here and now. I'm telling you, look at the thing. It's already starting to go right back up. Buy it right now. There it is, back over 4 already. There was your chance. I told you to look at it at 9:45, and you can see where it is right now at 9:45, right when I called it, hitting the low, and bam, back over 4, just like that. There was your chance. I hope you had your order in at 9:45 and just had a market order ready to hit the button, because that's when I told you it was going to run down. You guys that are here on this channel with me that don't realize, I know what I'm talking about with these things and when they're going to run them down and when to get in. SOUN. Someone asked me about that. Same thing. It's 9:45. It's time to make your entry. PLTR. Let's go see what it's doing. Dang, I love that. That looks good. I sold this at $25 plus, and then I just bought it back when it was attacked down. Very nice. Very, very nice. Nice, nice, nice. Look at Bitcoin, folks. Let's go take a look at Bitcoin here in the 4-hour chart. What's it doing? I see it's green. The indicator is just below midpoint. Let's go over here to our Rocket Lab, RKLB. Told you guys about this stock a few weeks ago. Man, look at that thing going right on up. It looks gorgeous. Chart looks good, 467. They're going to try and hold it at 466 here right now at 947. Bitfarm, BITF, going off. Very nice. I like it a lot. Next, CRSP. Told you guys to buy this yesterday morning at 9:45, and you could have made a very nice gain because it was $77 a share yesterday morning at 9:45. In case you don't know that, you can confirm it right there on the 5-day chart. Yesterday morning at 9:45, February 21st, there was the time, there was the price. Right there. Boom, February 21st at 10:30. Look at it at 9:45. Right there. There's the drop. Yesterday, 9:45, price 78.32, and then now it's $86. I told you to wait though. I told it was Katie Winsworth that was asking, man, what should I do? I said, sell it now. She did. She sold it at 81 and she could have bought it back yesterday. I told her to buy it back in the morning at 7:45. That's at 9:45. And I was right. She could have made a nice buy high, buy low, sell high. TENX. Take a look at that, folks, right now. Told you, get in on this when it was below 4 and it was at 386 or 388. That's when I said get back in on this thing. WTTR. WTTR, folks, was up 15% yesterday. And I've been telling you about this stock since I found it on Roaring Kitty's portfolio. And I said to you guys, man, that thing looks good. Look at that move, folks, on WTTR. I told you guys about this. When you told me to watch the movie Dumb Money, I watched the movie Dumb Money. I was so intrigued by that young investor that I went to his YouTube channel and I went to his very first videos and I wrote down the stocks that he was predicting would go up. And I have a whole list of them here of about 12 or 13 stocks. Many of them paid very big dividends too. And man, he was good on a lot of those calls. This one was at $1.97 when he bought it. Now at $8.93. WTTR. GCT, look at that, folks. GCT. Heirloom Cedar, hello. Look at GCT. I told you it was manipulated down 2 days ago. Somebody said, what happened to GCT? I said, people wanted in. They ran that thing down 20% 2 days ago. And look at it now. It went up yesterday 7%, today up 10, 11%. Man, GCT. And there's another one here. Look at GTE today. Yesterday was up 7%. Today it looks very good again. Not making a major move to the upside yet, but it is a 940, 950 after all. Look at that, folks. GTE, I've told you about this one. Again, this is one of the ones that was on Roaring Kitty. His name is Keith Gill. He no longer has a YouTube, well, he still has a YouTube channel, and he monitors that channel. I told him about Sofi. I went to his last posting and I said, hey, man, when you come back in, check out Sofi. That's one of the comments that I put there, and it's one of the most recent comments on his channel. And I know he's monitoring his channel or has someone moderating it for him, because my first comment that I put up there got deleted about 20 minutes after I put it up. It was rather long and lengthy, and it talked about my channel. I was trying to get people to do the same thing he was doing, and I was a little bit lengthy, and I think, yeah, he just went, no, he's trying to promote himself on my channel and on my shoulders, so he deleted that. But I just put up another one. Hey, sorry if I offended. I guess I said something wrong. Just keep an eye on Sofi, is what I said. I like the stock, is what I told him. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. We got 47 on here, 23 likes. Come on, hit the like button. Right now, hit the like button, please. LYFT. Take a look at LYFT now. Nice. Folks, we got some winners going here. DWAC being hammered down, even though someone's saying it could go to 80 to 200. But there it is, getting slaughtered. Meanwhile, Sofi back up over where I first sold it at $8.30 in the pre-market this morning. And as I said, if you sold it right there at $8.30 just then, you can probably buy it back at $8.27, maybe even $8.24. It's not going to go back down to $8.15 again. Not going to go that low, but from $8.30, they'll always try to pull this back. And there was your buy at $8.27 again if you just sold at $8.30. And I called that too. Sold it this morning at $8. I sold 1,000 shares at $8.30 this morning and bought back 500 shares at 8:15, 8:16, 8:17, 8:18. And look at the low of the day, 8:15. Bam! Bought it at the low. It was a nice call, folks. I called it. And I hope that you joined along with me. I hope you guys have become day traders of this stock, because you have to understand that this is a day trader's dream come true stock. And if you just, I just said to you, folks, I already sold in the pre-market at 8:30, and that's always going to be a buffering point where they try to pull it back down. And you just saw it once again. It was at 8:31, and that was the number that I told you they like to short it at the most, because it's the 13 number inverted, reversed, 8:31. And look at it now. What's the new high? I bet you it's 8:31. And that's why I sold at 8:30, because I don't care about that extra penny. And no, it actually went all the way up to 835. And look at that pullback to 827 off 835. See that? Well, the next place I'm going to sell is at 840 here in about, well, maybe 10 minutes, 840. Look at the volume already, folks. In just 24 minutes of trading, we're almost 6,500,000, 6,105,127, 137. People, I'm tracking the size of the volumes of these buys. I want to thank you for being here. We got 49 on the channel. Thank you. Please come on. Half of you hit the like button at least. Half of you hit the like button, and we'll go up to 35 likes. And everybody should know that the more likes we get on this channel, the more the algorithm works for our favor and brings more people over to my channel to show them this valuable information. In case you didn't know, I showed everybody this morning the institutions that are piling in on this stock. And folks, just to give you an idea how this thing is starting to steamroll right now, on the February the 5th, okay, institutional ownership, we're going to right here. February the 5th, I went all the way down here to February the 5th, and I show people that on February the 5th, you had how many? 12 institutions add to their positions, and a few new ones came in. That was on February the 5th. On February the 6th, the next day, it changed and went to 18 institutions that came in on February the 6th. On February the 7th, again, another 18 institutions added to their positions. And I did not count the red ones, which are subtracting, only the green ones, okay? Only the ones that were adding did I count. On February the 7th, 18 institutions on February the 7th added positions to their positions. On February the 8th, right here, 25 institutions, including the Bank of Montreal, okay? All right. On February the 9th, 32 institutions on February the 9th. The State Board of Administration of Florida Retirement System. I mean, there's some big names coming in here, folks. Wells Fargo and Company on the 9th, when 32 institutions came in. Citigroup decided to come in heavy. Look at that, 8,200,000 shares. Citigroup. Pay attention, folks. That was on the 9th. 32 institutions came in. The next day, on the 12th trading day, 19 institutions came in on the 12th, right here. Cohen and Company getting the hell out of their shorted positions. JP Morgan Chase adding to their positions. JP Morgan on the 12th. Check out this. On the 13th, folks, 47 institutions. 47 institutions on the 13th. Remember what happened on the 13th? The whole market got driven down on fears about interest rates. That's what they said. Look who piled in there. Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer came in, adding 32% share value on the 13th. Oppenheimer. Remember, they were the ones that downgraded us on June the 15th. They downgraded us along with Oppenheimer, Piper, and Bank of America. All downgraded us because our price had suddenly gone from $4.45 on May the 15th to freaking $10.23, and they piled in with 3 analysts the next day. to downgrade the price, make it drop back down to 771 after it hit 1023. But there they are coming in again. Big time buys by Oppenheimer and Prudential. You've heard about them, haven't you? Great West Life Insurance. Look at these companies buying in. On the 13th, folks, 47 institutions added positions into SoFi. 47. Look at them all here on the 13th. And I did not count all of these institutions that were shorting the stock that left 100% of the positions and just got out. 100%. They're done. They just threw in the towel. Toronto Dominion Bank said, I'm out of here. Sold all of them. They got 0 shares left because they're losing money. Meanwhile, all these other banks are coming in big time and all these others. I mean, look at all these. Northwestern Mutual Wealth Management, California State Teachers Retirement System has 960,000 shares. Folks, I'm telling you, all of these came in. And then, folks, after the 13th, when 47 institutions added positions, on the 14th, folks, starting here on the 14th, 111 institutions came in green here. Green. Look at all these coming in. 111 institutions, including J. Goldman and Company. I mean, folks, they just came in like crazy. Look at all these different investment advisory services, Evercore Wealth Management, all piling in on SoFi, adding. D.E. Shaw, adding positions by like crazy. I mean, Capital Fund Management piles in. 111 institution. Bank of America adding to their position. Bank of America increasing. I mean, every one of these big banks coming in. Comerica Bank adding to their position. Royal Bank of Canada adding to their position, folks. All of these adding. 111 institutions on the 14th. That was the second red candle day on the 14th. Now where's SoFi? Trying to put up a resistance on it at 830 real hard. Now you know why I sell at that number at 830 every time. Yes, indeed. Now you can see my thumbnail headline talks about the tax refund issue, and that was what we saw Tanner with his fraidy cat face the other day on about the tax refund. Oh my goodness. Could this crush SoFi's credibility? He says. How crushing could it be? Oh, all that fear factor face he had on. What a face. What a freaking frowny face yesterday. Looked over at his channel yesterday. Tanner. What a wuss. Grow some of these right here, Tanner. Grow a pair of these. Get a pair of these and stop playing around. Clickbait. You see my headline. I countered what he tried to scare everybody with and told him it's all over, and it is over. You can see right here, if you go right here to the posting on Twitter, which is X now, it says SoFi members can file their 2023 tax returns and receive refunds electronically into their SoFi checking and savings accounts. A limited number of members experienced a delay receiving their refund if they opted to pay for their tax services with their anticipated refund. We've resolved that issue. We've resolved that issue for members moving forward. It's already been resolved, folks. The only thing they had to do was change a little glitch they had when the people sent in the refund. It was listed as a business rather than personal. So then when it came back, it was going into a business account it couldn't go into because they were personal accounts. That was the glitch. Already solved. End of story. Let's move on. It's not going to crush SoFi's credibility, Tanner, okay? Get over it, you little wuss. I don't know how old that kid is, but to me, he looks like he's about 24, 25 years old. And he's playing the clickbait game right now. Put up the scaredy, fraidy, fear things, just like Stock Goat started to do for a little bit. But boy, he had a lot of people come on his channel and say, don't do that, including me. I told him I would unsubscribe from his channel if he kept up the nonsense with the fake headlines about the bankruptcy and SoFi dollar and all this BS he was putting up there. Granted, his point is he's trying to get many people to click over there so they can be told that that's not the case, but he's feeding the FUD by putting up those headlines. He's adding flames to the FUD fire. He's adding lighter fluid to the FUD fire, folks. Yeah, there you go. Tanner, a bear in a bull suit for SoFi. He wants in cheaper like JP Morgan. Right. Exactly. Well, the problem I has already said for the shorters now is what I want you to see is on the day, and I can do it right here. I'll show you. Let's go back here to the main screen. Sorry, but it's the impressions he's leaving. That's right. Yep. He leaves a bad impression. He's trying to give SoFi. He's throwing mud at SoFi is what he's doing. He's trying to stick mud on her face. And I don't like that, man. I don't like his tactic at all. I think it's. I just wrote on his channel yesterday. This is disgusting. This is just disgusting. It's ridiculous. It's disgusting. And it's an insult to all the true longs on SoFi stock to use these frowny, fraidy face with his four eyes looking so stupid. He looks just ridiculous, people. And it kind of makes me mad in a way to see my buddy Hurricane Lopez wanting to be a part of that organization and get himself on their channel. Maybe it's just so he can get some more visibility and get some more subscribers to come over to his channel. But the truth of the matter is, he doesn't belong in that mix of a bunch of morons that keep doing shit like that. Okay, sorry I said the S word, but I'm not monetized anymore, so I can say those words. I try to be very cautious. But folks, that's right. My wife wants to make sure you all know that I haven't had any contributions in 3 days, I guess, because SoFi hasn't been going up and everybody gets kind of tight with their wallet when SoFi isn't going up. So they don't care that I don't have any money coming in anymore, apparently, and on my advertisements. But I have to tell you, folks, if I don't get some contributions every once in a while, $5, $10, $20, or whatever, then I'm going to have to start putting the ads back up. And I don't think you guys want to see those ads, to be honest with you. So come on, man, step up and help me keep this channel going here and help me keep supported. And instead of just spending all my time talking to you guys and gals every day, I can be with my wife. And that's what she's a little upset about, is that I could trade and make money on the stock market without being here doing this all day long for everybody. And she thinks I should be compensated for that. And I do too. And so I'm just going to say it like it is. If you guys are going to help out a little bit, I'd appreciate it. Kitty Red Joe, laugh my ass up, brother. So salty. Love it. Yeah. Yep, Tyler, put the ads up. Okay, I will. If people don't want to help and support, I'll put the ads up because I'm not seeing any more coming in, and the ad revenue does add revenue. Period.
Well, and
And
it's only if they don't appreciate the information that you're offering and education, then that's another, you want to be appreciated. And it's
you're
hard.
hearing it straight from the horse's wife's
And if you're
mouth.
not appreciated, then I guess you are wasting your time.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. Don't waste your time here. Go over to someone channel like Tanner where you can get more educated and scared. But anyway, YouTube isn't known for getting contributions. And what Jack says, yeah, if you can make money off of people watching, then do it. And I have actually. The revenues 2 months ago was like $650 that people donated in to help this cause. And then it dropped last month to $354 that went into my bank account. This that just went in yesterday. And now I'm just really, it's all about, I think many people have said, hey man, when we get to $10, Catfish, I'm going to take care of you, man. When we get to $10, I'm going to take care of you. Well, we've been over $10 many times. And we're going to go over 10 again. And so I look forward to that day. And I believe every one of you will do that. I believe what you said, and I believe you'll do it. But you can help out a little bit along the way if you can. I appreciate it. Stream on Twitch if you want contributions. Okay. I know YouTube is known for its free platform. All this free information I'm providing you, including how many institutions have been buying in. And folks, you should know this because you need to follow the money. All right. When I show you the long-term SoFi chart, there's a reason I'm showing it to you. Okay. There's a reason that all of these stocks that I've shown you are going up, and you could have made massive gains on this one here, WWTR. See that big pop where it was at $7 and it jumped up to 885? That's a nice little pop right there you could have had a part of. See this one here? Up 16% today. Somebody, you could have got in on this when it was being run down 2 days ago. I told you it was being manipulated because they wanted in. See that massive drop right there? They wanted in. And I told you that morning, get in on this at $23. Right now, they've driven it down on no news at all. And I saw that and I pointed it out for exactly what it was, a buying opportunity by somebody who wanted in because they could see this thing going higher and higher and higher on the 6-month chart. And they wanted in on that damn thing, folks. So there you go. GCT has now made back 5% over the 20% loss. Yesterday it was up 10%, today up 17%. These are runners, folks, that I'm showing you, these charts, these stocks I've been showing you since November. I mean, GCT, my God, folks, you could have bought this just like I said. If you look at that 5-day chart, this was no news that came out on the 20th. And someone jumped over here that day and said, what's going on with GCT? I said, buy it now. Everybody wants in on it because this thing's been going crazy over the last year. And they want in at a lower price. That's the only reason the price was manipulated down. And now everybody can see it was absolutely true. Another one here, take a look at GTE. I've told you guys about this stock. Take a look at the 6-month chart. I told you right here it was at the bottom. I said, come on, folks, let's go. I told you, get in on this GTE, folks. Look at the 5-year chart on it and find out that the price used to be down here at $1.90 and now it's at $5.57. And it was majorly run down and worked down so they could get into it to run it back up. That's what I said to you about 2 weeks ago. All right. And if you look at now at the 1-month chart, you can see where it was, 511, and you can see where it is now. LYFT looking good. All these stocks except DWAC is still green, but it's hammered down, and now would be probably a good time to get in on this one if you wanted to buy it at 43.66. All right, 43.66, everybody, 66. Do you know how many times I bought a stock at 66? You know how many times I bought SoFi at 66? I bought it at 466, 2,500 shares. I bought it at 566. I've sold them, both of those that purchases I sold over $10.
I'm leaving.
All right, beautiful. Where are you?
I'm right here.
Ooh.
I'm right here. Put the commercials back up.
Yeah, I am going to have to, apparently.
Yeah.
Hello, brother. You seeing GCT again? Yeah, I just looked at it.
Here with Daddy or Grandpa?
GCT, I told you the day that it was run down, that it was being manipulated down so they could get in because the chart was just going explosive and the people were starting to realize they're missing a big opportunity, and they came hard at it with no news at all to drive it down to 25 bucks. And that day I told everybody, get this stock. Get this stock right now. It's being manipulated down because they want in on it before it makes its real big push up. And I also told everybody, if you don't remember, 2 days ago, don't be surprised to see the Dow up 350 points after this manipulation move. And look at it today, up 271. Look at the NASDAQ up 358 points. And Catfish called that 100%. You all know it for a fact. I called it. Told you so. Hate to say I told you so, but I definitely told you so. What, honey? Oh boy. We're going to have Rubens tonight, folks. Rubens. Maybe I should put on my Irish. I love you, gorgeousness. Have a beautiful day and make tons and tons of money. I'm going to send customers to you at the med spa. Everybody, I want to thank you for being here, supporting this channel. YZ, yep, you called it, bro. I took it from 2710 to 3060. Bam! Oh, I called that. I called it big time. I also told uh, Katie Wentworth about this stock. Look at it now. I told Katie yesterday, day before yesterday, sell it at 81 and buy it back tomorrow when they attack it down in the morning at 9:45 in the morning. That's what I told her. And what did they do? Yes, in the morning of the 20th at 9:45, folks, they ran the damn thing down to $78. It was exactly as I predicted they would do it, and now it's at 89 bucks. Cha-ching. I told you, Katie. She told me she was I scared her about it, and she sold it at 81, which was fine because that was where it was, right here at $81 or whatever. And then it dropped all the way down here just like I predicted it would. And she could have bought it back in at 77, $78. Their low right there was 78.09 or whatever. And then now look at it, $9 off after it dropped. And folks, this is what happens when you get these big run-ups like this that happen. You get these massive run-ups, you sell there, and then the price drops right back down because they shake out the tree, and then the dang thing takes off even higher. Same thing with SoFi, everybody. Same thing this morning with SoFi. Same thing, both right here, two times at 835, 831. And I told you they like to stop this at 831 and pull it back. They like to do it. I told everybody, put your sell order in at 830 and you'll be able to buy it back cheaper. And this morning, you could have sold it in the pre-market like I did at 830 and then buy it back at $8.15, which I did. Yeah, I saw it. I called it. I'm calling all these things, man. I called the NASDAQ would be up 360 point. I told everyone there was no real fear about NVIDIA. Didn't I say that yesterday? Every one of you know I told you there's no real fear about NVIDIA having an earnings that's going to show a revenue increase of 234%. I said that is 100% BS manipulation of the stock market. And I called it out 2 days ago and I called it out yesterday again. For those of you that are new on this channel, I'm going to show you why it's so predictable, why this NASDAQ has become so predictable lately. I'm going to show you right now, okay? And we're going to do it on a longer term chart. We're going to do it on the 3 month so you can see the method of their attacks, okay? I want you to see their modus operandi, their MO. All right. And we're going to be doing this by looking at the 3 month candle, three month chart, and we're going to be looking at the candlesticks. All right. And you're going to see the pattern that is developing repeatedly. Okay. And this is working very, very well for these hedge funds. This pattern is working extremely well for them. See here, you've got, let's go back to December the 1st or December the 20th. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 days of green. And then this was the biggest attack right here that happened on December the 28th, the 29th, the 30th, the 31st, and the 1st to the 3rd, all the way up to the 4th. But after that, look where the pattern really begins right there after that date. 1 day green, 2 days green, 3 days green, 4 days green, 5 days green, 6 days green, and then wham, wham, back to back red days. Then the next sequence, 1 day green, 2 days green, 3 days green, 4 days green, 5 days green, 6 days green, price rising and rising and rising. 7th day, a little pullback. 8th day, green. So 7 out of 8 days green. Price continuing to climb. And then wham, wham, 2 days red, back to back again. Then what do we got? 1 day green, 2 days green, 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, 5 out of 6, 6 out of 7, and then double whammy, bam, bam. You getting the picture now? 6 days, double whammy. 6 days, double whammy. 7 days, double whammy. And on up it goes. And the same thing now. Green, green, and then they use the NVIDIA compounded with interest rate rising fears, and they use a triple 1, 2, 3 to drive it down, only to see it mysteriously go up 350 points the next day. Folks, this is so easy to determine and see what they're doing here. Yep, Tyson Durfee says this stock being in the 8s is BS, and it is. And it won't be here for long, folks, because it never is. It never is. It never is. Never. The only reason it is because the doubling down of the shorters who've gone from shorting, and I'll show you right here. I got this information from our buddy Hurricane Lopez. The shorts were only shorting. Let's get right here. Short interest is 16.5%. Cost to borrow has gone up to 1% now. But there's more here that I want to tell you about. The shorts were only shorting 84 million shares on January the 4th. In a month and a half, they've gone from shorting 84 million shares to shorting 151.87 million shares. You know why? Because their backs are against the damn wall. And they have no other option but to keep piling in on borrowed share shorting to try to hold it back, folks. But they got a major problem. They can't even get it to drop back down below $8. And by the way, folks, take a look during the month from January 4th, and where was the price of SoFi stock on January the 4th? Let's go take a look and see where the price of SoFi stock was on January the 4th when they were shorting only half as many as they are now. Let's go back and see where the price of SoFi stock was on January the 4th when they were shorting 84 million shares. I want to find out. There it is. The price that day hit a high of $8.59. But I want you to pay attention to the fact that on that day, they were only shorting, as I just said, they were only shorting 84 million shares. So they started coming heavy, borrowing to short it down, borrowing to short it down, borrowing to short it down, borrowing more, borrowing more, borrowing more to 721. They're in the thick of it on January the 19th. But that was to their demise. Because after 721, a 50-cent rise, another penny rise, a little pullback, higher it goes to the 862, 838, folks, $9. And they had shorted, they started shorting. Look how heavy, 119 million, 110 million. They had to stop this. They had to put a stop to it. They brought the price all the way back down with all their borrowing and shorting, borrowing to short. And they brought the price all the way back down to $7.45. Good for them because they shorted there even more. And now look at the price. The low yesterday was 810. The low today, 815. Yesterday's high was 25 cents above a week ago on February the 13th. The 13th, folks, when they used 62 million shares were traded. And on that day, I already showed you, that on the 13th, 47 institutions were adding positions in SoFi when they drove it down to that 778. And that's the problem for the shorts now. Every time that they try to drive this price down into that range, then you got doggone 47 institutions that say, yeah, that's gorgeous. I'll buy more. Then the next day on the 14th, the low was at 810. Freaking, how much is that right there? 33-cent higher low, because God, guess what? On the 14th, 111 institutions came in on SoFi and added the positions. They took advantage of the rundown and the open at 8:15, and the price went up freaking 30 cents, 28 to be exact. And it's going there again, folks, because they got themselves in a major pickle right now. They do, those shorters. That's right. Long positions will all win in the end. And that's exactly what's going to happen. And then I come over here to the NASDAQ and I see it up 357 points today. And I have no surprise on my face at all because I predicted it. I called it out for what it was day before yesterday and yesterday. It's total manipulation, people. Now, in case you would be interested in knowing this, I'm going to go to the historical data and I'm going to find out how much they dropped it over the last 2 days and what the recovery's been. I'm going to find out right now. Okay? Because on the 20th, it was at 15,630.78. Okay? That was on the 20th. And the day before, it was at 15,775. So this was the takedown. So we'll start right here with what they did on the 20th. It opened at 15,679, which was down from the 15,775.65. So here we go. 15,775.65 minus, and then the low went to the next day and it dropped and it closed at 15,630.78 minus 15,630.78 equals a drop of 144 points. 144. Next day, they made it close from 15,630.78. The close was 15,580.87. 15,630.78 minus 15,580.87. 15,580.87 equals down another 49. Next day, 15,630, 15. And the day before that, it was at 15,906.17. So this is really where it started. 15,906.17, 15,906.17 minus 15,775.65. 15,775.65 equals 130 points. So over 3 days, they made the price fall 130 plus 144 plus 49. 323 points they made the price fall over the last 3 days on those 3 red candlesticks. 323. And what's it up today? 364. A higher number. Completely called it. And everybody that's here knows I called that. All the losses just mysteriously have dissolved away. All the losses in that big drop because everyone was so concerned about the report about no lowering the interest rates, and then about fears about Nvidia. Every bit of that was total BS, people. Every bit of that was just a way to shake out weak hands, get the fear into the market and scare people out of their shares, and then make the price of the market go right on up, continuing to go higher and higher. And I said, folks, we're going to go to another higher high here after that manipulation that we saw in those 2 days, 3 days. I love it when I'm right about things like this and I can show you these things, everyone. I appreciate you being here with me and being enlightened to the truth, the light, not the darkness. See there, I told you if you sold at 8:30, you could probably buy it back at 8:24. And there it is again. Could have sold it again over 8:30 and bought it back at 8:24 twice today. And this is what the hedge funds are doing. They're making a fortune off of day trading this stock and making swings of 10 cents up and down all day long. Golly, everybody. No, I didn't do it. I only sold once at 8:30. I sold 1,000 this morning in the pre-market at 8:30, and then I bought it back at 8:15. Tyson Durfee says, I'm not selling it until $25 at least. Don't care if it goes down to $2. Oh, I'm not selling all of my shares. You know, I got 60,000 of them, and I only sold 1,000 at 8:30 this morning and bought back at 8:15, 5 or 600. I didn't just buy at 8:15. I bought 8:15, 8:16, 8:17, 8:18, 8:19, and 8:20, and 8:21. I bought at all those numbers, 100 shares. And then I bought 100 at the 8:15, 8:16, 8:17, 8:18. And then I started coming at 50 shares at 8:19, 8:20, 8:21. But everybody that's here on this channel knows that I told you guys 2 days ago when the manipulation started that all it was manipulation. And I said, don't be surprised at all to see by Friday the market may be reaching an all new all-time high after they shook that tree out. And you can certainly see that yesterday afternoon with the S&P and the Dow going green in the last 37 minutes of the day. It was actually in the last 40 minutes because it all started across the board yesterday at 3:20 in the afternoon. They decided now's the time. We'll take 40 minutes to run all of this from the major negative red into the green. Huh. Going back over here to the NASDAQ and taking a look at the highest it's ever been. The highest that it's ever been in the history of it was right here at 16,080.07. That's the highest the NASDAQ has ever been, 16,080.07. And folks, right now, we're at 16 almost again. And don't be surprised to see it by tomorrow back over 16. And don't be surprised at all by the mystery that for some reason or another, the stock market has hit a new high after so much fear the last 2 days that was created by Yahoo and all the headlines about fears about interest rates and all the fears that they created around Nvidia. I told every one of you yesterday, Nvidia is going to beat their estimates again, and their revenue expectations were an increase of 234%. How in the hell could that make the stock market fall 300 points? I said it shouldn't because it's all manipulation. That's what I said to every one of you here. Tyson Turfy says, hello, Susan. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the show. I saw you come in late yesterday. And how about those buys we made? How about those buys we made on some of these stocks? SOUN, BLTR, now up 2.7. RKLB is being driven down. They're trying to get it to 466, folks, where they closed it yesterday. BITF on the run. I told you. And you guys can all remember about a month ago, I had a guy jump on here saying, "Why in the world are you buying BITF?" Well, this is where the price was when he asked me that question. 1 month ago, folks, there's where the price was when that guy came on here and said, "Why are you buying Bitfarm? It's going to collapse. Bitcoin's going to drop like a rock." We had a guy come on here yesterday, Mr. Walker, saying Bitcoin was about to totally collapse and crash. Got so many people on this channel that know so much, don't they? You're going to tell Catfish what he doesn't know. Well, one thing I know is that 830 was going to be resistance this morning on this stock, and I sold it there and bought it back at 815. Then it went back up to 830 again, where I said I could easily sell it again right now. All those 600 shares I just bought, I could sell them again at 830 because they're going to drop it again after 830 again. And there it is at 824. Just could have bought back at 824 after selling it twice at 830. Win attack. Nvidia hit a new 52-week high today as well. Hopefully the market closes green this Friday. Oh, it will. That big head fake right there was all before they knew this next run was going to go to a new high, and they just wanted, just like they did with GTC, just like they did with this stock right here, GCT, folks. Look at it, what they did to it. They trounced it down on no news at all because, folks, they were looking at that 6-month chart and they said, "Dad gummit, we want in on this, but we don't want to buy at the highest price of the year. We're going to massacre this down. We're going to attack it massively and drop the percentage 20%, which they did 2 days ago." And you jumped on here and said, "What's going on with your pick GCT?" I said, "Buy more of it now." I buy it now because they've manipulated it down on no news at all because they want in. And I was completely right. Look at that thing now. And somebody told me I did. I took your word for it. I did. I believed you and I bought it. And now they're up 20%. Good. Same thing with GTE. They ran it down. Now it's going right on off. GTE, a very good stock. I told you about this stock, everybody, about a month and a half ago, WTTR. I told you about this stock a month and a half ago. Look where the price was a month and a half ago. Look where it was back in January, early January, $7.06, now 9 almost. I told you about this stock because Roaring Kitty had it in his portfolio and I bought it. I liked it a lot. And I told you about that one too, everybody. Let's go to the Sofi volume. And the problem, as I've already indicated for everybody here on the channel right now, that you need to understand that's developing for these shorts is even on a day when they try to drive the price down like they did on the 13th and the 14th, folks, it was an annihilation for them because all these institutions on the 13th, when they ran it down, 47 institutions got in when the average had been between 12 and 18 per day. And the day they ran it down on the 13th, 47 institutions. The next day they ran it down on the 14th, 111 institutions added. That gets to be a real problem for these shorters when they start trying to drive the price down below 8 and suddenly you got 111 institutions coming in on it. And if you don't think they know that, they know it, folks. It's very visible. I'm not the only ones tracking these massive numbers of institutions that came in on the 14th. And by the way, just in case you didn't know, you can take a look right here on the 13th and 14th. Here it is. The price hit 778 on the 13th. That's when the first 47 institutions added. The next day, other institutions, 111 added when the low was 810. Okay, 111 institutions added on February 14th when the low was 810. Now, as far as any manipulation today and driving the price down in the lunchtime low, It's 10:30. The algorithm's kicking in. The 10:30 algo. We see it every day. But I'm keeping the track of institutional ownership. And one of the things that I had on my institutional ownership that I was keeping a track of on my old sheet about institutions was the percentage of institutional ownership. Okay. All right. I was keeping track of the percentage, not just the volume. And back on January the 18th, there were 374,000 shares owned by institutions. And now there's 389 million. There were 374 million back on January the 18th. And now there are 389 million, 15 million more shares, institutional shares being held. And folks, the percentage was 39.02, and now the percentage has gone up to 39.87, and it's going to go over 40, and it's going to go over 50, and it's going to go over 60%, because each and every one of these earnings calls that comes out will be profitable. Now, seeing that it's already starting to rise off of 824 right now, and I see how many times they've hit that number, I'm going to put in a buy order at 824 now. And I'm going to put in 825. And they're going to make me log in again. All right. Positions. Sofi. Add to position. And let's go ahead here and put in another order for. I sold 1,000 and I've only bought back, I don't remember, about 500. So we'll go ahead and put in an order for 100 here. 100. And we're going to put in 824. Day. Review order and place it right now. See if we can get 100 at 824 again. I just saw it there. There it is. Nice. Very sweet. 824. Get yourself some more. There we go. 100 at 824. Check that. So since I've sold at 1,000, I bought 100 at 815, 100 at 816, 100 at 817, 300, 100 at 818, then 50. So we've got, hold on, 100, 200, 300. Then we got 350, 450, 450, and now another 100. So we're 550 back in. And I'm going to buy again here right now at 823. I'll try a limit order at 823. Limit, boop, boop, 823. And we're just going to buy 50 here. Boop, 50. Review order and place it. 823. And then we're going to do another 50 at 822. 50. Review order and place it. 822. Hey, look at that. I just got 823 filled. Yes. 50 at 823. I'll take it. And we got an order waiting at 822. 50. I don't think they're going to get it there. But I sure as heck like buying at selling at 830 and buying back at 823, 822. It's beautiful, folks. It's beautiful. It's what you can depend on with SoFi just about every single day. The manipulation happens every day, and we're going to take advantage of it on this channel with me right here, folks. We're going to take advantage of it every day. And there it is, 822. Cha-ching. Yeah, baby. Thank you, Shorts. Love you long time. Let's try another 50 at 821 now. Why not? We're on a run. We're on a roll. We're on a roll here. Let's do 821 now. 50. Yep. Review order and place it. We're in at 821. Whoa, almost lost my tablet there. 50 at 821. I might not get that one. I don't care. 50, but we'll put a dot beside it. And I'm going to go ahead and go for 822, 50 shares here at 820. 50, 820. Hey, look at that. I got 821. 820 now. Review order and place it. This is fun, folks. Check that one off. Now we're in at 820. 50 shares more. I'm about to get my 1,000 shares back. I'd like to thank every one of you for being here with me on this channel as we watch Sofi get manipulated up and down, and we take advantage of it. And we're going to do that on this channel every single day. I told you already, sell at 830, buy back in the 816 to 821, sell at 830 again and buy back there again. And there we are doing the same thing over again. Selling 1,000, buying back, sell 1,000, buying back, cha-ching. Yep, right on. YZ here. Yep, that's exactly what we do. Sell it at 830, buy back at 8. And folks, I wanted you to know, I told you on a day like today, you can sell at 830 and buy back at 821 sometimes 5 or 6 or 7 times because they get so diligent about trying to keep it down that and we did this the other day. You guys were watching me do this same thing in the 730s to 740 range. How many times did I sell at 740 and then buy back at 730 and then back to 740 and buy back at 730 and buy at 740 and sell at 740, buy back at 730? 8 times. Golly, man. There's my 820 fill. All right. Nice. That's sweet. And there's 819, which I didn't even have an order for in yet. Dang. Huh. Look at them bring it, folks. Look at them adding to the volume now. This is all they're doing, folks. They're killing themselves because they're running up the volume here. 819. I'm in. Review order and place it. I got a 50 share order here at 819. Come on, baby. Give me that. This is a limited order at 89. There it is. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. 819. These are small orders I'm doing now, though, 50 at a time, folks. They're not massive. I'm not telling you to buy 10,000 shares here. But you all know because I've told you, I've shown you the sheet of paper that my sell order is at 830 to buy back, and you can see it right here. Every one of you have seen this so many times that it should be imprinted into your brain by this point in time, and you should be following these examples that I'm setting for you, okay? Because you can make a ton of money doing it. There it is right there, folks. It says right there, sell the stock at what number does it say sell the stock at? Right here, $8.30. It says sell it at 830. Buy it back right there from 824 to 821 and maybe lower, which we did this morning. We sold it at 830 and we bought back at 815, 16, 17, 18, 19. Folks, there's the number. There's a reason that that number's there to buy back lower. And the next number is going to be at 844 and we're going to buy back lower, okay? Some of you are here on this channel because you saw the headline that says that they resolved the problem with the income tax filings. Okay, some of you may not have even known that they had a problem with the income tax filings, but they did. They absolutely did. What happened was that they had a glitch that when people were filing their personal income tax and they wanted to have the fees for the filing taken out of their return. When they sent those into the US government to be processed, there was a glitch. They were processed as a business account, a business instead of a personal, okay? And so when they got refunded, they came back to the banks, to SoFi Bank, as business into business accounts, which they weren't, they were personal. So that was a problem for SoFi and their customers whose refunds were rejected and sent back to the government. But if you look here, you will see in fact that they've already resolved the problem. If you go over here, you'll find it right here. If you go to the latest right here, the posting by SoFi themselves on Twitter, which is X now, SoFi members, it says a limited number of members experienced a delay in receiving their refund if they opted to pay for the tax service with their anticipated refund. And it says, we've resolved that issue for members moving forward. And the funny thing was that you were seeing people on Yahoo. I watched a couple of saying, "Oh, this is the problem with SoFi. They don't respond to customer complaints or problems. They don't respond immediately. They put out a headline real fast, but they don't take any action." Well, they already did. It's already resolved. Boom. Problem over. Issue resolved immediately, quickly, quickly, quickly. And now, after I just bought back here at 819, and I did not put a lower number in there. I probably should have, because they'll probably go for 818 too. So I'm not gonna hold up here. I'm gonna go ahead and put in 818 right now too. 818. Mm-hmm. 1-8. Review order and place it. I'll go in at 818 for 50 shares. Bring it on, Shorty. I'd just love to get it at 818. I love the number 8. 8.18. We got 50 shares there, and we got a dot by that. Man, oh man, this is just so much fun. So much fun. Making money on SoFi every single day. Folks, you can do it too. You can make money on this stock every single day if you just follow in my footsteps, okay? Now, I am not a financial advisor. I do not have a degree in finance. I've just been trading for about 25 years now, since I won a bunch of money on the Wheel of Fortune back in the year 1999 when I was about 40 years old. And folks, I want you to know, if you want to go see what I won on the Wheel of Fortune, go on over to Google and search Wheel of Fortune and put my name, Tyler. And also you can put Amy and Joy. Those were the contestants that were on the Wheel of Fortune that day. I'll go here and I'll show you what you can look up if you want to see me, what I did on the Wheel of Fortune, everybody. And I also, with that money, created several CDs of my original music. I have thousands of CDs that I've been distributing, and my music is now online. If you want to go over, listen to my music, it's on Amazon, Google Play, Apple Music, all of the platforms. Just search my name, Tyler Self. So we'll go here, WHEEL of Fortune, and put Tyler and put Amy and Joy. And Self is spelled SELPH. There you go. Wheel of Fortune, Tyler, Amy, Joy. Scroll right down here, and this video right here with Vanna White is the one you want to click on. It's made by Daily Motion, and it says WOF 1999, Joy, Amy, Tyler. You'll see me. There I am right there in the middle of the screen with Pat Sajak. And at the time, I had 6,450. So anyway, I won a lot of money there, and I started trading. And there you go. If you want to check it out, everybody, there it is. Yep, right on. Tyson Derby, NVDY. NVDY. Okay. Let's go take an NVDY search. Meanwhile, we look at 10X being driven back down. NVDY. Oh, look at DWAC. Nice. NVDY. NVDY, it says here 2 hours ago, YieldMax launches option income strategy ETF on MicroStrategy MSTR. YieldMax ETFs announces monthly distributions on AMDY, CONY, TSLY, and DISCO. Nice, man, look at those. Wow. All right, I appreciate you telling me about this. I want to take a longer look at it. Oh, that looks good. Look at that 1 year chart, folks, on NVDY at 28.10 a share. When things start to take off like this, folks, you have to be cautious because just like what happened with GTC, when they start to make a major run like they did this one, they can get attacked back to get in on it. So wait for this. See this thing was running up and how they attacked it back from $34.35 all the way down to $23 and $11 slam on no news on Tuesday. There was no news. They just wanted in on this thing because this thing is a powerhouse. Look at the 1 year chart. The thing was just escalating up and up and up. It's why I told you about the stock about 3 weeks ago. And the dang thing has just been going up and up and up. And look at that massive attack on it on the 20th. And they did that on the shoulders of the whole market collapsing 350 points that day. That helped them get it down. But look at it now. Man, dang. So the same thing here with this stock that we just looked up there. You got to be careful because when it starts to make a move like this, and this is on a lot less volume than we have here on GTC, by the way. GTC, folks, you just got to be careful, okay? Because when they start to take off like this, everybody sees the big move, and then some hedge funds and institutions, especially on a track of 393, averaging only 209,000 a day, it makes it very easily manipulatable, okay? And if they see this beginning to make a run like it's doing right here, they're going to want in on it, but they don't want to pay the premium price. So look for tomorrow morning, just like I told Katie about the stock CRSP. I told her, be careful because after this big run up, the day she mentioned to take a look at it, I said, expect a pullback tomorrow in the morning. And I was exactly right. The price of this dang thing pulled back right there the next day to 72.75 the next morning. See how it had made this nice run up? And on the day she showed it to me, it was right there at that high. And I told her, I don't buy at the high of the day. And it's especially the high of the week or the months. So I said, let me wait for the pullback, which I expect to happen tomorrow morning at about 9:45. Well, the next morning at 9:45, there they came on February the 13th at 9:45. The daggum thing dropped like I said it would on February the 13th. You don't even see it on this 5 day, but on the 1 month, it dropped and it was time to buy it. And I called that completely. You guys all know that. And she sold it, by the way, at $81 because she believed what I had told her when I looked back over the 5 year chart. I saw these points of resistance, and I said, "Man, it resisted. It resisted right here one time. It resisted right here twice. It resisted right there 3 times, and here we were the 4th time." So I said, "Look for a pullback and resistance when it got to that number." And sure enough, they pulled it back. They pulled it back just like I said they would, and then it went off, and it's gone off big. So congratulations, Katie, if you played your cards the way I said you should. I know she sold it at 81 something. I don't know whether she came back in when it got to 77. I don't know whether she did or not. I love what I'm seeing with BLTR now, $10 over where I bought it the first time and then sold it at 25 and then it dropped right back down. Look at that. Complete rundown, manipulation, 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 manipulation to 22 bucks. By the way, I sold it up here, $25.13. 25.13, got out. Bought it back when it dropped into here. And it's going to go back over 25, in my opinion. Could be wrong, but I don't think so. Oh, yeah. Look at Sofi now at 823 and rising. Folks, this is daggum. It's just getting too easy. It's just getting too easy. All right. It's just making money hand over fist on this stock every single day, stocking away, stocking some away, putting some more away, putting more away, selling at the high of 830, buying at 815, 816, 817. Now you can see on my sheet, you can see the high today was actually 835, but I didn't sell there. I sold it at 830 and I bought back at 815. And then you just saw me again buying at 818, 819, 820, 821. And now you can see what it's doing. It's going right back up because, well, that was the 1030 algorithm kicking in right there. 1030, boom, it caught, bump down. Calling every day. Next thing we're going to take a look at here, folks, is going to be the lunchtime low coming up on our chart. Yesterday's lunchtime low was $8.14. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that today. But that's what it was yesterday. Now, you see my thumbnail about the tax refund issue. Everybody, you can see, I'll show you again because there's people that come in and out here all day long looking for information. And if they clicked on it for the tax information, here it is. SoFi members can file their tax returns and receive refunds electronically into their SoFi checking and savings accounts. A limited number of members experienced a delay receiving their refund if they opted to pay for the tax service with their anticipated refund. We've resolved that issue for members moving forward. They've already resolved it, folks. I went onto YouTube and I was hearing some people saying, the problem with SoFi is they don't really take care of their customers. And when there's a problem like this, it takes them a long time to take care of it. They just drag their heels. They solved it the very next day because the story came out on X about it. If you go back here and take a look at Google search, you'll see that the story came out on X about it on right here. This was the date of it right here, 2 days ago. Okay, well, today is the 22nd. So on the 20th, this is what the person wrote: data de-investing. There is a possible tax refund disaster coming for SoFi. Look at the big red alarm bell. Let's just read this basher's posting about the disaster coming for SoFi. Let's read what he said, or her. We don't know if that's a guy or a gal. Let's go see. There's a possible tax refund disaster coming for SoFi members and therefore SoFi's reputation. Oh, in the words of Reddit's Bender 9000, SoFi is slowly walking into a reputation risk disaster. Rumble of thunder, clouds in the air, and rocky seas. It's a disaster, people. Members are being underserved. Support shows no indication of working to resolve or lessen the issue. They resolved it the same day that you posted this article. Members are experiencing rejection of IRS tax refund deposits made to their SoFi banking accounts. This affects members who file their taxes using TurboTax, elect to have fees made out of their refunds, and direct the tax refund to be sent to their SoFi banking account. Wasn't this scary? Note, the issues does not affect TurboTax using members who do not elect to have fee paid out of their refund. And this is definitely not good. SoFi needs to be seen as a bank of the future where things run smoothly and work properly. If hundreds of thousands or more members have their tax, and by the way, this individual has no idea how many tax returns were affected. If hundreds of thousands or more members have their tax returns to the IRS, it will reflect poorly on SoFi, even if the root cause is not their fault. Well, funny, he says, please, can we get some clarification and commentary on this issue? Well, we got clarification from SoFi themselves. The problem's been resolved already. Already solved. I just showed it to you. I actually went to SoFi's webpage to see if they had posted anything about it on their webpage and see if I could catch anything about it. But all I did was get right here and I found this SoFi article, and I said, wow, that's very cool. They went right on there and they posted it immediately. And it says that a limited number of people experienced the problem to begin with. And secondly, it says we've resolved that issue. And that was 1 day ago. All right. So they didn't drag their heels and they did not fail to respond like that moron said to everybody. He's just a shortened son of a, you know what else. 56 of you here, 32 likes. Come on. Let's all get together and hit the like button right now, and I will put a heart on the screen for you. I will put a heart on right now. If you hit the like button, everybody, I would appreciate it. Hit the like button, and you'll see a heart on for you. Come on, folks, hit the like button. Trying to find that story that I just found on X. I got to get back to it. There it is right there. I mean, I want to have this up here because that's what my thumbnail is about today. Because I know a lot of people were concerned, especially when they saw Tanner with his face of fear and then scared to death, little wussy face Tanner. So there it is. They responded the same day, February the 20th at 10:27 p.m. They didn't lag, they didn't drag, they didn't take time, they did not fail. They got them resolved right away, and it was probably a very easy fix. Meanwhile, we watch SoFi just continuing to rise. What a big surprise that it's up 13 cents. 13, folks, where they're going to try and hold it. But good luck to you with 11,757,000 shares traded in green as can be. And it's going to continue to be green. What a big, huge surprise that the Dow is up 220 points and the NASDAQ's up 345. Who would have ever expected to see that after the 2 days in a row rundown? Moi. I'm the one that expected it. Elaine Nelson, hit it. Yeah, hit that like button. Thank you, Elaine. You guys and gals need to understand the importance of hitting that like button. What it means is, and what it equates to, is over the last month, 28 days, in fact, my channel has been sent to 250,000 plus people because you're hitting the like button. And if you don't think 200, a quarter of a million people can make a change in a stock price, you would be gravely mistaken. All right. Please hit the like button. Okay. And what happens is then the algorithm starts to send my thumbnail to more and more individuals who, from the information I'm providing, might be encouraged to buy more SoFi stock or to buy in for the first time. And there's many people. Thank you. I got a heart on for you. There's a heart on for you right there. I appreciate that very much. Anybody else want to receive a heart on? Then please hit the like button right now, everybody. And if we get a bunch of people coming in at the very same moment in time, then we will have SoFi YouTube key on my channel because they'll start to see all these likes come in and flooding in at the same time. There's a heart on for you. Thank you very much. Next, come on, man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get this thing up. Let's get up to, we got 53 people here on the channel. We got 38 likes. Come on, hit that like button, and we will see a flood of more people coming over to this channel because the more likes that start to roll in at the same time, suddenly YouTube gets a little flag that goes off and says, hey, something's happening over here. Let's tell everybody about it. Come on. There's a heart on for you. Elaine Nelson, thank you, Catfish. You're very welcome. I appreciate your helping me with telling me about SOUN yesterday. That was a great call. Nice. Very much. Susan H., thank you for being here on the channel today. We've got several women that are starting to come over to this stock and check it out, this channel. 824 now and rising. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in case you're not familiar with this, institutions have been flying in on SoFi. And one of the biggest problems for these short and sons of guns is that when they run the price down into below $8, like they did on the 13th, we had a massive uptick of institutions coming in. I did some reviews this morning looking at SoFi institutional ownership, and what I discovered was mind boggling. I went back here to February the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. On February 5th, there were 12 institutions that came in. You can come down here and see. On February the 5th, we're going out right here to February the 5th, and you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. I did not count the red one because they left. A shorter bailing out 100% of their position, 0 remaining shares. But this is on February 5th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 institutions on February the 5th. 12. The next day, on February the 6th, I counted up how many institutions. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at Charles Schwab buying in, increasing their position. Charles Schwab. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. National Bank of Canada, 12, 13, 14. On the 6th, folks, 15, 16. On the 6th, there were 18 that came in on the 6th. Orion Capital Management, Swiss National Bank coming in. Those Swiss folks, National Bank coming in. Then the next day, on the 7th, another 18 institutions came in. Then on the 8th, 25 institutions came in on the 8th. You can see them right here, starting right here. 25 institutions came in on the 8th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Credit Suisse came in. Bank of Montreal was number 14. Then we got 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 institutions on the 8th. Then we come up to the 9th, and it continues, folks. On the 9th, 32 institutions. So they've gone from 12 to 18 to 25 to 32. And then on 12/12, 19 institutions came in on 2/12, February the 12th. 19 institutions. And then on the day they drove the price down, on this day, the historical data proves it. On the day they ran the price down to February the 13th to 778, 47 institutions came in. That's why the volume jumped from 44 million to 62 million people that day. And the very next day, when the low was actually 32 cents higher than the low the day before, 111 institutions came in on the 14th. 111 institutions on the 14th. Look at the dates right here. You'll see that I'm telling you the truth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 on the 14th at Nomura. Go down here tomorrow. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 5, 6 at Perennial. 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 at Aquatic. 39, folks, you're talking 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. Vanguard Group piling in. 49 at Vivaldi, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. Rockefeller piling in. Deutsche Bank piling in. 61, 2, 3. Bank of America piling in for more. Veritiv Fund. All of these people. Bank of America getting more. They're coming in, folks. Look at this. All on the 14th. I'm telling you, folks, I counted it up. 111 institutions came in on SoFi on the 14th. And see, this is why I'm here to talk to you about SoFi every single day, because the institutions are piling in, people, and they started ever since we started showing profitability. And I told you that they were going to do that. I told you so. Duck Kings, who cares about next year? We want growth by next earnings, 12 to 13. Man, this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is what is going on in the society today. You got a lot of people that are driving their car like this with their heads right over the steering wheel, looking down at the street right in front of them, right there, trying to keep their car in between the two white lines on the sides here. And they're looking right there, 10 feet in front of their car. And they're going like this. When if all they would do, and this is what my father told me, and I learned way back when I first, the day I was driving home that I got my driver's license, he saw me doing that. Oh, 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 He says, Ty, what are you doing, man? Look down the road. Get your eyes up ahead of you. Look down the road about a half a mile or a mile. Look down there, down there. And I said, oh, and then, oh, okay, cool. Just holding the wheel straight. And by God, it was just so smooth and easy. And see, that's the problem. Short term vision, looking right in front of you, looking down at your feet as you're walking instead of looking down the path ahead. There's a saying by Warren Buffett, everybody, that says this: the stock market is nothing more than an instrument or tool for the transfer of funds from the impatient to the patient. You're talking about Warren Buffett, who's been trading for a very, very long time, folks. He's learned this lesson over time. This is the reason that women are such better traders in the stock market than men are, because men have this very narrow focus of attention. They cannot broaden their view. They want to look right here in the day to day. Women, more patient, and they make better investors. And SoFi has proven that by doing the research. And they showed everybody about 8 months ago by showing that AI didn't understand it either. Artificial intelligence thinks and has a misconception that men are the best investors because some of the richest men in the world, Bill Gates and Warren Buffett and Jeff Bezos and all these people in the stock market that have made so much money, they see men as representing the most. And so when AI was asked, what do you see as a picture of the best investors, all these men popped up. SoFi put a booth downtown New York, right down the Times Square, that said, take a picture in this booth, you women, with pictures of bills and $100 bills all around you, and put that on your social media, because we want to change artificial intelligence perception about women as poor investors and the misconception that men are better investors when they are not. They went over all the portfolios of all the women compared to the men, and the women have out far excelled beyond those of the men, because men like this person right here, Duck Kings, and I don't know whether you're a man or a woman with a name like that, but I do know that it's because you have such impatience. You just want it all to happen so fast, but you don't have a vision of the long-term chart, which I've been showing everybody on this channel since the price was $4.66 a share a year ago, less than a year ago. Stock has doubled since then and even tripled since that time. And the ones of us that have been smart enough to sell when it hit the highs every time and buy back at the lows are making a freaking fortune off of this stock. We are. Elaine Nelson saying, yeah, I drove across the country twice last year, and every trucker that we passed was watching their phones. Elaine Nelson, speaking of short term vision, LOL. That's right. Elaine Nelson, women give birth. We know not to panic. Yeah. Exactly. We would be broke if my husband was doing the trading. Instead, we are millionaires. Voila. Speaking of voila, s'il y a quelqu'un ici qui parle français, je dis merci beaucoup que vous êtes ici avec moi aujourd'hui. Si c'est possible, vous pouvez dire tout l'ami, le garçon, les filles, viens ici pour voir qu'est-ce que je dis chaque jour dans le stock market. Okay, that's a little French for you if you happen to speak any French. And si es posible hablar español, yo puedo hablar español también como ustedes. Yo quiero diga muchas gracias por ustedes estar aquí como amigo hoy. Yo espero que tú tienes un buen tiempo aquí como amigo. There's a little Spanish for you. Why is he here? LPO. LOL. Okay. Yes. Look at Sofi now rising right back up after buying it again. Oh my God, who would have ever guessed that that would happen? That we could sell it twice at 8:30 and buy it back at 8:15, and then buy it the second time we sell at 8:30 and buy it back at 8:17, 8:18. Who would have ever guessed that? Moi, tout le monde sait que c'est moi qui a dit tout ça que c'est passe ici aujourd'hui. Ah, yes. Now, I know I might lose a few viewers, but I am trying to be multilingual, and I speak these languages because I lived in the country of Haiti as a child. And what's today's prediction on the closing price? Ah, Russell, you want to be doing that options trading BS. I refrain from answering questions on the closing price because I don't want people playing the options game. We got my buddy Connor Roberts, who's lost a ton of money doing this options game. Think they got it all figured out and they've lost a ton of money doing it. I warn you, don't trade in the stock market. Again, this is short term people wanting to trade options with little tiny vision, short term. Don't lock yourself into a situation where you get shoved into a corner or you're back against the wall and you got to sell by a timeline. I'm holding on to SoFi stock for 100 years, and it won't be me that'll be making the money off of it. It's going to be my children and my children's children and their children and their children in perpetuity. Yep. My trust fund will make sure that they're allocated these shares in chunks because I know how young people can be very short sighted and not want to hold on when they get a chunk of money. Oh, let's buy a house. Let's go get a new car. Let's do this or that. Russell says I'm not doing options. I just ask you every day. Okay, gotta run. My French speaking poodle needs her spa day. Yes, she really speaks French. I know her commands. That's my French LOL. Have a great day, everyone. Okay, un bon après-midi pour vous. J'espère que votre chien c'est très bon après que vous allez à la med spa avec your cute little petite chienne. Well, I don't know if you have a petit chien or if you got a gros chien. You got a chien, which is a dog, by the way. All right. Thank you for being here, Elaine. Very, very glad that you're here. And so now I will tell you what I think SoFi will close at today, $8.49. There, I've said it. I'm going to sell it at 848 and I'm going to buy it back tomorrow lower than that. I have no idea how much lower, but my guess will be after I sell it today at 848, I'll be able to buy it back at about 833 to 831 tomorrow morning. And by the way, we do keep track here of the lunchtime low every day. And the lunchtime low yesterday was $8.14. Ah, yes. And you can see once again how stubbornly they want to stop this thing from breaking over 830. Did you see it? I think it was just at 829 again just now, just 829 right there, 1 penny away from my sell order again. After buying again, buying again, buying again. I love this game. I play it every day on this channel, and you guys can play along with me and make a lot of money. Take a look at what I sold this morning, just so you guys can get a little riff of what I'm doing here. do 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 do. Oops, showing a little of my back screen here. Sorry, that doesn't matter, but I like to make it look neat. Oh yeah, sold this morning right there. Sold 1,000 shares and dropped down to 59,000. I sold it at 830, 1,000 shares, and then I started buying it back 100 shares at a time. And you can see I bought as low as 815, 817, 821, 822, 23. Sold it again when it got to 830. And then look at there, I bought it back. Again, I bought it back at 822, 821, 820, 819, and 818. And these orders all filled, except I don't know if I got the 818 or not for sure. And now it goes right back up. There we go. Let's move it over to this corner. And we'll put it right there so you can see my Catfish logo up the top screen. So this is the channel that we're trading in right now, and the hedge funds will make a fortune trading in this channel, and I will too. And just so you know, folks, you cannot trade like I'm trading, daily trading in and out and in and out, unless you have over $25,000 in your account. If you do exactly what I'm going to do here, you can get yourself in trouble, what they call a good faith violation. If you don't have $25,000 in your account, and again, I'm not a financial advisor, so go proceed, take it or leave it, okay? But if you've got 1,000 shares, then $8,000 worth, then you're going to trade a third of your shares each day. You're going to sell at 8:30 like I did. You're going to buy back at 8:15, and you cannot sell those shares you bought back at 8:15 for 2 more days. You got to wait 2 trading days before you can sell them. So tomorrow you can't sell them. Today you can't sell them. If you sold with me at 8:30 today and you bought back at 8:15, 8:16, 8:17, those shares you cannot sell back today and tomorrow when they hit the high again today. You must wait until the following day, okay? And then every single day, if you do that with 1/3 of your money in shares, you can do it every single day. With 1/3 of your position, you can take advantage of this manipulation every day on this stock. And I got news for you, folks. The manipulation is going to increase more and more and more and more as the days unfold. And I'm going to show you right now why. All right. Or at least why I think that the share manipulation is going to get more volatile than it's ever been with SoFi. And the reason that is because of this chart right here. And for those of you that are new to the channel, I appreciate it if you'd hit the like button right now, because I will put a heart on the screen for anybody that hits the like button right now. I'm ready to put a heart on right now for you. We got 375 views, the average view duration 18 minutes. I want you to please hit the like button while you're here, and I'll put a heart on for you right now. And I want to be clear, I'm saying the word heart. All right. My wife gets very angry at me if I don't clarify that I'm not going to get a heart on if you guys hit the like button. I'm going to place a heart on the screen. All right. So I hit it right there to kind of prime the well a little bit. All right. I'll prime it in advance. All right. Please hit the like button, folks. And then I'm going to show you why this thing is going to get. There we go. There's a heart on for you. And there's a heart on you. I got a heart on you, babe. Come on, everybody, pile in, because the more likes we get right now, the more will get sent my channel. If my thumbnail was sent to you recently and you didn't even ask for it, but it just recommended, that's because of the likes. So come on, hit that thing. There's another one. There's a heart on for you. Thank you very much. That's what you need to do. Hit the like button, everybody. Come on. And get over there and don't smash it and don't crush it and don't bang it and don't pound it. Just lightly hit the like button You don't need to do all that other nonsense. And don't forget, there's a heart on for you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And the more likes we get on this channel, the more it will get sent to other investors. And I've shown you guys this. If you go to this, I want you to see something. I'll just show you right now. And then remind me to go back to the chart, because this is going to prove to you how volatile this stock is about to become. And there's a hard on for you. All right. Thank you very much. Nicholas Rodriguez. Hey, Cat. All right. Mr. Monsters, Rivian took a huge hit, almost down 30%. Mr. Monsters, thank you very much. And I thank you for telling me that morning specifically about 10X. Man, I owe you big time for letting me sell that stock at the $22 range, $22.30. Man, you're the man. By the way, you guys should check out my pinned message up here. Really interesting podcast on Apple called FYI with Kathy Wood and another guy interviewing Anthony Noto. Be very aware of that, folks. Go over and check it out. A really interesting interview podcast on Apple called FYI with Kathy Wood and another guy interviewing Anthony Noto. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Monsters, for telling me about Rivian. My stepson has been doing retooling of their manufacturing facility. My stepson is a machine builder, and he's been in there retooling Rivian. And I've warned many, many people about the electric car industry across the board. I've told everybody, be very, very, very careful when you're talking about electric cars, because I saw recently that Toyota's backing away. GM can't even sell their trucks and have lost $30 billion. I saw Ford can't sell their electric trucks and they've lost billions of dollars. And I'm warning you people about the electric car business and the chargers, which won't function during the wintertime in the northern part of the United States. They stop working. I watched a video of a guy on YouTube showing everybody how you can maximize the charge in the winter because it's so hard to charge the cars. Your car has a feature, many of them, that let you warm up the batteries before you get to the charging station. Now, it takes more electricity away to engage that feature, but once you use that feature to help warm up the car and the battery, then when you get to the charging station, if the station even works, which about half of them weren't even working in Chicago, but if you find one that works when you plug your car in and you got your battery warmed up a little bit, it will receive a charge a little bit faster, but it's still miserable. The charge rate is horrible. Saw an interview with a guy on YouTube. He'd been waiting to return his electric rental car for 5 days at the charging stations. His car had been sitting there in a line for 5 effing days, people. So, Mr. Monsters, I appreciate you telling me about RIVIA and Rivian, but I expect them to go even lower than that. And I expect all electric car manufacturing to grind down as more and more people start to discover that they can't get their cars charged, especially the ones that are out west when they have those brownouts. And for 8 hours, your electricity isn't even on while you're out west in California and Arizona and regions like that, where they got so much drain on their power stations, they have to shut off your electricity each day. And they're shutting off everybody's electricity during the hottest time of the day in the mid-afternoon when everybody needs it the most. They're cutting off their electricity, folks. How in the F are you going to charge your damn car when they shut off your electricity? I wouldn't touch that Rivian stock with a freaking 50-foot pole, to be honest with you, monsters. I'm going to go look at it right now, but I wouldn't touch it. I'm watching this one right here. Someone brought to our attention this morning, NVDY. Put this on your radar, people, and be ready to buy it tomorrow morning at 9:45, because it's going to do the same thing that this one did. Okay? I told Elaine to sell this stock right here the other day. I told her to sell this stock when the price was right up here. I said, sell this, because it had made a big run up. Look at the 1 month chart. And I told her when it made this run up, I said, sell it right here, sell it, because it's going to drop and they're going to shake the tree. And you could have bought it back. I know she did say she sold it. That's this Katie Wentworth, who's been on my channel for the last week or so. I told her sell it, and she sold it at the 81 mark, and she could have bought it back the next day at $77, $78. And now it's at 87. But the day she mentioned it to me, what do you think about CRSP? She said, Kathy Wood just bought into it. I said, no, I don't want to buy it here. It's at the high. I wait till tomorrow morning at 9:45 in the morning. They're going to attack it down. That's what I told her at 9:45, buy this stock. And sure enough, what time it was it? Look at right here. The next day at 9:30, man, they ran this thing down all the way down here. And at 1:45, the price was at $78. Cha-ching. Buy it again. Sold it at 81. Buy it at 78. Now it's at 87. All right. So I say the same thing in regards to this one, NVDY. Write that stock symbol down, NVDY, tomorrow. See what happens at 9:45 in the morning to 9:50, 10 o'clock. Watch. Because when you have a nice run up like this of 15, 16% with a lot of new inventory, new investors coming in, they're going to shake that dang tree in the morning. Don't buy it right here, folks. I would not suggest buying it here. Be very, very careful on NVDY. But I'm going to write it down and I'm going to buy it tomorrow morning, most likely. There it is. Here's my sheet, NVDY. NVDY. And I'm going to put down the price that it's at, 28.33. And I'm going to put down the date when it was there, 222, 28.33. And I wouldn't be surprised at all to see you buy this stock back tomorrow at 26.13, 25 even, who knows. But they'll shake out the tree like they always do. When you get a big volume surge and you get a big price surge and you got a lot of newbies coming in, they will shake it out the next day. You can almost be guaranteed of it. All right. Now I'm going to get over here. I'm going to look at Rivian. All right. RIVIAN stock. There we are. RIVN is the symbol. RIVN. Holy smokes. Look at the massive volume. 112 million shares when it averages 33 million. What's the problem? Rivian stock tanks to all-time low after job cuts and slash in production outlook. Well, this is everybody, folks. Toyota, Ford, GM, all slashing production. And everybody who's here on this channel, who's been with me here any duration of time, heard me talking about this about a month and a half ago. I mentioned and showed you very, very many YouTube videos about the fact that Toyota's CEO says, man, we're done with this thing, man. I mean, I'm telling you, you'll see if you go over there on YouTube. I'll go ahead and show you right now. I almost hate doing this though, because when I get on YouTube again with another channel and open it up, it starts delaying and I get a lot of lagging on my channel because YouTube takes up so much of my CPU. But all I'm going to do here is I'm going to put a search and I'm going to put in Toyota CEO electric cars. Toyota. Come on. See how slow this is operating right now, even just trying to get the page to load up here? Toyota CEO EV cars. Is Toyota late to EVs? No. Toyota president says people are finally seeing reality of electric cars. Okay. And I got news for you. Toyota chairman had enough and rejects EV's future 2 weeks ago. You see that? Huge news. Toyota CEO shocking warning to all EV makers. We had no choice, he says. We had no choice. And this isn't all. It says here, right here, Toyota CEO, this new engine will destroy the entire EV industry. 10 months ago. It's not just them. I want you to see GM can't sell EV trucks, losing billions. Somebody says, Sergio says, Toyota is a dying dinosaur. BYD and Tesla are taking over. Huge news. Ford and GM shocked as they can't sell EVs. 1 month ago, I showed you this article. Massive EV car market crash. Ford and GM can't sell EVs. All right. Weekly Zoom calls and daily stock market analysis, folks. They're all talking about this. Big news. Ford and GM shocked as they can't sell EVs. 2 days ago. They're reiterating it. Here it is 1 day ago. Huge news. GM and Ford shocking warning to shut down EVs. Folks, they've been losing billions and billions and billions. Here it says 7 months ago, GM's CEO, we're losing billions and we're shutting down. There you go. Now you know. Now I'm going to show you guys something on my channel here. Do you guys remember about maybe 3 or 4 months ago when I was just jumping all over this room and so elated and celebrating with beers and splashing everywhere and knocking drinks over when I had 1,000 subscribers on this channel? When I finally reached 1,000, that you guys had helped me get to that number. Well, take a look now. 1,603. 1,603 viewers. And if you go to my analytics, folks, this is what's so important for you to understand, everybody. All right, here's what you need to understand. And this is what is so important about it. My watch time in hours has gone way up. 4.3 thousand more hours than usual. 231 subscribers coming in, 90 more than usual. It's because of you people hitting the like button. And I want to go over here and I want to show you the most critical part about this. And it's called right here on this page right here. It's called how many times people are sent my channel. And right here you can see impressions. Okay, impressions. Impressions are how many, it says, how many times your video thumbnails were shown to viewers. Includes only impressions on YouTube. Folks, take a look at the Sofi One Wild Ride. That was shown to 16,585 viewers that day. 13,000, 10,000, 12,000, 10,000. Go back in time and look how many there were. 125, 219, 257, 356, 321. Folks, this channel is starting to explode. And if you go over here and look over the last 90 days on this channel and change that, you can see how many times over the last 90 days viewers, because of you hitting the like button, have been shown my channel. Okay, impressions, look at that. 643,000 people, over 500,000 people in 90 days have been sent my channel by YouTube because of you people hitting the like button. And if you don't think 643,000 people buying into SoFi stock because of what I'm telling you might influence the share price, I think you'd have to be a little bit naive to think that that wouldn't happen. 643,000 people shown my channel because of you, everybody, hitting the like button. All right, I'm done. Get back over here. And by the way, if you are on my channel, if you're on my YouTube channel and you want to go right here to and click on this, I'll show you this real quick here. You can go here to my channel. If I go to view my channel and I click on this right here, you'll see right below my screen here, it says, hey, I also do music. And if you like original music, come on over to my music channel, Tyler SELPH, Tyler Self, and you can find my music playlist on YouTube, which is there's a link to it right down there below this screen. And you can stream my music on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play, and you can help me. All right. You can help me out by hitting my playlist. And there it is right there. There's my playlist. There's a link to it right there on the screen underneath my picture right there. If you go click on my profile picture, you'll see the link to my playlist. And if you click on it right there, you will see that what it does is sometimes lately it's been telling me that is no longer available. But then it's just for a second that it says that or two, and then my playlist pops up. So let's go see if it does that right now, if my playlist will come up. And yes, it is coming up right now. Now, I don't want it to play because it'll take up so much media, but I have here 126 original songs on YouTube. See, it says the video isn't available anymore, but just wait, folks, because you'll see if you just wait a few more seconds, the video is available. There it is. It just came up. So I'm not sure what's going on with this video isn't available anymore, but it just does it for a few seconds, folks. And then here's my whole playlist right here. Okay. And I appreciate all of you who've been over here to check out my playlist and play my songs. And I got a lot of songs on here, folks. We've got a whole bunch of songs, and I'm going to stop this playing right now because, like I said, if I do leave it up here, it will delay it takes up so much media. But that's how you get to my playlist and can listen to all my songs. And I'm very grateful. There's been 700 and something people who have checked out my playlist here recently. And again, I don't know why it's saying this video isn't available anymore. Go to home. But don't worry about that. If you click on my playlist, it will load up. Just give it a little bit of time. And I just want to clarify that with you. And I want to thank you all for being here. And those of you who have looked at my playlist lately, I appreciate it. I very much appreciate it. You can see my video today. If you go to my live right here, you can see this live video here, how many people have taken a look at it. 403 today. And that's just 403 more people that have checked out the video. And yesterday I had 909 total watch that video and 242 before they cut me off in the morning, yesterday morning. I don't know why they cut me off, but they did. Well, it was a weather thing. We had major storm blowing here, heavy winds, rain, and we never perform well with this WOW channel when we get that kind of rain coming in. But folks, I want to thank you all for being here with me. I want to thank you for clicking on my playlist and playing my songs on Amazon, Google Play, Apple Music, or your music provider. I got Keisha, Big Booty Keisha, over there in Kenya playing all my songs in his bar. And all the people over there are listening to my music in the bar there every night. Thank you very much, Big Booty Keisha, for doing so. And for everybody else that's catching on to my music. Now we're going to get back to this chart and why the SoFi action is going to go crazy soon, in my belief. That's because, folks, as this price fell from $25 a share, there were massive gaps. Look at that gap right there. All right. I'm going to show you these massive gaps that occurred as the price was falling. And when the price was, by the way, the price never was only 25.14 that Yahoo's trying to show you that day. The high on February the 1st was $28 plus. Yahoo tries to give you the impression that it wasn't that high, but it was that high. And look at the NASDAQ now up 378 points. I told you the NASDAQ would be up 350 points today, and I told you the Dow would be up 300 points today. I told you so. What a mystery. So here's what you need to understand, everybody who's on the channel with me right now. Sergio, they are only doing that because they can't build them as cheaply as BYD and Tesla. Sergio, it's not that they can't sell them, it's that they can't make them. Okay? Well, all right. I just read about 7 or 8 different titles on YouTube that they can't sell them. They're not selling them. I don't know why all of those titles would say they're not selling them if they are selling them. But okay, we can agree to disagree. But one thing, folks, that you cannot disagree with about SoFi's stock price is these massive gaps. See this price right here when it was at this right here at 25, they're saying 25.14. Look at that massive gap down to the next level there, 23.90. You're talking about a $2.20 gap that still exists to this day. When we get back to 23, it will quickly jump to 25. Look at this gap right here from $22 to right here that occurred from the 8th to the 22nd. You're talking 2 weeks' time. The price gapped down from $22 in 2 weeks to right there. 18 bucks, a $4 drop, folks, in 2 weeks' time. Well, that gap is still there, people. It's still there. And the reason you know that that gap is still there is because after they drove the price way down here to this one down here at $15, $14, 14.94, after that low right there, look at the gap that was still here when it got right there at this price, $17, and then jumped right back up to $20. Folks, these gaps, they're massive. And when we get back to $17, they're not going to envelop again. The gap is still there. We're going to go past 17 and we're going to jump up to 20 again. And then look at this gap from right here at $18, where this gap is right there. Look at it as it started to fall again. The gap was right there. I'm trying to get the line on it. There it was, right there. The price was right there at that purple line. $19, and the thing gapped all the way down to 15 bucks. $4, people. And how long did it take to happen? From 628 to 712. Another 2 weeks exactly, and the price gapped down from 18.50 all the way down to $15. $3.50 drop in 2 weeks, people. When this starts to get back over 13, it will take 2 weeks for it to go from 13 back to 18, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And then, folks, I bring this to your attention because it's very, very, very possible that when the price does get here again in this range of the $16.210, that it will quickly gap right back up here to 20 bucks. Because it's done it now 1, 2, 3, 4 times from 16 to 20 to 16 to 20 to 16 to 20. $4 jumps, folks, in 2 week periods. So this is what I mean by SoFi is going to get more and more volatile as the price starts going up. And it'll become even more of a day trader's dream come true. And the hedge funds, in the same way they made massive amounts of money making the price fall $4 and $8 in 2 and 4 weeks, they're going to make it on the way up too, folks. They're going to do the same thing. Trust me. Trust me. Sergio says fake news. All right. Well, what I'm showing you right now, everybody, sure isn't fake. I can tell you that right now. This is not fake news. When you see this price go from $18 down here to this number here, $14, and then back to $18 and $14 and back to $18 right there, and then back down to $14 and then up here to $25 and back down to $14. Folks, that's not fake news. That's the reality of what was happening and what's going to happen in our future as we go back up. You think things have been volatile lately with the price falling from 10 to the 8s and then back to the 10s and the 8s. That ain't nothing, folks. You haven't seen it. You haven't seen anything yet. You buckle yourselves in, for folks, for this ride. When we start going past this number that we're at now, it's going to get wild and it's going to get very crazy. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Yeah, I know you were talking about the EV news. I know. I'm just saying that in comparison, this isn't fake news what I'm showing you here, folks. This is the reality of the situation. And now I want to illustrate for you something that all of you may have seen yesterday, may not have seen, but I'm going to reiterate it because we got new people here today that weren't here yesterday. And that is this fact. If you look right here, let's just call this right here on December the 25th, Christmas Day, the day that the gift started being giving, that just keeps on giving. Okay, Christmas Day. And what I'm going to show you is the correlation between these candlesticks and the what I call mirroring that is happening with this stock, because this image here is now starting to be mirrored here. And I'm going to show you what I mean right here. Right here at the beginning at 12:25 is where the mirroring begins. See that small candlestick when it was dropping? That's this candlestick here. See this candlestick right here? That's over here, right there. You see this drop right here? That equates to the small drop right there. You see this drop right here? That equates to this drop right here, folks. Then you see from this drop to $6.39, which it happened to hit 641. It hit 641 on November over here. 641 in November, right here was where it was. On November the 21st, the price was at 641, and that correlates to this number over here. All right, 639. But from there, look at the gap ups here to this number right there, 933. Folks, you better have a sell order of this stock at $9.30, not just $8.30 today. And then after that, you'll be able to buy it back when it falls to $8.55, from $9.30 to $8.55. And then after you buy it at $8.55, you're going to get to sell it right here at $10, $9.98 if you're Catfish Tyler. Then after that, you're going to be able to buy it back at a little bit. Look at that thing jump from $10 to $11.30, folks. It jumps from $10 to $11.30. And then when you sell it at $11.30, and that's why I sold it at $8.30 today, it's going to drop back to $11.10, which it did today. It went from the 30 all the way back down to $8.15. Okay. So once you sell it at 11.30 and then you buy it back down here at 11.10, then you're going to be able to sell that at this number, next level right there, 13.89. Make sure you sell it at 13.87 that day, because after you sell it at 13.87, you're going to be able to buy it back at 13.20. After you buy it back at 13.20, look what it's going to do the next time. It's going to $15.81, people. There's a massive gap between there. And after you sell it right here at $15.77 with me, you're going to be able to buy it back right here at $15.09. After you buy it back at $15.09, it's going to jump up here, folks. It's going to jump up there to 18,210. Why will it do that? Well, because there's a massive gap right there between $15 and this number. And folks, it did this massive jump down from that price right there. The date was 11/22, and this date was 11/29. In 1 week, this price, once it hits 15.19, folks, is going to go back to 18,210, because there's nothing to stop it. This is a major gap here, what I'm trying to show you. This is all in our future, folks. This is the mirroring that I see. And folks, you will be able to see how amazingly They'll use these numbers. The hedge funds will use these numbers because they did it on the way down. They're going to repeat it back on the way up. They're going to repeat it on the way up. And this number that you're seeing right here on your screen that shows 787, we've already surpassed that number. And then what did we jump to? 933, folks. We're going to 933 next. Put your sell order in at 930. As we look at the price now rising after I bought it now and sold it and bought it and sold it. And you know what? You guys and gals, you should be excited about that. And you can see, again, when I try to show you again the reason that we're going that direction, because of the 3-month chart right now, folks. This is exactly why so many institutions came in. 111 institutions came in on the 14th. 8 days ago, 111 institutions added to their positions or created new ones. This is the reason that the 200-day is undeniably continuing to rise because of major institutional consumption of the stock. This is why I have this degree of change and pitch on the line. Folks, the same way it fell can be the same way it rises. This same deep drop that happened over a period from 2021 to 2022 over a 1 year time, the price from 18, 19, $22, November 5th of 2021 to November of 2022. And look at the price. In 1 year, it had gone from up here, November the 5th, it had gone from $20 to $5 in 1 year's time. So can you wait that long for it to get back from 5? It's already gone up to 8 from there. And can you just wait 1 more year now till February of next year to be back up to $20? Can you be that patient? I hope so. Now, see my pinned message up here. It says Russell K posted this morning, and I pinned it. Really interesting podcast on Apple called FYI with Kathy Wood and another guy interviewing Anthony Noto. Sanjay, Kathy Wood seems to be bullish on EVs. Here's the UK. Get the feeling people aren't buying but leasing them due to future resale value. Huh. You can buy all those EVs you want, my friends. Good luck charging them. In Chicago, there was a massive pileup of cars there waiting to charge because of all the Uber drivers that are using EV vehicles. People were just flat stuck there and couldn't move their car for days on end because of Uber drivers in Chicago. And I want you to be very highly aware of the reason, simple as this, that they're holding the price at $8.24 on SoFi now. They just want to hold it at 13 cents. 13, folks. Meanwhile, the NASDAQ just continues to climb and is about to break back over 16. The highest it ever has been is 16,080. 16,080, and it's just going right on up, folks. And it's climbing at a faster pace than it dropped because I already showed you guys, those of you that were here with me earlier, I showed you that the first day of the drop 3 days ago, they dropped it 149 points, then 130, then 144 for a whole total of 322 points that they dropped it. And now it's up 366, 367. And I told you that, everybody. I told you it was going to happen. James Anderson, I'm trying to find the interview with Noto and Kathy Wood. No luck. Huh. Russell Cade says, really interesting podcast on Apple called FYI. It's in, he's got it in italics. Let me go over here and see what I get. Google, Apple, podcast, Apple, FYI. There it is. Innovation, ARK Invest. For your innovation, ARK Invest. Let's also put in, instead of FYI, let's put in Kathy Wood, Anthony Noto. Have past funds like ARK crashed or just slowed down? Not in the last year, they haven't. They're going crazy up, over 50, 60%, 62% gains for Kathy Wood over the last year. November 19th, Sofi, another gift. Anthony Noto used to be COO of Twitter. Sofi is chartered bank and FYI. Well, I'm going to go right here and click on this just for the hell of it. Anthony Noto, SoFi CEO, February 22nd. This has to be it. 51 minute. There it is. I just found it. That simple. You see that, James? It's playing right now. I can hear it somewhere playing. I'm not sure where. Let's see. Hold on. How do you like that screen I got there? Yeah. Shanus 987 says, just heard it. Very interesting. Listen on Apple Podcast. Bam, right there. It's playing. I got it playing right now. It's playing. I'm going to put this up for everybody so I can click on the link, copy, and I'll put it up here for you guys, all you guys and gals, right now. Paste. Bam. There it is. Go give it a listen, folks. You can see it right there. There's the link to it. You click on it. I have a feeling it'll start playing. I'm going to click on it right now and see if it works. And here it is. I won't listen to it now while I got the show going, but I will listen to it. And there it is right there. There it is. In this episode of For Your Innovation, ARC CEO and CIO Kathy Wood and FinTech analyst Andrew Kim engaged with Anthony Noto, CEO of SoFi, to dive deeply into SoFi's evolution from a student loan refinancing entity into a comprehensive financial services conglomerate. There it is, folks, right there. Listen on Apple Podcasts. Bam, you can find it. Hit the play button right there. It'll start playing. All right. Oh, I don't have it up here. I'm sorry. There it is. That's what you want to look for right there. When you get it up on your screen, it's going to look like that. And then you just come down here and you put down here, hit the play button right there. All right. And you'll get to hear the whole interview, which I will listen to this evening, I promise you. And I want to thank you very much for letting me know all about that. Russell Cade, King Cat Russell Cade here today with us. And see, folks, this is part of the reason that you're on this channel, because we have so many other people that are here with us that tell us about this type of valuable information we can all benefit from. Every one of us can make a decision. Do we want to stay with this stock? Do we want to ditch this stock? Do we still believe in this stock? Are we afraid of this stock? Anthony Noto video above. And this will be 1, 2, 3, 4 comments above. Please check it out. There you go. Russell Cade says fame at last. 15 minutes of fame. Fame, looking so flying higher. Oh, fame seems to be everyone's desire. Fame, man, that mother's on fire. Fame, 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 fame. Noto admits SMB sector is owned by SQ and they do it better than all. Fame, look at Sofi going crazy. Fame, all the shorters, they're all crazy. Fame, look at this 6-month chart, my friends. Fame, 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 fame. Is it any wonder Sofi's going up? Fame, 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 fame. Is it any wonder Sofi's rising higher? And fame, 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 fame. Catfish, the singing stock guru. Uh-huh. I don't give a dang what's going to happen here. Sofi's going to make an announcement very soon about Galileo getting another big partnership with another one that they're at the table negotiating with as we speak. He hasn't said anything other than we're working deals right now with other big companies with Galileo. And these will come to fruition and they will be announced. And each time that an announcement is of Galileo acquiring another big, huge client, up we go. I've been telling everybody and showing everybody how many times this stock has been driven down below $9, $8, $7, $6, $5, and every single time that it's been driven down to those levels, it's gone back over $10. Six times, six times, six times, folks, in the last year since May the 1st. 6 times it's been driven down to below 8, below 7, below 6, even below 5 to $4.55 on David Chiapanzi's downgrade. And folks, that was on May the 15th. And all 6 times the price has gone back up over $10. And it's not going to stop doing that, folks. It's working too good for these hedge funds. I'm just happy as a clam right now that I was able to sell this at 8:30 this morning in the pre-market and buy it back at 8:15. And then I'm happier as a clam I sold it again this morning at 8:30 and bought it back at 8:17, 8:18, 8:19 again. And now I'm happy as a clam to see it bouncing up to 8:26 on its way past 8:30 again to 8:40s, 9:40s, 10:40s, 11:40s, 12:40s. And from the 12, it's going to jump to 15, and from 15 back down to 13, and from 13 to 18, and from 18 back down to 15, and from then 15 back to 20. Because I just showed you all those massive gaps that are there already right now. They're going to be filled. All these gaps are going to be filled on the way back up. In the same fashion, major downs and ups and downs and ups and downs and ups and downs and ups and downs and ups. Major, major. This, what we've been seeing lately, is a fraction of what we're going to see in the future. And you better just have yourself freaking strapped in. And you better be ready to ride. You better have some big old cojones because, folks, this is what's going to happen. This is going to be jumping from 855 up to here to 10 something and then back down here into the 1067 all the way up here to 12 and then all the way back down here to 11.10, and then all the way back up here to $15, and then back down here to $13, and then up to here $14, and then back down to here. All right, and then back up to here, and then down to here, and way up to here, folks, and then way down to here, and then way back up to there again, folks. This is all going to be in our future. You're going to see probably these same massive waves out here a year and a half from now as this thing starts to really scale up and get some major volume. And I want you to pay attention that during these massive rundowns, there was literally not even candlesticks that you could view in volume down here at the bottom of the screen, everybody. There weren't any. Just massive manipulation on minuscule volume from 25.78 all the way down here. Isn't it funny? I just showed you that price at 25.14 for the high, and I just somehow or another saw a 25.78. Where was that? Well, I saw it. I don't know what happened to it, where it went, but it was 25.78. It was actually $28. The highest this has ever been was in the $28. Shanus, Noto admits SMB sectors. Okay, I saw that. I don't know why it won't move now. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you see, folks, when this thing starts to shake out, it's very interesting how all of these towers on this stock look very, very mirror like. From this point here, that one there is that one there, this one here is this one here, that one there is that one there. Look at the size of them. That one there is that candlestick right there. This candlestick right here equates to that candlestick right there. That candlestick equates to the one in the middle right there. And then this massive candlestick right there, that one there equates to the one that is right here over on the far left, right there. That's the same candlestick. Look at the volume on it. 268 million shares on January the 20th. And then what was the volume on this date right here? 286 million shares on January the 29th. You see this similarity? Man, oh man, folks. And then when you look at that massive candlestick right over there, look what the price did after that on the way up. Look how fast. Folks, this is where we are. This is where we are at this stage right here. And that massive candlestick of 286,000 shares made the price drop from $15 down to right there, 11.10. This massive green two candlesticks that ran it up to 15 made it drop $4 after that massive green candlestick. And then you come over here and you see this massive green candlestick here, and the price was $9.16. And how much did they make it drop? To $7.66. That's $2.50 drop off that massive candlestick, not what you saw over there. All right. I just thought I'd point that out to you. Good day, Sir Catfish, and everyone. Blessings. Thank you, Harry Toe. Man, I'm showing everybody this chart that looks to me like a mirror image. And to me, I see this thing right here with this massive candlestick. When the price hit 1589, 1389, the price was at 1389. And I even see it higher at $15 on that day. 15 bucks. Closed at $15. The high was 1647. And from the 20th, after that massive candlestick, folks, after that massive candlestick, back to going back in time to the 3rd, the price had jumped to $15. From right there on that massive candlestick of $268,000 from the 20th. It was only 3 weeks. The price was at 15, folks. Don't be surprised. The volume is so similar to 286 million here, 268 million there, and here 286 million. Isn't that interesting? There it is right there. You can look at the volume level. 200 right there. 268.94 million shares. Isn't it crazy how volume is so close right there? 286 million shares. See what I mean by the mirroring, people, of this, of every one of these candlesticks? They just mirror each other so perfectly. I mean, literally, they just move along the same mirroring action. That red candlestick, the drop there, was the pop here. You can see the very large candlestick right there on 8-4 was this large candlestick on 8-3 or whatever it was, 8-1. 7:31, folks. That was a earnings call. July the 31st earnings call, and that would have been the same thing with this big candlestick right here on 8-4 earnings call. I bet you it came out on 8-4, 8-3. And then from that big candlestick there, you've got this one right here, which is equal to that one right there. Exactly the same point right there where the red one was on 4. That's it. May the 1st was the earnings call, and look at that big red candlestick. But this time, when you saw this right in the middle between this one here, this big one here, and this one here, which would be this one here and this one here, right in the middle, it wasn't red this time. It was big time green, because this was David Chiavrini manipulation day right there. Right there was the 15th of April. And it was actually May the 1st when they came out with the earnings, and Chiaverini Day was right here, May the 15th. Right there, Chiaverini Day. And actually, this is the real Chiaverini. I got to go forward a year. There's the real Chiaverini Day, May 15th. But very interesting to see that right there on May the 15th, that big rundown on Chia Pansy's downgrade, which is very similar looking to what we had there. This is just really, really makes me get more and more encouraged when I see that big green candlestick. Then I see the red one that was there. Here I see the big wing, and I see a green one instead there. And then I see this one here, which would be this candlestick right here. And then I see this massive green candlestick, which is exactly the same amount of volume, almost 268 million shares on that day. And then I see over here this massive green one at 286 million shares. And now I see the price rising just like it did when it fell. It fell, and folks, it fell from 1595 to that number on that day. 1595 to 1389 on that massive green candlestick. I hope you like what I'm showing you and that you can kind of see what kind of sense it makes. It's it's mirroring, people. And I have to admit and tell you that the first one that brought this to my attention was Hurricane Lopez. I'm giving credit where credit is due. Hurricane Lopez was the first one that made me look at this mirroring. And I went, dang, he's right. And so I've been showing everybody else since. This looks very, 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 very similar. And I really, really, really am enjoying seeing this thing build right here along this sideways and slowly up. I love it. This looks awesome to me. This right here, folks, looks awesome to me. This is a perfect picture of consolidation. This is a wonderful image of spring loading. And this is why people like me and Hurricane Lopez believe the price is soon going to be $13.75. That's our target price for the next earnings call, $13.75. And I certainly could be wrong, but I'm just looking back at over the way the stock fell and the way it's rising now, and they look daggum. They look so similar. I mean, they really do. And the cool thing about it is that as they were running it down here and they got it down to these lower numbers, you can see that it wasn't making these drastic moves. This wasn't that much of a move from here to here to there to there to there. These are big drastic moves. This is what you expect to see when something's about to explode, folks. Major manipulation efforts by piling in hedge funds who are increasing their shortage positions from 86 million to 152 million in one freaking month. Oh yeah, they got themselves with them. They're backed up against the wall, people. They haven't covered those shortage positions. They're borrowing like crazy. The rate to borrow, cost to borrow is rising on them slowly but surely. I got news for you, folks. When this SoFi stock gets back up here into the $15 range, cost to borrow is going to be 10%. And then when it gets up here to $17, cost to borrow is going to be 25 or 30%. And when it gets up here to $19, cost to borrow is going to be 40%. You watch and see if I'm not right. Write it down, mark it down. And I'm trying to prepare everyone on this channel who thinks it's been crazy and wild while these run-ups have been over 10 and back down to 8 and over 10 and back to 8 and 10 and 8. That's just child's play compared to where we're headed here soon. You can already see where we are here right now, 1014 all the way down to 793, then a high of $11.45 and all the way down to 1033, then a high reached here of $12.40, then all the way down here to 1110, then a high up here of 1370, then a drop back down here to 1320, then a high up here where it hits 1581, then it drops back down here and it's going to hit 1450, $1.30. Then it's going to scale up from this, folks, from the $15. This thing could easily run to 22. All right. This gap that's here has not gone away. The gap is still there. The price, when it gets to 15, will jump to this number, 1833, where you better have your sell order again at 1830, because after that, you're going to be able to buy it back down here at this price right here, right there. Wait a minute. 1781, a 50-cent drop from 1830 to 1781. Buy it back there, because then the next price it's going to go to is right up there, 20 bucks. Do you believe me? Do you believe it's possible? Yeah, it's very possible, because these gaps that were created as the price fell are still there now. These massive gaps where they don't envelop one another, folks. These gaps are not enveloping one another. This gap down from this $20 to this price right here, 17. Look at that. There's no enveloping. This red candlestick on one day closed 1122 at 1875, and the next day was all the way down to 1781 the very next day. And that gap still exists. As we make the move up, it's going to go from 1781 to the next day and open at 1875. And by the end of that day, the price could be back up here on the same day to 20 bucks. And look at these gaps here. None of these candlesticks envelop one another, folks. Just that one there is enveloped by this one. This is a major gap from $20 all the way up here to 22.76, my friends. And there's gaps all in here. This gap from this green line right here, when the price was priced right there at 18.33, that's a big time gap over 4 days to 15.19, a $3 drop. I expect to see from the 12.3 to right here 11.30. That's a 4 day drop, folks. 4 days to drop that big, and that same gap is still there as we start to rise. So if you think these swings have been big here recently on SoFi over the last year, wait till you see what happens during this next year as we start to show profitability. And these gaps that were created here with these big dump downs and then a climb and then a dump down and a climb and a dump down and a climb and a dump down, climb and dump down, climb, dump down, climb, dump down. Those are coming on the way up, folks. You can see the time periods here. That was from March the 2nd until March the 14th, 12 days later, and the price had gone from $11.50 all the way down to $7.93, folks. 12 days. You don't think it could go from right now at 826 and go up that much in 12 days? You're wrong. If it can fall that fast, it can go up that fast, people. I promise you. I want to say thank you very much to everybody who's on the channel with me right now, who's observing me talk to you about this chart, which to me indicates a very, very large change in the trading pattern, which is going to get more and more radical each and every day. And the volume levels on these days here, folks, if you look at them, there was 32 million that day, 47 million the next day, 57 million the next day, 76 million the next day, 73 million, 51 million, 58 million, 44 million. Folks, we're in the same range here of volume right now as it's starting to make its rise, okay? Look how minuscule the volume here was when they really started hammering us down and got us to the very bottom, folks. The volume got very low. Here we go. How much was the volume there? 16 million, 19 million, 17 million, 19 million, 18 million, 25 million. Now we see over here 17 million shares on April the 18th, 18 million, 13 million. Those days are over, folks. Those days are over. That volume levels that you saw back here, even in September of 18 million, and the day before 17 million, and this one here 15 million, 19 million, 16 million, over here 17 million. You're talking in October the 9th, 17 million. October the 16th, 16 million. Look at those days are over, people. Those days are over, long gone. This is when you start seeing the major volume coming in. 45 million, 50 million, 72 million. Manipulators with 110 million, and this day 119 million, 76 million manipulators. But these days are long gone of the 17, 16, 15 million shares, folks. We got volume coming in here. Volume, volume, volume. Turn up the effing volume. Oh, the volume's low today. One might want to ask, with volume so low and so many shares being borrowed to be shorted each day, why the hell isn't the price down at 770? Why isn't it below $8? Why is it green, for God's sake, with volume so low? Huh. Good question to ask. Look at the NASDAQ now up 400 points after they only could pull it down. I showed you over the last 3 days. I did the math. I wanted to see from when the volume was at the highest, when the level, the price of the market was the highest that it was, and that was here. It had gone from 15,911 to 15,917. And on this first day, the 16th, it went from 15,917 down to 15,775. That was the high that day. 15,917.41 minus 15,775.65 minus 15,775.65 equals down 141 points. February 16th. Then February 17th, it closed on the 16th at 15,775, 15,775.65 minus the next day closed 15,630.78. 15,630.78 equals down 144.87. And then the next day, 15,775, and they dropped it to close at 15,630.78. Fifteen 15,906. We're gonna do it again on the 15th. 15,906 to 15,775. 15,906 minus 15,775 equals 131 points. Then the next day, 15,630 to 15,580. 15,775 to 15,630. 15,775 minus 15,630 equals 144. Then the next day, from 15,630 to 15,580. 15,630 minus 15,580. 15,630 minus 15,580 equals, yep, 49 points that day on the 18th. So what was the total? The total drop over the last 3 days that I told you was manipulation was 130 plus 144 plus 49 equals 323 point drop. 323 point drop on manipulation, which I told you it was, and then the market happens to be up 400 points today. And I told you that would happen. We're going to be putting in the lunchtime low here in a minute. Lunchtime low yesterday. Lunchtime low yesterday was $8.14. $8.14. I'll take a 9-cent increase on the lunchtime low. I'll take an increase on today's low versus yesterday's low. Yep. what I want to look at right now, I see the volume is very low today. And it just shocks me that if they're borrowing 13 million, why the price isn't driven down even further? Why isn't it red? Did they learn their lesson when they were back there on the 13th and drove it down to 788 and 47 institutions bought in, and the next day 111 institutions bought more? Have they started to learn that they can't do that anymore? They can't do that because it's going to become their a thorn in their side, that institutions keep piling in. And guess what those institutions are doing? Buying up shares that were available for these shorts to short. They're getting the trees getting drier. It's thinning out more and more. The fruit that they can short with is getting less and less on the tree because all these institutions are starting to catch these drops, buying on the dips, including Kathy Wood and Charles Schwab and Vanguard and all these banks. Legacy banks buying, Bank of America. I just showed you all these banks buying up. Goldman Sachs. Let me show you what I'm so happy about today. Back here a week ago, see where I was accumulating shares of Sofi? 100 at 757, 100 at 756, 100 at 755. Those two orders didn't fill, but I got up 20 at 757, 100 at 766, 500 at 767, 100 at 773, 200 at 774. Look at all these orders I filled down here between 778 and 770. Look how many 20 share orders I filled. And look over here, how many I filled at 785, 784, 783. They would get it up to 789 and take it back down to 780. They did that like 6 times, and that's why I filled all those orders. That's why I'm happy today. Yeah, less shares for the shorts. That's right. Less shares for the shorts because when they run it down, institutions pile in. Maybe they've learned a lesson, and maybe they're not going to do that again. They're not going to just trade it in a 10-cent range over and over. Maybe like Catfish is doing now. Maybe they said, God dang, man, we can't do that again. We're gonna have to scale back our optimistic viewpoint of shorting this down and getting it to drop 50 cents a day. We better get on the we got to change our strategy, man. See that what they did last week when they ran the price down into the sevens, that screwed them over because so many institutions bought when it was there. And even more of them bought when the institutional low, more of them were buying when the low the next day was only 810. 111 institutions buying into the stock when the price was the low of 810. And I can assure you that the shorters realize that. How are you going to get the daggum price back down below 810 today? No wonder it stopped at 815 today, because they were probably thinking, God dang, if we run this thing back down to 810, man, we're going to be screwed. We're going to have another 111 institutions buy. And we can't have that going on. We can't have that many millions of shares being bought up. We can't have Kathy Wood buying another 2.8 million shares if we take it down below 8 again. We can't have the CEO Noto buying another 900,000 shares when we take it down below $8 again. We can't have that. Yeah. You guys all saw my headline. Many of you were over here because of the headline I put on my thumbnail today about the problem with refunds has been resolved. And in case you didn't know about it, that's what was Tanner was so fraidy cat faced the other day about refunds, saying it was going to destroy SoFi's reputation. I mean, he's taken some daggum somebody who posted on the X platform, taking the words right out of their mouth and amplifying them on his channel. Tanner, a short in long's clothing, is what I'd like to call him. He's a short in long's clothing. Somebody said Tanner just wants to buy cheaper. That's why he does that. No, Tanner just wants to get more clicks by putting up a big fear factor headline on SoFi and tell everybody it's gonna crush them. Oh, you can see how they're getting crushed today. Oh man, they're just getting slaughtered. You can see how much they've been crushed since the price was 641 in November. And here we are 3 months, 4 months later at 824. That's crushing, all right. 488 views on this channel. I would appreciate it if you would hit the like button right now. I would be very grateful for your helping me get this channel into more people's hands. I was showing people over the last 90 days, this channel has been recommended to 600,000 people plus. And the reason that is because of you guys and gals hitting the like button. See, YouTube likes it when people come onto my channel and then they find some good. Hey, thank you very much. There's a heart on for you. Someone else put a heart on for you too, I see. There's a heart on for you for hitting that like button. And I'll put a heart on for anybody that hits the like button right now. Anyone that hits it. I'll put a heart on the screen because I want you to know. There you go. There's a heart on for you, babe. On a heart on you, babe. See, every single one of you that hits the like gets the algorithm to push my channel to more and more investors in the marketplace on YouTube. And there's a heart on you, babe. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. And you can see the trollers that are here on my channel taking the like and hitting a down like because, see, they don't want everybody, 600,000 people in 90 days coming to my channel. They're going to hit the negative like button because they don't want 600,000 people coming to my channel in 90 days. Folks, that's 300,000 people being recommended my channel every month. And that's why my viewership and subscription has gone from 1,000 subscribers 3 months ago to 1,600 subscribers today. 1,603 to be exact. And I want you to all be aware of something here. Even though the volume is low on SoFi, my belief is that they're not going to really make an effort to try to drive this down anymore like they did last week, because I think they've realized that that backfires on them big time when they saw those institutions. And but believe me, they're watching, like I just watched and showed you, massive numbers of institutions just buying up shares at those discounted prices. And they realize, God dang, man, we can't do that again. We can't do that. We can't keep doing that. We're going to get decimated if we keep doing that. We'll just have all these shares going over to institutions that don't let go of them. We need to keep them in the retailers' hands. We can't have institutions, 111 institutions coming in one day when we're only averaging 10 and 12 institutions a day. But when they drove it down, man, 111 institutions said, thank you very much, just like Catfish did. See, all this information that I share with you folks helps you get a bigger, clearer picture, doesn't it? Now let's take a look at some of our stocks that we've got on our list and see how they're doing today in comparison. STEM, it's up. NU, it's up. SOUN, it's up. PLTR, it's up. I'm just looking at the 5-day chart there. It's up. Rocket Lab, it's up. Green, 1 day. Not hugely up, but up. Bit Farms, dang straight. Everybody that's on this channel heard some retard come on here about a month and a half ago. And a month and a half ago, when the price was down here, he says, "Why are you buying this stock?" He said, "Bitcoin, just like Mr. Walker came on here, is going to crash." Okay. You're entitled to your opinion. CRSP, you see this up 10% today? You know that Katie came on here and asked me what I thought about this 3 days ago when it was up here, run up here. And I told her, I think you shouldn't buy it right now. I think you should sell it right now because I think they're going to attack it the next day. Well, they did. Boom, all the way down. They ran it way down. And by the way, the actual day that she told me about it was, I think, when it was on this Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday when it was up here. She sold it at 81. She told me. I'm glad she did, because if she did that, it was the very next day she could have bought the dag thing back down at $77, $78. That's what it was that day. But I warned against buying it when it was in that mid-afternoon high, because there was a lot of volume that had come in on it. A lot of volume had come in on it. And I said, dang, here it was right here. I said, don't do it, man. Don't buy it yet. Wait, wait, wait. Wait and see what happens. Sell it now and buy it back cheaper when they run it down, because this was a lot of volume that made it run up this day. And I was right. Error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Huh, I don't know why not. I didn't change anything. I don't have a YouTube channel up here running right now or anything. I got a lot of eyes on a lot of different stocks. Rivian now down freaking 25% because they laid off a bunch of people and they're slashing production outlook. So if you want to take a risk on Rivian when it's oversold, then you can, but I'm not going to touch it because I don't believe in electric cars. I don't believe in that whole BS industry. I'm not going to get myself a car that I can't get power to because the power goes out. If I lived out west, there's no way I'd touch an electric car with these brownouts going on every summer during the middle of the day, turning off the electricity so you can't charge your car. No, thank you. I'll step aside. Now, you guys that are here and saw my thumbnail about the tax refunds, SoFi says that they've resolved that issue for members moving forward. They've already resolved it. They posted this at 10:27 p.m. day before yesterday. So the problem that had occurred, that somebody on X put, oh, this is going to run and this would cause a crash and this is SoFi credibility and all that BS. Said they never do respond to anything when they got problems. They wait. Well, they already resolved it. The same day he posted that article, bam, Anthony Noto said, there you go, solved. Yep. Said that a limited number of members experienced a delay receiving their refund if they opted to pay for their tax services with their anticipated refund. It says right here, we've resolved that issue for members moving forward. So all the doom and gloomer done. Looking at this stock right here today. Wait and buy this tomorrow morning. We're going to be watching NVDY at 9:45 tomorrow morning. I expect to see a pullback of about 5% at 9:45 tomorrow morning, just like what happened with this stock that I just showed you, CRSP. I expect to see the same thing occur. Now it's at $90 a share. Where are you, Katie? Did you do what I said and hold off until the next morning and buy it in the 70s again after you sold it at 81? I hope so. SoFi, 824. Now 825. Folks, this is not good for them to see this thing not down 13. If it's at 14, it'll go to 15. If it's at 15, it's going to go to 16. See, because they wanted to try to hold it at 13. I'm telling you right now, they want to hold this at 824 a share and have it close at 13 today. Well, that's done. Watch the volume start coming in here this afternoon, folks, at 12. So let's go ahead and put in the lunchtime low. What the lunchtime low was today, 824. 10 cents higher than yesterday's lunchtime low. I'll take it. At the end of lunchtime, seeing the price rising as well. So sayonara, 824 lunchtime low, that's gone. I cannot wait until you guys see everything that I tell you that's going to happen on this long-term chart comes true, and you're all like, holy crap, he nailed that, man. Everything he showed us that day on the 22nd of February, he was right about. I hope you'll all be able to say that. 827. Folks, she's starting to run. 17,000,000, 14,000, 18,000, 21,000, 25,000, 17,000,000, 48,000. 59,000. You're talking 20,000 share buys at 826, people. 17,059, 17,059, 653, 704. There's a 51 share buy. 17,000, 61,000, 17,062,000, sorry. 17,063,000. Look at all the little buys coming in there at 826, folks. Retailers just piling in on Sofi at 826. Could have just bought it this morning at 815. 17,066, 17,066, 894, 945. See that? 50 share buys just like Catfish. They're waiting in. 17,067, 17,068, 17,068, 430, 068, 430, 069, 135. 17,069, 135, and it's sitting there. 17,072, 073. That's a 3,000 share dump to make it drop briefly a penny. 17,073, 074. Now we're back up to 826. 17,074, 462. 17,076, a 2,000 share buy. 078, 2,000 buy. Price is rising, folks. 17,089. I like what I see right now. I really, 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 really do. I do. I like it a lot. Let's go over here and look at the chart. I want to see who's buying in here to make it go up. 17,091. There we go. There we go. But let's get to the 1-day chart. That's the long term. 510 people on the channel right now. I'd like to ask you to please hit the like button. Please hit that like button. In the last 90 days, YouTube has referred my channel to over 600,000 people because of you hitting the like button, everybody. 600,000 people on my channel over the last 90 days because of you being referred to my channel because of you all hitting the like button. And you can see the trollers that come in here. They don't like hearing that, so they hit the dislike button because they don't want to hear 600,000 people have been brought to my channel or referred to my channel because of everybody hitting the like button, folks. So now I'm going to get into the 1-day chart. I love it how they're showing on Yahoo that there's supposed to be resistance on SoFi stock at 814. See that? That's the upside resistance. Is supposed to be at 814. And they have a stop loss $1 less than where we are now. Oh, yeah, baby. Let's get on in here tighter on this channel. Look at this. What's happening? There's a nice big buy right there. 138,000 shares at 1253. Price is rising, people. Volume looks good. Some nice big green candlesticks all during lunchtime. Look at that one there. 76,000 shares, 96,000 shares, 70,000 shares, 206,000 shares at 1215. They're snapping up the discount price at lunchtime. 97,000 shares at 1222. Oh, yeah. See, the shorters come over here and they smash the dislike button and then they get on out of here because they don't like what I'm showing them. It scares them. It scares them bad. Oh my God, look at these green candlesticks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 green candlesticks in a row. And look at the attempt to dump right there in between all that of 14,000 shares dump to try to make the price fall. 14,000 when the minute before 138,000 were bought and 2 minutes after 102,000 were bought. And they're going to try to stop it with a 14,000 share dump? I don't think so. Right now, I want to refresh this page. I want to see how much of a delay there is because I like to try to when I'm on here for a long time, there gets to be quite a delay. Sometimes it can be a 5 minute delay even. So I'm going to quickly refresh the screen here and try to see what the delay, if we can eliminate it to where I'm responding to people right almost in real time. Thank you for hitting that like button. I appreciate it. I see a couple people have to come in and hit it. And the most we've had on here at the same time right here so far is 56 members on here today checking it out. We've got 54 likes, so thank you very much. And look at Sofi rising now 827. I told you it was going to go up this afternoon, folks. Look at that beautiful chart right there. Nice, nice, nice. You guys that have been here on this channel with me since this morning when I came on very early this morning before 8 o'clock. And fortunately, they didn't cut me off this morning. 828, folks. And you know that I said to you all this morning, and I told you all yesterday, all of you have seen my sell prices. You've all seen me tell you to sell this stock at 830 and buy it back cheaper. You've all seen me show you that. So many times I've shown you this right here. And twice today you could have done the same thing over. Sold at 830, bought at 815, sold at 830 again, and bought it at 817. There it is. And you guys can follow along with what I did here, just so you can see what I did this morning and understand why I did it, okay, and why I keep doing it over and over and over. This short here, this sheet, easy for me to say. This sheet here shows you that I sold this morning when I had 60,100. I sold yesterday at day before at 848. Then I had 59,600. I bought those up yesterday morning again, and then I was all the way back up to 60,000 because I bought at these numbers here, 814. And then after I went back up to 60,000, I sold at 830 today, 1,000 shares. I was back down to 59,000. And then after that, look at these numbers that I bought back at. 100 there, 100 there, 100 there, 100 at 817, 816, 815, all the way down to 815, buying 100 shares at a time. Then I went all the way back up to 830 again, where I sold another, and then I bought back in after I sold it at 830 again. You guys can see where I bought in the second time. 822, 821, 820, 819, 818. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out this game. And now we look back to it at 827, toggling to 828. Connor Roberts, I think the shorts are starting to realize our fair value is at least a share. I'm sorry, I had to go here. Hello and welcome. Hello and welcome, Connor. We talked about you already today. Hello, welcome, Connor. I think the shorts are starting to realize our fair value is at least 13 a share. I do too. And let's go look at here. SMCI. Hey, Cat, been working. I hear you. I haven't even looked at SMCI. I warned people about that stock though a little bit ago. SMCI. I told you. SMCI stock. Super microcomputer. SMCI stock. There it is. Where is it now? My guess is falling like a rock, but no, it's up 99, 977, 3. Hey, folks, but where was it this morning at 9:45 this morning? Where was it? Well, it was at 8:57 this morning at 9:45, and yesterday it closed at 7:34. Wow. I still warn you people against this going into this. I'm sorry, just don't do it. Just watch it and you can go, man, I wish I would have got in when this thing was a year ago when the price was down here at freaking $110. That's massive freaking growth right there. Man, I just, me, I'd rather just have my 60,000 shares of SoFi for when it makes the same move right there. Okay. It will. It might not hit $977 in our lifetime, but there could be a day in the future that it does when it's in the top 10 banks. Being realistic, though, that's not my expectation, and I would not buy this thing right here with a freaking 50,000-foot pole. No freaking way, people. Don't do it. And those of you that, when it was brought to my attention, I told you, if you want to buy some, buy it, but get in and get out in a day. Don't sit around and hold it for a long time. Well, this is your chance. Get out right now. Take your money if you bought it when I said that and get out now at 979.99, 988. I would sell this thing at 987 right now so fast it would make my head spin. I would definitely sell this at 987 because when it gets to 988, folks, the chances are this thing's going to fall back down to 966 after it hits 988. And you can watch it right now and see if I'm right about it. Watch what happens when this thing hits 988, folks, and watch where you could buy it back afterwards. Here it comes. And if you did buy it, please put your sell order in at 987 for at least a quarter of your shares. And it looks like they may have even wanted to stop it at 977, but had so much momentum behind it, they couldn't stop it at 977, which is a number that I also tell you to sell at. The 77 number, which I say 976 actually. Connor Roberts, they are just such a rally stock. Doesn't make sense to me. Nvidia actually saved the entire NASDAQ and market. Ha ha ha. Well, I told you that they were going to. I told everybody 2 days ago, man, this Nvidia scare is total BS because they're expected to have a revenue increase of 234%. So I told every single person out there, this is BS. So 977, folks, and then right back down to 9666. Watch it if they can do it. And you guys can see on my chart right here, it tells you to sell at 76, just so you can see how this is working on this. Instead of 76, it's 976. But see right here, sell this thing right here. It says at 876 and buy back at 867. Well, if you just sold this SMC or whatever the heck it is at 976, you could have just bought it back at 970. And now you're going to see it go to 988 and they're going to pull it back down to 978 or 979 after it hits 988. And you can already see the price was 985.88. That's the high of the day so far, 985.88. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was 988, but it isn't yet. It will be though. It's going to be 988 here soon, and you're going to see it pull back from there after it hits 988. You'll see. Look at it, the NASDAQ up. God, unbelievable. It's not unbelievable. I told every one of you who are here on the channel with me now, expect the NASDAQ to go up 350 to 400 points tomorrow. I told you the Dow would be up 350, the NASDAQ would be up 350. There they are. NASDAQ up 422 after they used 3 red candlesticks in a row and a bunch of BS excuses as to why everything was falling away. I told you it was all going to go to a record new high. I told you so. Over the last 3 days, February 16th, 17th, and 18th, they were able to manipulate the market down and fall 323 points. Why? So they could make it go to a new high afterwards and make fortunes doing it. That's why. Look at it now, up 423 points, and it's at 16,000 again. The highest it's ever been is 16,080. I told you, folks, don't be surprised at all to see this thing go up over 16,080 today. And if not today, it'll be tomorrow. Look at that, 15,99999, boom, and it's back over 16. 52-week range is the highest it's ever been is 16,080. And man, I absolutely 110% called this move out to every one of you. I called it. I said, this is manipulation, everyone. This is shaking the tree. They're going to run it up to a new high. Just wait until after they've shook it all out. They've shaken it so hard and they've scared everyone out of their shares. And they're all going to be sitting there with their mouths hanging open when they see it hit a new high in the next day or two. Bam! Oh, yeah, folks. Catfish called it. Every one of you on this channel with me now today can confirm that I said this 2 days ago, 3 days ago, and yesterday. I told you it was all manipulation. I I was scrambling here trying to show everybody, man, please look at what their expectations of Nvidia's earnings are. They're expected to reach an earnings increase of 234%. This makes no logical sense for the whole market to be fearful of Nvidia. And I was right. Gosh dang it, as I was right. And I want to tell you something else. When it got to 15, my numbers would apply. Here you could just see this number. I would sell at 998. And then what does my chart say here? If you sell at 898, what does it say you can buy back at? 893 to 891. Well, where's the price now? 893, 892. Here it is. Says right here. Sell at 898, buy back at 893 to 891. Damn. Wow. It works, people. What I'm telling you works. It's like clockwork. The price just hit 16,000. If you'd have sold at 898 or 16, it doesn't matter. If you sold at the price I told you, you could have bought back exactly where I told you it would fall to, 893 to 891, or 993 to 991. And now it goes right back up after it gets to that number. And by the way, I want you all to look now. The next number that I would have on my sheet to sell at would be 1608. 16008. Because when it hits 16008, they'll pull it back to 15997 again. Watch what happens here and see if I'm right that this thing goes to 16008. They almost hit it just now when it got to 16005 and then pulled it all the way back down to that 15. Look at that now, 989. And it's going to 988, folks. There it is. You could have sold it at 15,998 and bought it back at 15,988. And that's the number they'll run it back to almost every time from that 00 number to 88 again. They want to show their capability and dominance and ability to manipulate to numbers they want to achieve. And I show you this. I've been showing you guys on this channel for 9 months now that this is important for you to understand. These numbers that I have on the sheet, they're not just fabricated, made up numbers I just come out of the sky with and just fabricated, just got lucky and put numbers down. This is from my 25 years of trading in the stock market. These numbers have been put in here on this sheet of paper. All right. And then right on up she goes now, 15,990 after it went to 15,988. 15,991 will soon be there, 992, 3, and then it goes back up over 16. Watch what happens when it hits 16,008, everybody. You wait, be patient. Oh, I'm sorry. Get back over here. I'm going to see what's going on here. Bitcoin looks good. Yeah, Bitcoin looks very good. I like it a lot. Yeah, right on up, people. Keep rising. SoFi now at 824, down 13 cents, just like I told you they would try their best to hold it at. Exactly that number. I told you that and why. Again, it breaks away from it against all of their will and desire. The volume extremely, extremely low, so it makes it very easy for them to hold it up 13 cents. But this is what I explained to everybody earlier. Their fears are to drive it below 8 again because institutions, when they do, start coming in. Even when they got the low down here on the 14th to 810 for the low, 111 institutions entered and accumulated more shares of SoFi at 810 a share for the low that day. I know what I'm talking about, folks. If you want to see what I'm talking about, 5 reasons to buy SoFi stock right now. Who's putting that out? Motley Fool. Better buy SoFi Technologies or Bank of America. Well, the institutions would tell you SoFi for sure, including Bank of America, which is buying SoFi stock, which I just showed you this morning. Look right here. I'm gonna put this in for you now. Control F. Bank of America. Look at that. Bank of America. They own 855,200 shares. Bank of America on the 14th. And the funny thing I see here, this is a put. They placed a put when the low that day was $8.11. The high of the day that day was $8.59. But Bank of America goes both ways. Look down here. Bank of America, they bought 1,500 on the call and 984.66 too. There you go, folks. After listening to CEO Noto, we're going to hit 25, 35, 45 in 2 years, maybe before. So you just listened to that interview, and he must have spoken. I'm guessing here, James, that interview that I just put the link up to. And you folks should know this. There's a link I put up here to an interview with Kathy Wood and another individual, somebody with the name Kim. And you can find this interview right here in a link I put up, everybody, right here. Scroll up on the chat. It's a podcast on apple.com. And this is an interview of Anthony Noto by Kathy Wood and another person by the name something Kim, a financier. And folks, during that interview, they must have talked about their desires to get the price of the stock and how much they're going to make when the price is at $25, $35, and $45 a share. So, James Anderson, I've explained that to many people on this channel before, and I've shown them in a very, very good article that is on Google titled SoFi CFO Chris Helps Me Clarify. If you search that on Google, folks, if you search on Google these words right here, SoFi CFO helps me clarify. Click that. There it is, Seeking Alpha article dated January the 10th, 2023. And some of the things he talks about with these shares that have been offered to them is they had to roll them off in expenses. And they did as of the first quarter of 2024. They're all written off. Every one of these performance shares has already been written off by the company. And sadly, even though two of the big executives that once had positions and had some of those shares have left, SoFi doesn't get to write those off on their taxes, even though they've already written them off, taken them off their balance sheet. So they're not going to get those shares. They're just gone. They're just poof, vanish. But folks, I want to click on this one more time. I know a lot of you have seen this several times, but those that are new on the channel, they need to be informed just like you do. And so I'm going to scroll down here and I'm going to show you how much money it means to SoFi's executives to reach these goals that they have. Okay. And they have to hold these prices at $25, $35, and $45 over a small time period. I think it's like 60 or 90 days. They have to have the average price there. But I want you to see, folks, what it means when they hold these prices there for that period of time. Okay. How much money it will mean to them. Okay. And it's a ton of money. All right. That they're going to make. And I'm going to show you right now how much they'll make. And by the way, see here it says the performance share units are broken up into 3 equal buckets that are only awarded if the stock price exceeds a volume weighted 90-day trading average of $25, $35, and $45 on or before June the 1st, 2026. And here's how much they'll make so that you can all understand how much money it means to them right here. Here's their compensation for getting the price of SoFi stock to 25, 35, and 45. Once the price of the stock, which he happens to own $50 million plus worth of SoFi now, Noto, if the price hits $25, not only will he have 4 times as much money, in other words, $200 million, because the $50 million worth of shares he now owns will then go from 50 million to 200 million plus, and he'll get a bonus of $53 million for hitting the $25 price target. When the price of SoFi hits $35, just think how many more $1 million he'll have. You're talking $10 a share times 2.7 million shares he's owning. And folks, he'll get another $75 million if he can get the price to get to 35 by that date. And if he gets the price to 45 by that date, he gets 196 million more, 96 million more. Not to mention the price going from $8 to $45 is almost 6 times. 7 times 8 is 56. So 6 times 8 is 48. Okay. 6 times as much money as he's got now. 50,000 times 6, folks. 50 million times 6, 300 million plus another 96 million and the 75 million and the 53 million. Golly, man, the guy's a half a billionaire by then. He may already even be that. But the total by the time he gets it to $45 a share will be $289 million worth of bonus he gets. You see why he's so heavily incentivized. When banks realize what SoFi can accomplish, does this mean that SoFi is a takeover target? Yes. This has already been mentioned by someone that's on YouTube that goes by the name Uncle Bruce. And it was also mentioned by, believe it or not, this is going to drive you crazy, Chia Pansy. David Chiavrini was on CNBC stating, of all things, that he saw a very high possibility that SoFi might be bought out. Can you believe it? The guy that called SoFi worth $3 a share is touting that it might very well in the next year, when they break into profitability, be bought out by a big entity. Threw out some possibilities that Apple might even do it. Apple might buy up SoFi. And the reason that they might buy that up is because Cohen likes Apple a lot. He's the largest single shareholder of Apple stock, Cohen, and he also is the largest single shareholder, private ownership of GameStop stock, Cohen. And there's a belief that with the $2 billion that Cohen was just given over by the leaders, the people that sit at the decision-making table, that he might be buying SoFi stock right now under the table, coming in on it at market prices. He did that. That's how he acquired all the shares of GameStop. And then one day the news came out that Cohen had come in on GameStop and the price went from $60 to $140 in the next day. And that guy I've been talking to you about, that I'm following his portfolio, Roaring Kitty was his name. His real name is Keith Gill. Suddenly became a millionaire. And then the price went from 120 all the way to 400, and he got $25 million that he accumulated very rapidly. He's no longer on YouTube because he got devastated by what happened when they locked the doors on people buying the stock anymore and said, no more. Robinhood said, you can't buy this anymore. You can sell it. Everybody can sell it, but you can't buy it. And he was very, very hurt by how many people lost money when that happened. And he got off of YouTube then. Interesting to watch, his very next to the last video was on St. Patrick's Day coming around the corner. In his second to last video, what do we think today's big hitter will look like tomorrow? NVIDIA, SMCI, etc. Folks, what you're seeing happen across the market right now with NVIDIA rising, this will all be trickling over across the entire market. It already has. You can see that the NASDAQ is now up 422 points. And you can remember, if you remember back to just 2 days ago, I told everybody why are they saying that the market is crashing because of Nvidia fears and the interest rate fears? Why are they saying that? Everybody already knows they're not going to raise interest rates. And everybody also already knows that Nvidia has an estimated revenue growth of 234% estimated revenue growth on their next earnings. Why is the market crashing? And then I told you, because they're manipulating it down before they buy it all up and it goes to the new high. I told you that. James Anderson, oh my God. Yeah, that's insane, isn't it? Maybe you didn't see that interview. Maybe they didn't discuss that on the interview, but I just showed it to you there. I had a guy on here with me about a month ago when I showed that to him, and he said, "Oh my God, I've owned this stock for 2 years, and I did not know that, Catfish. I've owned this stock for when it was in the $20 range, must have been buying, and he did not know what I just shared with you right there on that Seeking Alpha article." Yeah, please hold. Hang on. I have to hit that because I can't read what it says. Weeping weeping leader. Weeping leader, what do we think today's big hitters will look like tomorrow? Nvidia, SMCI, etc. Well, I don't like to make predictions because obviously I do not hold a crystal ball in my hand, and I have not researched those companies as much as in depth as I have SoFi. So I don't really know, and I don't want to take a venture at it because I know a lot of people who ask me what I think about the future on prices or playing options. Okay. And I have seen people lose tons of money playing options, and I don't like to see them lose money on this channel. So I sway away from telling people what I think. Now, in regards to what could happen, my presumption is that when you have massive run ups like that, you're going to see a pullback. It's just a matter of time. So my thinking is, man, if you've bought this daggum CSMI or whatever it is, if you bought this SMCI and you bought the daggum thing 1 year ago and you bought the thing in down here in the $110 range, you better be selling that shit today. And you can already see where the high was and where it is right now. Folks, you better be selling this thing when this price hits $9.66 today. All right? A word to the wise. You better sell this stock when it hits $9.66. And I wouldn't get greedy. I would sell it at 965. And I already told you to do it right here when it was at 988. I thought it would get to 988. Hit 985.88. And look what it's dropped down to. I told you. First of all, I would have had my sell order in at $9.76 because I know from 977 from the 777 they like to yank it back. And you can all see here on my sheet here it says to sell it at 876 instead of 877 and buy it back at 867. Well, if you sold it at this right here today at $9.76, you could get it even lower than that. You could be buying it right now at 958. Here you go. A quick refresher. Says right here, sell this stock, even though this says 876. In this case, you would have sold it at 976, buy it back at 967 or lower. All right. Then the next number where I would have sold a boatload of the shares of that SMCI would have been 887. They missed that by 2 cents, 1.5 cents, really. 887 and buy it back at 878 or 858 like you're seeing it now. Or I mean 958, I'm sorry. But I damn sure would be I would have definitely sold it there and I would have bought it back at that number that it just hit. And now it's off on another leg up, it looks like. And the time is 1:33 in the afternoon. 1:33. Let's go see what SoFi's doing now at 1:33, surprisingly. Huh. Let's go see what happened 1:33. 13 cents down, folks, just like I told you they were going to try and hold it, and they have all afternoon right here. Look at how long they've held it at the 13 cents. And I told you they would. And I also told you it would be easy for them to manipulate it to there and hold it there, but they're afraid to run this down any further because when they start taking it down to the 810, all of a sudden you got 47 institutions that buy in when it hit 810 the other day on the 14th. All right. There's a reason right here. There's an article 5 reasons to buy SoFi stock right now. This article came out 4 hours ago. It's down 18% this year despite solid performance. The only reason it's down 18% is because this is what the manipulators and hedge funds and market makers have been doing with this stock for the last year. Since May the 1st, I've shown you the price has been driven down to the 8s, back over 10, down to the 7s, back over 10, down to 641, back over 10, down to $4.45 and over 10 within 29 days. That's why it's down that much right now, because they're repeating history over and over and over with this stock all year long. And if you think they're going to get off of this horse they've been riding so well and staying and making so much money and winning, winning, winning with, they're not going to stop riding this horse. They're going to keep riding this horse, people, because it's a winner. That's why. And so easily manipulatable. All right. Especially when the volume is at 18,635. But don't be surprised. Look at the Dow now up to 39,000, 38,999 right now, folks. 38,999, about to hit 39,000. Please hold. Had to send that to one of my guys. He works during the daytime, doesn't keep his eyes on the stocks as much as I do. That's the 5-day chart there, which shows 3 days of major manipulation before they let it take off. And I called it. I love it when I call it so accurately, so deadly accurately, folks, that I can show you exactly the manipulation and how it's done. And I can show you and prove it to you, and you can see it with your own two eyes how manipulated it was. Yes, sir. And I got news for you. At 1:38 in the afternoon, if you think they're going to hold this price at 824 for SoFi, you would be highly mistaken, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I do not think so. I think it's going to start cutting loose here very, very quickly soon. And I think they're going to start in at 140 to 145. That's what I think. I could be wrong, but we're all going to see it together. And I've got 35 people on the channel with me right now, and I'm under the assumption that it's going to start growing very quickly because this thing's going to take off. Now, don't take my word for it. Don't buy 10,000 shares right now because I said that. But I want you to be aware of what I'm saying. The reason that I feel it in my gut is because they know that they are venturing with fire if they drive the price down any lower. They already witnessed how many people bought it all up at 8.15. And then 2 days ago, when they had the price down to $8.10, they saw 111 institutions add to their positions at $8.11. They cannot take that kind of chance again to drive the price down and see 111 institutions start snapping up the shares that they drove it down to. They got themselves in a big conundrum here, people. I'm telling you. They got their backs against the wall. They are in a major, major short squeeze position here. They shorted it when last week when they got it down here just a little bit ago. They shorted it down here, folks. They shorted it at 811. I guarantee you that they shorted it here too. I guarantee you they shorted it at $7.88 to make the price fall all the way back to 752. And folks, there were some that were stupid enough to short it at 752 as well because they thought they could keep making it fall. And every one of those are still holding their positions and they're borrowing shares today to try to hold this back with at 13 cents up. They're borrowing, borrowing, borrowing. I guarantee you. Hang on, everybody. We got a wild ride coming. Got a wild ride coming our way. 18 million, 811, 9, 812 now. 18 million, 812, 602. 18 million, 812, 607. You see that a 5 share buy as the price is rising. 18 million, 814, 777, 816. 18 million, 816, 760, 762, a 2 share buy. 18 million, 816, 885. 8 million, 18, 817, 820. That's a 3,000 share dump. 18 million, 821, 18 million, 822, 18 million, 823. Got to try to somehow hold this thing back, people, but don't bring it down anymore because everyone starts buying it. They got themselves in a major, major problem here, folks. I'm telling you, they do. It's going to spring to the upside. 18 million, 837, 875, a 40,000 share buy at 826. 18 million, 897, 18 million, 904, 905, 906. Prices at 825 again. 18 million, 905, 18 million, 908, 18 million, 908, 572. 18 million, 908, 574. 2 share buys, folks. 18 million, 910, 048. 18 million, 912. Prices rising. 18 million, 913. 18 million, 913, 135, 136. 1 share bought at 825, folks. 18 million, 923. And it's going to start coming in, folks. This volume is going to increase. 18,923,645, 760, 960, 200 share buys. Happy to buy it at 825 when they could have bought it at 815 this morning. 18,923, 924, 18,924, 280. And rising, 924, 350, a 70 share buy, a 23 share buy. 18,924, 373, 18,924, 301, 925, 927, 928, 18,929. And I'm calling this out, folks, because I want to watch very closely, because I think as this thing gets up to 829 or so, we're going to see the volume decrease, because they start loading in these big wall of orders at 829. But as soon as it gets up to 828, they'll start removing their share orders that they have this false wall at. That's why I'm calling out these numbers, because I expect the price to get to 829 very soon. In fact, within the hour. Looking at the Dow now at 1339,026, up 413 points. God, I absolutely called it, folks. 100% called it. The NASDAQ up now, and it's about to break a new all-time record. We are now, folks, 39 cents or 49 cents away from the all-time high, and I absolutely called this. Every one of you know it. The highest it's ever been is 16,080. And who freaking called this 3 days ago, 2 days ago, yesterday, and now? I did. Dang. 16,020. We are 60 points away from the highest the NASDAQ has ever been, after an absolute butchering of the market by headhunters and manipulators and market makers, screaming sell, sell, sell to everybody. The fear of NVIDIA and the fear of the interest rates. Sell, 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 Mortimer. Freaking 2 days later, the price is breaking an all-time high. God. And it should be illegal, people. It really should be. It should be absolutely illegal for Yahoo to dissuade people and to talk about false information, talk about disinformation. Yahoo trying to explain to everybody the reason the market was down 350 and 200 the day before and 140 the day before, all because of everyone's fears of the interest rates and fear of Nvidia's earnings report. Fear, all the fear that Yahoo themselves help perpetuate and create themselves. James Anderson says, I did. He was here with me, heard me calling it out, yelling at everybody. Don't fall for this. It's manipulation, 100% manipulation. Buy more, buy more, buy, 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 buy. You might want to take a look right now at the NASDAQ chart, what just happened. Look at that right there, folks. Holy smokes. Look at that right there. Wow. Just hang on, everybody. You hold on tight. Oh, man. Gotta get down here. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Deception. The outright manipulation of the market. I wish I could see these damn candlesticks down here at the bottom, but this one was so big that it makes the other ones just disappear. I can't even see the dang things. Look at that, folks. I'll just go over this with you. At 1:20 p.m., the Nasdaq saw 6.2 million. At 1:21, it saw 8.87. At 1:22, it saw 5.54 million. At 8:23, 1:23, it saw 5.6 million. At 1:24, it saw 6.42 million. At 1:25, it saw 6.76 million. At 1:26, it saw 6.74 million. At 1:27, it saw 6.91 million. At 1:28, it saw 7.06 million. At 1:29, it saw 6.38 million. At 1:30, it saw 6.65 million. At 1:31, it saw 16. I can't even see what that is. At 1:32, it saw 3.11 billion, folks. Is that Warren Buffett right there? Is that Jeff Bezos? Is that Bill Gates? Who the hell just bought 3.11 billion shares in the NASDAQ at 132 today? God. Wow. Wake up and smell the coffee, people. Wake up to the realization that what Catfish told you was happening over the last 3 days was exactly what was happening. And the new NASDAQ high is about to be achieved today, most likely, after that manipulation and scaring everybody out, with a lot of help from Yahoo trying to fabricate a reason why. Jeez. And I've already told every one of you, as the NASDAQ does, so will SoFi. Now, I know SoFi is not a member of the NASDAQ, but I've already shown you guys many, 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 many times over that the NASDAQ is a predecessor to SoFi's movement. I've shown you that. Good God, look at that. Look at that beautiful freaking sideways action. And then wham, somebody said, the hell with this. 3.11 billion at 132, folks. That's the turn. That's the turn time right there, 132, and it's really 133. Geez, oh Pete's, look at the Dow now up over 402, the NASDAQ up 442, the Russell up, I mean, golly. See, and also the NASDAQ is now catching up with the Dow and the S&P move that came green yesterday afternoon. I told you the Dow and the S&P would be the faster mover, but the NASDAQ would follow suit, and there it is. The retailers took a look at what the S&P and the Dow was doing and said, dang, we got to follow suit. And look at it now, up 16,021. My God. Well, all I can say to you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and everyone listening to this channel right now, I'm glad I was right. And, there'd be a lot of people that said, well, that Catfish, he just got lucky, the NVIDIA could have dropped and it could have been, missed the street. Right. Yeah, sure could have. It could have. You're right. It could have, but I didn't think so. I thought exactly what I told you would happen would happen. They were going to announce that they beat the street and that they did do over 234% increase in revenue. And they did both of those things. And I told you that the market would recover very nicely and probably hit a new high by Friday. And it looks very, 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 very much like that. That's about what's about to happen. 583 people on the channel today right now. I want to thank you for being here. I'm very, very grateful for your being here and watching the NASDAQ as it approaches the highest price it's ever been the day after a 3-day rundown to the lowest it's dropped that it's had in months, maybe years. God. I did the look at the highs and lows on each day on February 16th, 17th, and 18th. And on the 16th, they dropped the Nasdaq. They dropped it 130 points. On the 17th, they dropped it 144 points. And on the 18th, they dropped it 49 points for a total of 323-point drop. And now it's up 440. All of those losses gone on the NASDAQ, and now aiming for a new higher high, just like I predicted it would. I know I might sound a little bit redundant and I might be repeating myself, but I don't give a damn. I want everybody that's here that comes new onto my channel to hear that what I told them all that were here days ago was right, that it was 100% manipulation. And now I want you all to take a look at the Russell 1000 index that we are in. Okay? The Russell 1000 is what the index that we are in. And the Russell 1000 index that SoFi is in is up today 1.92%. 1.92%. How does that compare to the Nasdaq? Very close, 2.85. Let's see how it compares to the S&P 500, 1.97. The Dow up 1% today. The Nasdaq up 2.86%. And the Russell 2000 index is only up 0.87. But the index that SoFi is in is up almost 2%. Just so you're aware of that. And this time frame here at 154, folks, I think they're going to start coming in. I think we're going to see this cup, handle, drop, pop formation right now on the SoFi chart. Cup, handle, drop, and pop. Chart is not available. Oh, it's available, all right. And there it is. The cup, the handle, the drop, and here comes the pop. There it is, exactly as I predicted it. There it is, right there. The cup, the handle, the drop. And look at that big dump right there at 1:54 p.m. See, that's the drop. The drop, by the way, that every one of you should expect because I keep showing you this is the pattern. The cup, right there's the cup. There is the handle. There is the drop where they dumped just now 225,000 shares at 153 for a shakeout. The final, there we go. Hurrah. We did it. We dumped $1.6 million worth of the stock out onto the floor to try to make everybody be afraid. But they're not, because here comes the pop right now on the heels of it. You can see that green candlestick right there. Because cup and handle, folks, people know the drop and the pop. Funny how you could, it's so predictable, isn't it? Just like the entire market is predictable, and I call that. Look at that, folks. We are now 50 points away. Actually, we are 32 points away from an all-time high of the NASDAQ stock market. What an amazing thing to see happen, which to me is not amazing all, but completely understood and completely predicted. Doom and gloom, sky is falling, market down 300 points in 3 days, and bam, 440%, 447-point gain in one effing day. 447, 448.26 up. 448.88, and watch and see what happens there. There's 448.77. Let's see if they pull back off that number. No, 449 up now. There we are, folks. You see how close we are now to the all-time high of the NASDAQ, which was 16,080. We're 50 points away, folks, from an all-time high. And look at that number, 447.66. As they try to pull it back a little. 447.66. 446.66. Come on, show me the 666 now. 446.66. Show it to us all. No, 447.13 though. Ooh. Back on up it goes, folks. They can't even stop it there. 448, folks. Expect a 448.88 right now. Watch and see it happen. Watch. 448.38. Here it comes. 50 cents more, and it's there. 448.88. There we are. We're almost there. And expect a pullback off the 448.88 right here. Right there. Bam! It went right over it. Yes! Man, if they can't hold it there at the 44888, folks, she could easily go to the new high. Now 450 up. Your biggest indicator, folks, of a real run was when you saw that 3 billion share buy there, that huge white mark on the daily average screen right there, that one right there, that happened at 132 today. Coincidentally, at 133, 133, folks. I've told you about that 33 number. The time especially, 33. Now the NASDAQ up 450 again and rising. And it's only right now, folks, we are 49 points away from an all-time high on the NASDAQ. And I absolutely called this. Expect SoFi to follow suit with the NASDAQ, folks. These daggum shorters, they're in big trouble when you see this NASDAQ going for an all-time high and SoFi sitting here as they try to fight it back. Because this is a cup, a handle, a drop, and a pop. And the pop is coming, people. I guarantee it's coming. 448.88, trying to hold it there. Not going to do it again. They tried. 450 again. There it goes for the third time, crossing over 450. Third time's the charm, people. Come on, get on by it and say goodbye for it forever. Go on over. There it goes. 16,031, 16,032 will be next, folks. This thing is going to go to the new record high today. We still have 2 hours of trading left, and you got people coming in buying 3 billion shares right there. 3 billion at 133 today. 450 has been annihilated, and there it goes on up. 451 now, 452, 453. Look at that 451.13 number. What a joke. What a freaking joke. These manipulating sons of 450.66 trying for there now. 451.38. We're going higher, people. 453. Now rising $2 at a time. Watch SoFi. I'm telling you, what happens here will happen there. 453.66. 452.33. 453.66. Oh, yeah. Look at her go, folks. Look at her ride. Look at her ride. If you want to ride, come ride the SoFi horse. Oh, yeah. It's going to go up, folks. There's going to be a rise. You're going to see it. You're going to see the volume start coming in, just like you saw 3 billion just buy there at 133. You're going to see shorty start to scramble big time and throw out large chunks because they have to stop this run up. Beautiful. 455 now. Here we go, people. Miss you, Tyler. Sean Shaw, been busy adding more SoFi. Yeah. Sean Shaw, I want you to know I've been proclaiming to everyone over the last 3 days that was happening across the entire market was nothing short of 100% manipulation. I told everyone day before yesterday. I told them 2 days ago, yesterday, and this morning. Don't be surprised, I said, to see a major rebound in the market. I told them that the bullshit they were feeding everybody yesterday about everyone's fears of NVIDIA was absolute 100% nonsense. And I said to every single one of those people on my channel the last 3 days, wait till you see the NASDAQ break a new record before Friday. And here we are on Thursday, about to go to an all-time high. As a matter of fact, right now, we are only 42 points away from the NASDAQ reaching an all-time high, and now we're 39 points away from it. And I told everybody that. Sean Shaw, folks, is a huge fish. Sean, take a look at this. Sean, there's a really interesting podcast. Someone noted, Russell Cade came up with this. Really interesting podcast on Apple called FYI with Kathy Wood and another guy interviewing Anthony Noto. And Sean, if you'll scroll up the screen, you'll see that I put a link to it right there underneath James Anderson's comment. Thanks, Kat. You're the man. Look right there and click on that and go to the apple.com podcast and listen to the interview that was performed a couple days ago. Missed you too, Sean. Now, I want you all to understand very, very clearly that just because I presumed what was happening over the last 3 days when the market was driven down on the 16th, 130 points, on the 17th, 144 points, and on the 18th, 49 points. I presumed it because I saw a pattern, Sean. I saw a pattern, Sean, and I'm going to show it to you now. And maybe you can enjoy this, Sean. Okay. I'm looking at the NASDAQ right now, and I'm going to come in here on this 1 month chart. And actually, I'm going to go to the 3 month chart, and I'm going to show you right now, Sean, so you can see the pattern that I observed. And this is it. If you go all the way back here to December, you can see something very interesting that started happening, and a pattern was forming that was very, very clear to see to me. Okay. And I could be wrong, but I saw this pattern and I wanted to bring it to every single person's attention what I was seeing on this pattern. And here it is right here. Golly, look at them. Refresh the screen, refresh the screen, refresh the screen every freaking 30 seconds now when it's supposed to refresh about every 20 minutes. Jeez, oh Pete's, man. All right, here we go. Stupid thing. Here's the pattern that I saw. I saw Sofi right here develop this pattern. 1 day green, 2 days green, 3 days green, 4, 5 days green, and then back to back reds. Bam, bam. And that made the price fall from 14,970 all the way down here to 14,855, 120 point drop on Bam Bam Day. Then what did I see after that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7 out of 8 days green as the price rose up and up and up and up and up. 7 out of 8 days green. And then what happened? Bam, bam. 6 days, bam, bam. 7 out of 8, bam, bam. Then I saw here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 8 days green. Again, price rising, 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 right on up. 7 out of 8 days green again. And then bam, bam. Huh. 6 out of 6 days green, and bam, bam. 6 out of 7 days green, bam, bam. 7 out of 8 days green, bam, bam. 2 more days green, up, on up it goes, on up it goes, and then bam, bam, and triple bam. Third time's the charm, people. Done. Over. And look at the green now. New all-time high is about to be reached right now. That's what I saw, Sean. That's what I saw. So it wasn't just a mysterious guess for me what was going on, and I wasn't just lucky to figure it out. I studied the history because I'm a history major. I'm a major history player. And I look now and I see the Russell they're trying to show you only up 9.4, but we're not in the Russell 2000. We're in the Russell 1000 index. And here's what the Russell 1000 is up today. And I've already shown people this is the index that most of the money in the Russell 3000 is in. In fact, 93% of the total market cap of that index is in the Russell 1000. And it is up today 1.92%. Neck and neck with the Dow and huh. We got some other stocks to show you today, Russell. Sean, take a look at some of these stocks here today. One of them is called CRSP that was brought to our attention by Katie Wentworth, who's been a new member that's been here as of the last week talking to us about good runners. There's one of them right there. I want to show you this one here. GCT. Look at what happened here on this stock when it hit this high, and then on no news at all, it fell from 35.99 all the way down to 25.16 on massive manipulation because they could see what was going on with the 1 month chart, and this thing was exploding, and they freaking wanted in, and so they manipulated it down in one day 20%. And I said, buy this thing, everybody. Come on. Look at it now. Boom, right back up. Manipulation, folks. It doesn't happen in the marketplace. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. God. Somebody even said down here that there was an article that said is that this thing had fallen with no news. And I went, yep, no news at all. They just want in. The manipulators want in. Here it says, shares in GigaCloud technology crashed Tuesday amid no apparent news. No news at all. That's not a crash call. That's what's called manipulation, everybody, to get in because these hedge funds, they knew they had missed their opportunity. They knew that they had lost out on an opportunity, and they all worked together to drive it down on shorted positions, probably they had here at this price range, and they drove it down and they went long, and now it's up 26% in one effing day. Here's another one for you. GTE, I told you about this stock. See where the price was back here at $2, $1.90. I told you about this stock. Told you it was time to buy it. You can look at the 1 month chart. Boom. I told you right here when I saw it on Roaring Kitty's portfolio. Some people, Sean, had told me about the movie Dumb Money and told me to watch it. It was about the guy that made GME stock single-handedly himself with his broadcast on YouTube and on Reddit as Deep Effing Value was his username on Reddit, and he was Roaring Kitty on YouTube. And they told me to watch that movie, and I did watch that movie. And afterward, I was so intrigued, I went to his YouTube channel and I started looking at his past uploads, and he was talking about all these other stocks. And I wrote down the whole list of them, and this was one of them, GTE. And he owned it the stock when it was way down, and he's done very well on this stock as well. Okay, if you look at the max chart, you can see where it was. I guess he had it at $1.90 and now it's at 566. This would have been the same time that he was buying it, that he was buying GameStop in 2020 and 2021. And I got some other ones. Take a look at this one. NVDY. Yeesh. NVDY. LYFT. Hammered down today, driven down so they could get in on it too. Look at the 5-day chart, just the same way as the NASDAQ to drive it down. I'd say pick up some LYFT right now. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Meanwhile, we go back to SoFi. We find it at 822. We see the volume that they're trying to use on it on the 1-day chart. And what they're trying to do, in case you didn't realize this, is they're trying to keep from driving it down too low, Sean, because let me show you what I discovered about the other day when they drove the price down on the 13th and the 14th on SoFi. I'm going to show you what happened, Sean. This is what happened when they drove SoFi's price down on the 13th and on the 14th. All right. First of all, I went all the way back here to show people on February the 5th. On February the 5th, I showed people on the 5th that SoFi only had 12 institutions come on the 5th. On 2/5, they only had 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. On February 5th, there's where it ended at Castleview. The next day, February 6th, they didn't have 12, they had 18 come in. The next day, February 7th, they had another 18 come in on February 7th. The next day, February 8th, they had 25 institutions come in on February the 8th. On February the 9th, they had 32 institutions come in February the 9th. And on February the 12th, they had 19 institutions come in. But on the 13th, when they drove our price down, the SoFi price was driven down on the 13th, which I'm going to show you right now on this chart right here, if you'll give me a second. I love how they just keep refreshing the page over and over and over on me now. They just want to keep refreshing the damn page over and over. Don't want me to be able to show you this information, but I'm going to show it to you. Believe you me, each and every one of you, I'm going to show you. Sons of guns. Come on, man. There we go. I want to show you the day that they did this on historical data. Look where the price was on February the 13th. Here we are, February 13th. They drove it down from 850 to 778. But see the volume, 62 million shares? Because they drove it down to become too much of an attraction. They got too many eyes on it. And institutions on the 13th, when the day before institutions on the 12th was only 19 shares, on the 13th, institutions came in the number and added 47 institutions added on the 13th. Look here. Oppenheimer was one of them. All these banks coming in. Toronto Dominion Bank. Look at all these banks coming here. And I mean, 47 institutions came in when they drove the price down below $8 and got it to that 770 range. And everybody was buying it. 47 institutions. And the scariest part for these shorts of all was the next day, the price didn't get to a low of 778. The price only hit a low of 810. And on that day, freaking 101 institutions increased positions in this stock. I will. So on the day that they drove the stock down to 778 and the volume was a massive 62 million, on that day, 47 institutions came in. And the very next day on the 14th, folks, on the 14th, 111 institutions piled in when they drove that price down to 810. Amazing, because the price was 30 cents lower, 32 cents lower the day before when 47 institutions bought, and then 111 institutions came in when the low was 32 cents higher. Huh. How do you like that? I like it. Meanwhile, let's go over here and look at APLD, says Sean Shaw. APLD. Well, I got a lot of stocks up here on the screen. APLD. Did you see what happened to SCMI, Sean? Okay, I see it. Don't see a lot of big volume change on it. I'm going to look at the 6-month chart. Wow, 7 something, 822, and in 3 weeks all the way down here. Why? What's happened? What followed? Applied Digital joins AI Alliance to collaborate with industry leaders 10 days ago. Well, price 10 days ago was at 540. Now it's at 437. Ugh. I don't like it, man. It looks like a falling knife to me. I'll stay away from it. I'll keep it on the radar, but I'm not going to buy that there. I don't buy falling knives. I buy at the bottom, but I don't buy falling. Okay. That's just falling. 5-day chart on it. Ugh. God. Disgusting. Next. Check this out. I'm sorry. Have a look at this one, my friend. Hey, we got Wifey Poo calling in. Welcome to the dank tank, beautiful. Oh, yeah, we have 3 bottles of it. I already know that.
You sure?
I'm 1,000% sure. 100,000% sure.
Okay, because if you're not sure and you're not right, then you don't get any Thousand Island.
I am as sure about having Thousand Island dressing in our cabinet and in our fridge as I am about the manipulation of the stock market over the last 3 days. And guess what, honey? The Dow is now up 484 points today, and the Nasdaq is up 463 points today, about to break an all-time high.
Okay, so where does that put SoFi?
That puts SoFi on the green today at 823 a share and rising.
So everybody's paying you?
Nobody's paid me a dime yet today. They must not care about commercials, so I'm going to start adding commercials again tomorrow if they don't put in some money today.
Okay.
I've been advertising free, and folks, we've still got an hour and 40 minutes on this day to trade. And if somebody doesn't throw any money out there to cover my advertisements being removed, then they'll be put back on, and I'll put them back on tomorrow.
Well, but you know what? I just think that everyone should be paying you for your expertise and your funniness and your keeping them entertained all day long.
Well, it's not easy to get money out of people when the tree is getting picked clean, but when it starts to gain, yeah, I think they could, and I think they will. And I appreciate you throwing that out there for people to understand. And those of you that don't pay me any money directly by buying little stickers or whatever, I want you to see about at least coming over to my music channel and subscribe on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play, Tyler Self, SELPH. And please just stream my music during the daytime while you're listening to me chittily chat. If you'll just stream my music every day, I'll make money that way, and you don't have to buy me stickers then. Just stream my music, and when it stops playing the playlist, hit it again. And you don't have to listen to the volume turned up. I don't care if you turn it down. Just stream it, stream it, stream it, and I'll make money that way. That'll make up for my losses on not advertising, folks.
If everybody else will do that right now, I'm going to get in my car and I'm going to stream it.
There you go. See, my wife's going to jump in and she's going to start streaming my music right now. And you can stream side by side with Cheryl Marie.
Actually, I might do one up on that. Just a minute.
You can stream it at work. Just go on there and start playing it all day, every day, people at work, wherever you are. Tyler Self. Look me up. Amazon, Google Play. Every one of them, folks. I'm already being played in Kenya right now by Big Booty Keisha. All right. I'm played every day in the bar by Big Booty Keisha. They love my music in Kenya. I'm going to go there and put on a concert one day at Big Booty's bar. the triple B bar, right? Big booty Keisha bar. Come on down, the big booties. Get yourself a tutti frutti.
Yeah. Okay, so where are these stickers? I'm on your channel. Where are these stickers?
Look down at the bottom where the chat is. Down below the chat, you'll see a smiley face, a dollar bill, and a plus sign.
I see a smiley face.
Next to that, you'll see a dollar bill and you'll see a plus sign. That is if you've already set up your account. If you don't have it, you have to go to Cash App, but you should see this right here. Let me show you what you should see. Hold on, Petey. Hold on. Hold on.
That one starts like at $10. It goes up to, wow. That one goes up to 500. If I wanted my chat to stand out.
No, yeah, you could do 500, but you can start a lot smaller than that. You should be seeing something that looks like this right here. And I'm going to click boom there. And if you click on that dollar bill, there's going to give you two options. One says super sticker and one says super chat. Click on the dollar bill that I just sent you a picture on your phone of. That's right on the right bottom corner of that picture, the dollar bill. And then you can click super sticker or super chat. And if you just click super sticker, then you'll be able to put in, yes, I have listened to your music, Shaw says. I had SMCI at 290, sold it at 350 before it mooned. Are you seeing it, honey?
I'm doing my own thing. Just hold on.
Okay, you just do your thing, girl. Everybody who's here with me right now, I appreciate you spending a little time with me. I appreciate it very much. And I got all kinds of crazy music online that you can get some laughs out of. I guarantee you'll get a laugh or two out of some of the songs that I have on there. And you might even get a tear in your eye on some of them. It might touch you in a certain way. And look at this now, the NASDAQ 1656. We are now 24 points away from an all-time high that I called. You guys hold on a second. It's so hot in here.
Can you see it?
I just left the screen for a minute. Hold on. I just stepped away. Oh, look at that. And a way to get some free advertisement, honey.
Yeah.
Look at that. There she is. Facials and more med spa. Cha-ching. You guys, you see how easy that is to do? And she just helped us out. And folks, look at the NASDAQ now going for the all-time high.
$20.
I see it, baby. I'm going to use that. I'll spend it on you, baby.
So all of these things have like little faces.
Yes, you can put up whatever sticker you like. You can put up anything you like. You
But it costs these stickers how much?
They can start at $2, $4. I think they start.
I'm clicking on them and they're not doing anything.
There aren't? You gotta be, I don't know, just click on it and wait. Maybe it takes a little bit of time.
So then I put in, okay, I see what it
is. There you go. Super stickers.
But it didn't like say an amount there.
God dog it, man. I walked in there to turn the air conditioning down and the heat down, and the dang dog woke up and came in now. He's whining and doing all his bull crap. There you go. I see.
Let him out.
DB, hello everyone. Catfish, please let your wife know I've sent a donation a few times, enough for a cup of coffee.
And I know that there's been people that have.
Facials and more med spa owner Cheryl Self. I see you right there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And you hear the dog now barking at me, honey. God dog it, man. Why didn't you stay asleep in there?
And without paying you anything, I don't know how that works. So I like the way I did it.
All right, hold on a second here, folks. Just hold on a second here. I gotta put you on hold a minute. I gotta let that stupid dog out.
Maybe
Yes, I'm going to let the dog out right now. I'll be back. Who let the dog out? Cat, 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 cat. All right, dog, come on. Let's go outside. Jeez. Barking at me and growling and whining and pissing. We're going outside. We're not going there in the food department. Come on. No way you're getting food this early. Forget about it. everybody. I'm out of here. All right. Welcome back, Russell Cade. Thank you very, very much. He welcomes me back to the tank with a donation. Russell, thank you very much. King Cat, facials and more med spa, $20 donation today. DB chimes in. Hello, everyone. Catfish, please let your wife know I've sent donations a few times, enough for a cup of coffee. She's given more than that. Facials and more. Jenna Jameson, Detroit. I need a facial too. Hey, Sweetie Petey, do you see that? Are you still there? Hello? Call Sweetie Petey. Hold on, folks. We got to get Sweetie Petey on the line. Calling in right now. This is a hot mama, I'm telling you.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi.
We got somebody on the line here with us that wants to get a facial. Gina Jameson of Detroit.
It's Jenna.
Jenna.
And I already wrote her back. Your little feed thing. I said, Jenna, come get a facial.
There's Big Booty Keisha. Look at that big booty in that tank. Facials and more med spa owner. I am sending you $20. I hope all that will get educated and find this informative would follow a suit. There you go. Follow suit, everybody. Got my wife in here actually donating.
I said, I hope this, if you find this educational and informative, that you would follow suit.
Yes, I hope all those that get educated and find this informative would follow suit. I appreciate that. And my folks, this woman right here has given more to me than 1,000 times of what I could have ever received. But every one of you, just so you know, she's given again. She's just donated $20 to try to prime the pump, if you will. It's like a tip when a guy's sitting as a bartender and he's serving all these people and he's just there getting hourly wage and he puts a little tip jar out there for people. Folks, she just primed the tip jar is what she's basically doing. And anybody who's in the bar business knows you don't just put a jar out there. If you're in the music business, you don't just set a hat out there. You set money in the hat to give the people the understanding, hey, look, others donate, you can donate too. So she just put money into the hat. And we also have others that did the same thing. And we see that. I want to thank you very much for me coming back and seeing those donations on the screen. And you won't just be giving me money, you get your name thrown into the King Cat tank. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that right now. Everybody, we're going to the King Cat tank. And looking at the NASDAQ as it approaches the new record high, just like I said it would. And we're going to go to the cat tank right now. And we're going to add in here not just Danny Dimes 10, who's always, and is one of our moderators on this channel, but we're also going to we're going to actually take him out at this point. We'll leave DB in there and we're going to add, and we're going to put you right in now, Russell Cade. Oh, yeah. And by the way, yes, and DB just chipped in another 5. Thank you.
Everyone that is donating, thank you so much, because it breaks my heart to see my husband sitting there all day and feeding and giving you guys his all and then not getting anything in return. So,
but funny, honey, they give me a lot in return. They give me.
Well, I understand that, but Ty, your time is worth me just like anybody's, and so I'm just saying I appreciate anyone that donates.
I hear you, baby. Well, I'm talking right now to Big Booty Keisha from Kenya, and he says I would donate, but I'm down 20,000 from buying 10x at $20. Tyler is not a financial advisor, and this is.
And he tells you that all the time.
But Big Booty, I advised everyone on this channel to sell that number, not buy that number. And the only thing that I can presume that could have happened for him to get the miscommunication from me that morning in the pre-market and in the early market was because he might have jumped in onto the channel right when I was saying, there it is, $22, put it in, and bam, and I got it, $22, I got it, 22.30, and he might have thought I was buying it there when I said, I got it. But what I got was my profits because I had bought it in the $4 range and I was selling it at 20 something. And by the way, I guess Big Booty just happened to come in on a moment in time when he didn't understand that my orders that I put in was to sell it, and he thought it was to buy. I guess I don't know how that could happen.
Well, and anybody should ask, like, hi, is this to buy or is this to sell if he wasn't sure. Anyway,
Yeah.
So even if they'll, like you said, stream your music, that would help. So maybe Big Booty Kusha or
Keisha.
however you should stream your music since he's
There you go. Big Booty does stream my music, honey. He's the bar. He's the one that has it going in the bar all the time. So he's giving to me that way. And other people give to me that way as well. And I'm very grateful for you. And number one, I think it's reciprocating actually, because I think you'll like the music that I've created, folks. It's as simple as that. I wouldn't tell you to give it a listen, but I think you'd like some of my songs. And
So our dog just went outside, or at least our son's dog just went outside?
yes, and he got a little half of a bone.
Okay.
Big Booty's.
Right, well, I'm running to Okemos to do a couple errands, and then I'll be home. I'm done with my day. And Jenna, come get a facial.
All right, there you go, Jenna. Come on over, get yourself a facial. She's the best in the business, folks. You can't beat the service she offers and the attitude, the joy in her smile and her life. And she's just like me. We're magnetic, charismatic people that you just want to kind of hang around and get some energy off of. And well, don't do that, honey. You can't concentrate too much on the feed. We gotta keep people. Oh, and I got my this. I gotta get rid of this. Okay, so I changed it to DB and Russell Cade, and we're gonna click OK, and we'll also put facials and more med spa in there too.
Well, thank you, everyone, and we'll talk to you later.
Okay,
I'll see you later.
Bye bye. Beautiful.
Bye.
So it says King Cat, DB, and Russell, facials and more, all saying Catfish will be right back. DB, Russell, Cade, facials and more med spa. Say Catfish will be back in 5 minutes. Bam. There they go. We got everybody in there now in the tank, and their names are added. And thank you for your contributions today, every one of you. And that's very, very grateful for you to chip in some and help us out even on a daily basis. It makes a difference. It does over time. And now for all of those that are still here, DB just made a few dollars yesterday with Nvidia. This is also for Big Booty K. Big Booty says he could use a donation to buy himself a wooden casket when Keisha finds out. Shh, don't tell her. Shh. Quiet. You just tell her you've invested in their future, okay? They'll understand that. Women they can see into the future. They trust more. All right, let's get rid of the screen here. Let's get back to the main page. I want to thank each and every one of you who hears on the channel with me today, and those that are entertained by what I'm saying and my music that I come up with every once in a while. Which, geez, we need to maybe break out the music to start making this SoFi stock start running, right? What do you say, everybody? Let's maybe get a song going or something. Can't hurt anything right now, that's for sure. But SoFi should be rising. Let me see where it is now. 819. Are you kidding me? Oh, well, bring it right on down and I'll buy the damn thing again. I guarantee you that. I already sold this dang thing at a much higher price this morning. Y'all all know that. And I'm ready to come in again right now if they want to try to show their muscle. I'd love to see them flex their muscle right now. Matter of fact, you guys wouldn't believe how bad I'd like to see them try to flex their muscle right now on me after the money that I just made off of some nice sales on that TENX, and I owe that to Mr. Monsters. I want to thank you again, Mr. Monsters. Yeah, pretty frustrating today. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what's frustrating. You're not shorting the stock from $5 and 6 and 7 and 8. You're not shorting it there. There are many, many that are. Okay, that's what you need to understand, everybody. There's a lot of shorts, and they've doubled down. There were 80 something million, now 152 million folks shorting. They're going up against a monster here because once this thing shows profitability again, we'll see them drive it down again to 8, 10. And what will happen? 47 institutions come in and buy more positions in the stock. That's what happens. They'll find out for themselves if they take it there. That's what I believe. 2 days ago, if they piled in 47, or 3 days ago, 47 institutions came in when they drove it down to 810, then why wouldn't they do that again? Why wouldn't more institutions be coming in now? It's danger zone for them, folks. They're in danger zone, I'm telling you. Just bought more at 818. What the heck happened to RBT? Oh, God, I don't know. We made some money off of it before. I know that. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Bad time, RBT, the blues. What the heck happened to RBT? Goodness gracious, where did it fall to? Go to the summary page. It got slaughtered. Looking at the 6-month chart right now. RBT. Well, hopefully you had some stop losses in on that. 20% is what I would recommend if you don't know about that number, which I always try to make about, well, when I sell in very large chunks, I like to make about 30%. I'll settle with 30% any day of the week. I don't like to get too greedy. I've had some very nice runs that went way, way higher than that in percentage, obviously, in the past, but RBT right now would not be touched by me at all because the only way that they might get into the Nasdaq if they don't keep above $1 is that they'll have to do a share split, and I would just totally wait for that to happen before buying any of it, and it'll be a penny stock then, RBT. And I hope, like I said, if you bought it, that you did have some share stop. If you don't, you're just going to have to ride it out and wait until they make another run. They will. They will. You got to take a look at the longer term chart with this thing. If you look at if you look at the 5-year chart, this thing is completely slaughtered to the very bottom. There's very, very little downside risk to buying this stock at 83 cents a share, in my opinion. But the other opinion I have is caution if you do for a little pullback up to 88 and get rid of it, because folks, when it does go out, and it might do that, it looks like they're really getting slaughtered. I don't know what the heck's going on. Rubicon to participate in share series investor event means nothing. Rubicon announces the launch of Trash or Treasure Valentine's Day. A year of strategic growth, progress towards profitability, and technological leadership. A great buy. The bottom stock now. 2 months ago, somebody was telling you it was a great buy. 2 months ago, all right? 2 months ago, right here, they were telling you it was a great buy. RBT is one of those stocks you're not going to get into and stay in long if you're smart. But honestly, it's a good one to keep an eye on right now that might be totally, totally oversold. The volume is pitifully low for the price of the stock. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Very easily manipulated. But RBT, man, how much money did we make on that every time it would go below and then we sold it over and go below and sold it over, go below, sold it over. Man, we made some money on this stock right here over, the long term if you traded in and out with me. DB says she's not sure if this is true, but there's a 10-for-1 stock split for Nvidia. Sorry. Oh my gosh. International markets pop off of Nvidia's earnings. Nvidia fueled monster rally. That's what they're going to say one day about our stock, everybody. Sofi. You'll be able to see the results of that real fast on the chart today if that's true. Look at how planed out that thing, folks. I'm telling you right now, it looks to me like Nvidia could, in fact, go to $1,000 because what you're seeing there today is accumulation. What you're seeing right now take place with Nvidia is on the verge of another pop. And I say that because of how low it came out and where it came up to, and the drop right there at the lunchtime low, a little after at 113 it ended, and it looks very good for another. It's building a very solid base right here, people. That is building a massive base. Right now, I did buy some more shares. I've got about 16,000. I've got 15,000 and something. I bought back I sold this morning. I sold 2,000 shares this morning and when the price was near the high, and I sold it at 830, which is what I always have a number on my sheet. You guys know that. I have the number 830. And I say buy back at 821 to 817. And sure enough, I bought it down as low as after I sold it at 830, I bought it at 815 this morning, $8.15. And you know how I am. I sold 2,000 shares and I bought in 100 at 815, 816, 817, 88. I just kept buying them. So I think right now 15,700 or so because I bought back most of what I sold. Anyway, I got a lot of shares. Oh, how many institutional investors do we have today? I thought you were talking how many shares do I have? Where? Sorry, I'm on my phone. Oh, okay. Yeah, but buyers should have been stepping today since Nvidia earnings came out successful. It's true, shorts are constantly sitting on the stock today, but where are the buyers, man? Where are the buyers? Well, the buyers are on the, the numbers that I just showed you when the price drove down on the 13th to 770s. 47 institutions stepped in that price range on the 13th. And you can see it if you look right here on SoFi's chart. And I think that Nvidia is about to make a pop again. And I think SoFi will follow it. I think SoFi had today very, very, very low volumes, so very much being worked by the algorithm, period. just majorly low volume. And in my opinion, and when there aren't that many people selling, it's because they don't want to sell. And that's all I can say about that. When the volume's that low, it's because there's really nobody here that wants to really sell it. The shorts are in a kind of a conundrum here because they're borrowing 15 million shares a day to try to stop the constant rise in price over the last 6 months. The 200-day makes that very obvious. The 200-day moving average just makes it undeniable where the price is going on this stock. I'm just I'm just delusional for having expectations in such a volatile stock. Huh? Well, you have very good reason to have those expectations, and I have them too. And here's why you should have those expectations. There's some people that could go, "Oh gosh, here we go again," but I think it always helps to be reminded. Yep, I'll remind you. You can stop me if you've already seen this, okay? So I don't waste my time if you already saw this before. But this is why you should have the aspirations that you have about this stock, okay? Because, and I have to make this a little easier to do so I can see it. You can see right there, folks, that on May the 15th, the price of the stock on May the 15th was 445 a share. And it didn't take long, in fact 29 days, to see it at 1023. Now granted, the volume was around only 18 to 20 million shares a day, 17, 16 sometimes, 15 million shares a day. But nonetheless, after it sold up to 1023, it was only a few days later, 771. Okay. I mean, you're talking 771, 9 days after it was here at 1023. And then from 771, it went from 1023, and it was how many days later? 9 days later, and the price was at 894. 3 days later, it was 1170. Okay. You're getting the picture now, I'm sure. So many days later, it was back down to freaking this price right here, 789. And 27 days later, the price was at 918, and 66 days is at 641. And then it's over 10 again in less than a month from 641. It was back to $10 right there and 16 cents. I believe is what it says. It's kind of hard to see it. So there's been so many times it's been driven way down below and gone right back over. So that's why you should have those expectations. I was going to do it again. That's what I say. I figured out a sheet that had all of the highs to all of the lows one time, and I still have it here. I've shown it many, 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 many times on this channel, and I still have every time the highs and lows were. And this one is a real mind blower. That was just a short version. This is the long version. And what it indicates is if you had paid $544 and gotten 100 shares on October the 31st, they have run this price up from each high to each low, and these are the percentages: 19, 31, 40, 24. These are up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. These are the percentages that this thing has been manipulated over and over again. It's insane how much the percentage changes have been and how many days that it took for these percentage changes. If you had, in fact, sold at every high and bought and shorted it there and then bought back in long at every low, your percentage gains would have added up to that total that you see at the bottom of the screen right there. How much your percentage gain would have been? 839%. And the thing is that some hedge funds are making 500, have made 500%, I believe, easily. I think just that gives them a 10 or 20% margin of, not being right on at every high and every low, but they can generally control highs and lows. I think I could be wrong, but folks, if you don't think that I mean, just look at those massive amounts in such short terms. 31%, a 24%, a 44%, a 94%, a 45%, a 15%, a 42%, 22%, 23%, 125%. It's just amazing. It's incredible how much the percent gains that they've made from each high to each low. And this is why you should presume they're going to keep doing it. It uh, 497. Prices at 824, then 566, then 459, then 560, 450, 1023, 771, 1013, 894, 1170, 789, 918, 641, 1016, 923, 1049, 721, 771. Those are all the numbers, folks, that the price has sold. And that's the last time I wrote it down, folks. Look at that, 771 on January 26th. Man, since just October the 31st, a year ago. Well, a year and a few months. That's that's incredible, folks. But that goes to show you how much the hedge funds have been making by. And so why not join the hedge fund train, I say, and do the same dang thing like I did today. Sell at the high, buy at the low, sell at the high again, buy at the low. Do it twice. Because 830 means a lot to these guys and gals. And you saw twice when they got to the 830 and just over that, boom, they yanked it right back down 2 times at the same, both numbers. So we took advantage of it twice. Bang, bang. Yeah, I'm reading these. I'm reading your comments, guys. Got UK Echo saying nothing new about this happening with the stock. Uh, hook string but dips. Yep, hold strong. Oh, I got you. Hold strong but dips. Hold strong. Buy dips. Yes, buy the dips. That's what I've been doing. Yes, but buyers should have been stepping up today since Nvidia earnings came out successful. If it's true, shorts are constantly on the stock daily. But what are the buyers? Okay, UK Echo. Sorry, I'm on my phone. Got you. How many institutional investors do we have as of today? It's the same. I think it's still at 900, 796. I do believe. Let me check and make sure of that and confirm it. I just know that a boatload of them have been buying in lately, folks. I'm telling you, follow the effing money. And they're coming in every time the stock has been driven down there to $8. They bought it up at 770s and they didn't even let it get below 810 the next time, folks. That's a big increase off the low. 795, it says right here, 795. They're trading in and out of this stock too. Believe me, I know they are. Well, one of the shorters left. One of the shorters just left. The reason it dropped to 795 is one of the shorters just pulled out. Cha-ching. Bye-bye. Another one. 222, 24, 795. And we've got still 733 long. And now 32 short only instead of 33. I'm glad you asked that. That's good to know. 30 long and short. Okay. And folks, when you've got 47 institutions adding to their positions on one day, and the very next day you've got 111 institutions adding positions with SoFi, you've got to understand that this is a trend that's this is a large number of shares being accumulated here by a large group of entities after the announcement of profitability. And then you hear things that are being on these interviews. You hear like Anthony Noto with Kathy Wood, and she has a mixed following. There's a lot of people that say, oh, it's the kiss of death, Kathy Wood. But many don't realize that over the last year, Kathy Wood's done very well with her portfolio. And I believe she's up about 62%. And one of the reasons is SoFi that she bought in the $6 range and the $7 range when she first came in the second quarter of last year, third quarter of last year, and came in doubled down on the fourth quarter of last year. Kathy Wood did. Oh, guys, listen, you haven't seen anything yet. And I'll come in with you and I'll buy some shares here just to show you the confidence I still have in this. Man, I'm coming in, folks. Hey, I'm green today. Your account should be green if you own the same stocks that I'm invested in today. I can look down here and I can see I'm very green. I'm not that concerned because I'm not completely committed to SoFi to make my money for me, thank God. All right. And you guys shouldn't be either if you've been buying some of these other stocks. Okay. If you've been buying some of these other stocks, you should be fine today. You're up 2% on new. You're up on Sound 5.5% today. You're up on PLTR 3.25. I mean, you should be green, folks. If you're on this channel, RKLB is just a chance to buy at a low discount price right here, my opinion. Pick up 10 shares, don't buy thousands. Nvidia, I'm telling you, this thing, it looks like it's scaled up to just keep rising and pop off of this. It's a very, very firm foundation. There's a lot of volume here at $779 a share, man. This looks very Google-like, possible. Maybe even a reverse and do they would do a 2-for-1 or 4-for-1. Oh my gosh, if Nvidia made that true, what you just said, I didn't see anything about it yet. All right. So I didn't see anything about that yet. YZ says, man, that GCT is up almost 28% on no news because it fell 20% on no news. That's why. It fell 2 days ago. I showed everybody. Somebody jumped over here and asked me, what's going on with GTC? And I says, oh, well, they're shorting it down. They want to sell it. They want to sell it down because the chart looks phenomenal and the growth is phenomenal and the volume's phenomenal and they are missing the train and they want in, but they don't want to buy in at premium price. And so they drove the price down 20% 2 days ago. And now you can see where the price is now. And I told you the day that it happened that was what was happening. I told everyone that day when the guy came over and said, what's going on? And I looked into it, I said, buy more. Willis, no. God, everybody. You're a pain, dog, really, right here. You're being a pain on me, and I'll tell you why. Because I just let you out a little bit ago. You hasn't been that long. I know all you want is FOOD, dog, and I'm not going to pay you any food. You're not getting any food right now. You're going to go lay down. This dog can't hear me. The dog has had ear issues ever since my stepson bought him. He didn't know that this dog had an ear issue when he got him, and he's had ear issues, and he's been for his whole life, no matter what we've done, and we've spent a lot of money, folks, on this dog. Believe me, trying to get his ears taken care of, but he's just suffered his whole life with it. And he shakes his head quite a bit, and it's bad, it's sad, but it is. He's here and he gets the best treatment he can, and he's gonna bark at me now, folks. What do you think you're doing? You don't do that. You want to go outside? I'll let you go outside, but you're not going to get any food right now. So if you're barking at me for food, you can just take a hike. But if you're going to go outside, I'll let you out, okay? But I'm not going to give you any food. No food. Not right now. You got a treat when you went out last time. No food. So don't bark at me. You understand? Why don't you just sit down right there and hang out? You don't need food yet. It's not time to eat. It's not time. Too early. Way too early. Way too early. Mama told me you don't usually eat till 7:30, and I fed you at 5:30. I'm not going to give you any food right now. You understand? And you can bark at me all day long, but I'll just close the door and you can just bark and bark like you did yesterday till you decide to lay down again. But I'm not going to give you any food, okay? Let me just check, folks. You know how it is. Got to make sure the dog doesn't need to go to the bathroom again for some reason. I'm going to put a diaper on you pretty soon. But I'm not going to give you any food. You guys and gals, just hang loose here. If anybody asks where the hell I am, you can tell them. I'll be back in a minute. All right. Well, Willis decided he just wants to go mope around the yard real slow and tour real slow around the perimeter. So he'll be barking soon, and I'll have to go let him back in. But for now, I'm just going to get back in here. And I will hear that daggone dog bark. I know we don't have a lot of people here hanging with us right now, right this afternoon, but folks, I still feel very, very. I have this gut feeling that we're going to see a nice little pop here. I don't know why, I don't know when, and I don't know how, but I just have this feeling that they've made it pop so many times after they've tried to suppress it for so long that they're going to do it again, everybody. Just be patient. You'll see it all come to fruition. You must be patient. You must look at the long term chart. You've got to look at this doggone NASDAQ today up to almost a record high, people. As SoFi does, the NASDAQ will do. And as the NASDAQ does, SoFi does. They're trying with all their might to keep this back, man. It's like a cork ready to explode. It's like a spring coiled to fire off. I'm telling you, it just needs one catalyst. And it sure doesn't need any big FUD trying to scare us down 4% on a day on news that they said the tax was some sort of catastrophe for them. And it wasn't. It was a quick glitch that they fixed very quickly, and it only affected a small number of their members, they said. So I can only go by what Anthony Noto tells the public because I believe in the guy. I believe he believes in this company because he happens to own millions and millions and millions of shares of it. That's why. That's why I don't worry when I see the price at 816, and I see this right now above 810 where the low was when they ran it down a couple days ago, and 47 institutions came in when they got it to 810. They're in the danger zone, folks. That's what I say. And we still have 40 minutes for this NASDAQ to make the same kind of move that it made even yesterday in the last 40 minutes of the day. It was this time, after all, when it started at 20 minutes after 3. I just remind you all, in case you weren't aware of it, it was at 20 after 3 yesterday that everything suddenly went skyward. Now, I'll take some shares here. I believe it so much. Add to position. Let's just get 50 shares here. 817. I had 818. Okay. Review order and place it. Picking up 50 shares right here, folks, at 817. If I can get it, I don't care. Damn. What do you know? Got it at 817. Oh, then it drops a penny after. Oh, well. I'm very happy to be buying here at this price because I know what's going to happen when it hits 810. Welcome aboard once it gets down to 810 again, which they did 2 to 3 days ago. 47 institutions. There's Willis barking now. Hold on. Okay. Let's try another order here. Let's try this one right here at 815. 50 shares. Place order. See if they can muster that. 50 shares at 815. Let's see what you got in your tank there, shorty. 8, 16, 50, 8, 15, 50. I got 818. I got 50 at 818, 50 at 816. Shooting for 50 at 815 here. I mean, what was today's range? It says 815 was the low, right? It says that. Day's range, 815 for the low. I already bought it there once. Why the heck wouldn't I buy it again if you can pull it off, shorty? And you got your, yeah, let's just go ahead and put in that 816 order now when it gets to 818. They're going to make me put my password in again. God, ridiculous. Place order. All right. Because I like the number 8 and 16, to be honest with you. So I just bought another 50 at 816. That's 2 there, and I'm waiting on 815 still. Cha-ching. Well, I have this feeling that we're going to see it rise. And I have a feeling we're going to see the NASDAQ rise. And I have a feeling we're going to see it rise to an all-time high this afternoon. Man, what an amazing turn of events to see the NASDAQ down 322 points after 3 days of manipulation, and only to turn around, just like Catfish told you, and go up 471 points. I told everyone on this channel that that was going to happen. I told them that it was a major head fake. It was a big, big fake fakeness of all fakes. It was the shake and bake fake of all time there that they just pulled off on everybody. And I didn't fall for it because I saw the 2-day patterns, the 2-day pattern, the 2-day pattern. 6 days up, 2 days down, 6 days up, 2 days down, 7 out of 6 days, 2 days up, then 2 days down. And then here we saw the 2 days, and then they tried to put the final spike in it on the 3rd day. Could only move it down 49 points that day, and it was over. It was done then. The manipulation ended, and they ran it up just like I told you they would, and it's going to an all-time high today. 16,080 is the highest we've ever seen. 16,08007 to be exact, everybody. And I know that it's not encouraging when you see the stock market up to an all-time record high, that SoFi is being so hard suppressed. But folks, it's just going to be a matter of institutions keep buying. It's just a matter of the tree drying up from the fruit. And I want you to also know that one of the things that's been holding us back a little bit is that a lot of people know that there's been a lot of share compensation in doling out shares. Management has said that they're going to cut back on doing that. As a matter of fact, I think they've stopped doing it. I could be wrong. Anyway, I've got a lot of people that have been talking here a lot about a lot of things. So let me take a look at this. All right, sorry, I'm on my phone. How many institution investors do we have? I got that already. Why is that? We had another institution that was shorting, has ditched and thrown in the towel. They're out of there. Bye-bye. They sold all their position. They're out. And they had to buy. In other words, they had to buy those shares. You understand? They had to buy the shares to exit those shorted positions. They had to buy to get out of those. And so now we have a shorting institution. Not only do we have all these other institutions buying in, and that shorting institution probably said, God dang, look at all these shorts. Look at all these institutions buying. All of a sudden, we've gone from 12 institutions one day to 14 to 18 to 26, and then wham, 47. And the next day, boom, 111 institutions. I'm not kidding you, people. This baby's heating up. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I've never felt more positive about a pop on this stock than I do right now. SoFi that's going up until 12:55. Just have patience. That's right. Ha ha ha. No cap. No CAPP. Hoping it's just taking a hit today for a strong bounce back to 850 tomorrow. UK Echo, yeah, right. UK Echo, they will hold it around this level all week. UK, be more positive. I bet 825 end of week. Okay. And we got Wyatt. His says 825 end of week doesn't understand that we have too much volume that will be entering and institutions every time they try to drive this down. That's the problem that's been created for these shorts right now. There are too many institutions starting to accumulate every time they run the price down. It's not easy like before. They could just manipulate it down and they didn't have all these institutions sitting there on the sidelines ready to scrape up those shares. They didn't have it that way before, people. I'm telling you, it's never been this way before. Never. Why WY attack? Well, this volatility of 4% move is nothing surprising. Exactly. Why it jumped 3% yesterday in after hours. Yes. Look what it did today. Yep. Look, good move up. Yeah, a higher uh, SoFi can come out to play today. SoFi can't come out to play today. Oh, it's being played all right. Oh yeah, it's being played. It's getting played like never before right now. I can assure you. And they're afraid right now. They're afraid. See, this has never happened to the shorts before on this stock, everyone. I'm trying to tell you all, this has never happened with this stock that so many institutions were there to start grabbing shares when they just manipulated it down. There's far too much support coming in now, folks. This is the biggest change of all. All right. So if I hibernating like a bear, yep, it's the same play every day, every week. Well, 3 weeks ago, it made the jump from 6, 7 to mid eights. That's right. It's just consolidating. Very, yes, yep, heavy consolidation right here. Heavy base building. Big Booty Keisha, I'll be back making a goat cheese. No cap trucking says, I've lost so much money in options. Oh man, I tell you, I keep preaching on this channel. Don't do the options game. Stick with Catfish and make money, everybody. No worry, no fears. Gosh, but folks, do you know how much money you could have made off of SoFi today if you just did what I did with it? You could have made a nice little pop selling this thing with me at 8:30 and buying back at 8:15 and then selling it at 8:30 again and buying it back at 8:16. I mean, it's just rinse and repeat with this stock. I mean, day trading this thing, it's a no-brainer. Look at it now at 8:19. And you just saw what I bought it for. 50 at 8:16, I got 100 there, and 50 at 8:18, I bought 50 at 8:19. Why? Because I knew it was going to go right back up, and I told you it would start. I told you it would start at 3:20. What time was it right there that this started? Started even earlier. Started at 3:06. Oh, we've seen that number before. Those that have been here with me for a long time, you've seen that number 3:06 p.m. Start a run. Oh yeah, I've seen that before. And I've seen some nice runs after that 3:06 started. This is a familiar course we're charting right now, folks. We've seen before 3:06 p.m. end of the rundown. Just stick with me here, folks. Just hang in there, man. SMCI is about to break 1,000, huh? Oh, that's not it. Gosh dang. Man, that 6 month chart for WTTR. Jeez. And GCT, man. Man, did I tell you that thing was manipulated down 2 days ago, or did I tell you it was manipulated down and buy more? Nope. You were here on this channel, you heard me say it. GTE today is up nicely in a very strong base building right there. That looks strong. Whoa, look at that thing trade sideways all afternoon. Strong base building there. LYFT is slaughtered down. It's a 5-day chart. Here's the 1 day on it. Man, it's getting really hammered right now, folks. 177 down, 180. They'll take it down. They'll take this thing on down to 1577, 1578 if you want to buy it. Tomorrow morning, 1566 at 10:05. Hey, put a buy order in at 1567 tomorrow. Good till canceled. Just set it in there right now at 1567. Look at the 6-month chart on this thing, folks. Of course, it's going to have some retracing. All right. Get it tomorrow at 1567 or 1589, where it is right now. Buy it right now, even. Because 1588 is a number they would go for, too, for sure. 1588 would be a prime number that they would go for to run it down to. We've seen that with this stock, our stock, many times, haven't we? Yes, we have. Big booty Keisha, we lost a shorter. Yeah. I told people that about 20 minutes ago. We had a short position leave. As many longs coming in and increasing positions and increasing. You know, what I showed all of you people earlier today, that's amazing. I don't think I've ever seen that many institutions start to come in on a stock at the same time. And I'm telling you, folks, it's a changing point. It's a big time changing point. When you go back and you see how many institutions had been coming in on all the way back on the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the 9th, the 10th, you got just 12 institutions coming in, 18 adding positions, 18 the next day added, 25 institutions the next day added. Then it jumps to 32 institutions, and the next day it's at 47, and then 111 when the price was at 810. Oh my gosh, that is a shorty nightmare there, baby. That's scary. I would be very quickly, I would have come to the determination today, man, we got to get out of this sucker. And some of them got out and just bought their way out to me just now at $8.16 a share. Thank you. God bless you. $818 a share could be the stock price of this thing one day, people. 25 years down the line when your grandkids own it. It's got freaking 6,500 institutional owners on it. Number one bank in the world because they went digital when everybody else was still trying to keep doors open, swinging open, with paying people to sit in positions and air conditionings and heating and water and electricity and insurance and all the costs and all the overhead. And meanwhile, SoFi just steamrolling along, everybody. None of that to worry about. All of that overhead cost, whew, not existent. This is another thing that people just keep overlooking about this wonderful company is that it's all in everybody's hand right here. Welcome to SoFi. Welcome to SoFi. Welcome to SoFi. Welcome to SoFi. No worries, no fears. The shorts will end this day in tears. That's right. The shorts will be the ones bleeding out slowly the rest of the afternoon. You'll see as the price rises in the next 25 minutes, even higher and higher, much against their desire. I will tell you, it's on fire, and you'll see soon. I'm no liar. There may be many a denier, but I'm telling you, she's going higher, and they will be the criers in the end, my friends. They will be the criers in the end. the shorts that come here to this channel and hit the dislike button, take away likes, I want to thank you for hitting the like button and realizing that what Catfish Tyler has been telling you all for the last 4 days was completely exactly as it ended up playing out. That they were, in fact, manipulating it all down to take advantage of the weak hands. And you can see that by the NASDAQ now quickly approaching the highest it's ever been, a 465-point gain. And if you don't think they're going to try to stop this at 466.66 gain today, you'd be wrong. This is as good a sell right here. When this gets to this number, 16,048, there it is, 466.13. 466.13. You sell there and you buy back at 461. Now, if it doesn't stop there, folks, this thing's going to 480 right now, over 480. I promise you, everybody. If they don't stop that at 466 right there, 466.88, did you see that? Oh my gosh, it's going to 480, folks. New record. You got to feel good, folks. Watch Sofi. Watch Sofi here. Watch it. Oh boy, I feel the heat. I see it on the stove. It looks too good, good enough to eat. I can smell it in my nose. Oh man, we're gonna start rapping, and the shorts will be all crapping all over themselves, and we'll be slapping our hands together. We'll be made it through the stormy weather. Oh yeah, everybody, we're climbing. I'm rhyming. It's all about the timing. Oh yeah, we're gonna keep it going here on the WSFI radio, ladies and gentlemen. We don't let up around these here parts. We stay after it. When they start feeling it, we start pushing it harder. Harder. We push it harder. We pump it more. Pump it, pump it, pump it. We're pumping. Got that one from you, Cat. No worries, no fears, no shorts. No worries, no fears. The shorts will end this day in tears. I like it. No worries, no fears. The shorts will end this day in tears. Ah, you'll soon see what appears before your eyes. And shorts will realize that Catfish, singing Catfish, knew that what they shouldn't do was short this stock. But they shorted in the fours. When it hit the fives, they shorted more. When it got to six, they shorted harder, and they shorted sevens and eights, and now they're getting slaughtered. They're getting annihilated. They're getting plastered every night on a bottle if they can afford it, or steal one they might, because the shorts, they're all in denial. You can see all the biles going on. They're coming in like crazy and beyond. I'm singing a song because when I start singing, you can go dong. You can hear as I sing, the price will rise. And the next thing you know, I sing the damn thing to the skies. It's true, you know it. When I'm singing, I can always start that ringing. And the happiness I'll be bringing. And the smiles to your face. There will be no disgrace, no sad tenor face. Oh, ambulance. Oh, I'm having fun here, everybody. You come to this channel, you're going to be not just stock spoken, you're going to be entertained. When Tyler, just want to say I appreciate your live stream just because the optimism you bring every day never fail to make me feel better. All right. Hallelujah. Yeah, bring it, everybody. We gonna sing it, everybody. We're gonna sing this price up this afternoon. It is 3:40 SFI radio time, WSFI, broadcasting right here out of the central star part of the state of Michigan. Everyone, I want to thank you for being here. I'm very, very pleased that you're here with me this afternoon, and I hope that you're getting educated in some way or another. I hope that you've learned something today valuable. If you don't come here every single day and learn something valuable, then you're not learning. Learn, keep learning. The more you learn, the more the shorts will burn. You can be concerned no more about the floor. It's done, my folks. I'm telling no joke. At 8:10, it was over. Disaster. There's no more. 8:10 won't arrive again in the eyes of the people that are bidding because there's too much desire for this stock, people. There's too much interest in this bank in your hand, the mobile bank. I just carried around right here. Put it right there. The mobile banking device right there. Mobile banking device. Oh my goodness, we got a lot of text messages coming in here right now. Did you hear from my cousin? Did you hear Remington is leaving New York after 200 years and relocating in Georgia? No. I am, in case you didn't know this, I am not, I said, no, I did not know that Remington was leaving New York after 200 years. I said, no, I didn't, but I don't doubt it at all. But why another Democratic state? Why would they move to Georgia? Just what I'm thinking. Anyway, my cousin's with me. We got to go down there. I was going to stay at his place. I couldn't get to see him. And on the way back, I didn't get to see him either. Tried to reach out to him, but we couldn't make it happen. The timing was just not right. But we'll see him again one of these days soon. Got to see my aunt and uncle, got to see my other cousins and his wife. That's right. There's no reason at all to feel bad about today. I don't feel bad about selling at 8:30 and buying at 8:15 and selling at 8:30 and buying again at 8:15 and now it's at 8:19 going to 8:20. I have no problem with that whatsoever, everybody, and you shouldn't either. But you know, there's a lot of people that just can't be satisfied, and some I know people can't day trade because they don't have over 25 in their thousand in their account. And so therefore I try to tell you, don't worry, you can still catch these highs and these lows. Just do it with 1/3 of your share amount each day. You know where I'm selling, you know these numbers I tell you, and you can see how many times I've been right. And after a while, you might start taking a chance with me and doing 1/3 of your account and selling it today. And like the number that I had on the sheet that you've seen on this sheet so many times before, that I've shown everybody here over and over these numbers where to sell and buy back. There they are. I'm sure I don't need to show all the ones that are here still 22. I don't need to show you. But I'm here to proclaim that the playing field has changed and conditions are changing. And although I'm not seeing a massive amount of people flooding into the SoFi stock right now, I am also seeing a long-term chart that is undeniably rising. And I keep going back to this so you'll understand it's not the daily grind that you need to pay attention. It's drive with your focus down the street. Look further ahead. Look at the undeniable 6-month chart that proves beyond any shadow of a doubt where the stock price is going right now. Look at the thing. It looks like a big old freaking SoFi dragon. There's its tail right there and a big back coming over in the head. It looks like a monster coming up the screen. I'm serious. Look at that daggum chart I was going to show you. It seems as though every single time today I've tried to show you something on Yahoo, they will refresh it on me. As soon as I get it to load up, they'll then instantly refresh the page. I'm telling you, folks, this this is the runner. This is the dragon cutting loose on them, folks. There's its tail right there. There's the tail, and then the dragon started forming. It's got, man, there's the back on it, and there's its head, and man, it's this mouth is opening on the dragon right now. People, look at the mouth opening on the dragon. Look at this thing. Rah! Man, I'm telling you, this thing is telling you that everything, man, is exploding to the upside. Just give it time, people. There's a triple bottom there. Wham, wham, wham. This thing is consolidating right now. Small volume. Nobody wants to sell it. If anybody wanted to sell it, the price would be at 815 because 70,000 people sold it today. Everybody. Of course, they can sell the stock down when they bought 15,000 shared borrow shares and the price, the volume's only at 20 million. Of course, they can make it sell down, but they get it too far. And their problem is then these institutions now watch, let's just see what happens here on the institutional uh, forms being submitted here again on a day when they wrote it down close to 810. They almost are like, oh God, we don't even dare take it down there, man. Again, jeez. We can't have that many institutions buying it up when it's that low. What I'm saying is true, people. They can't have that going on. They cannot entice institutions by driving the price down too fast and too much, period. And the problem for them now is if people are buying it right now, they just tried to shove the thing down and they cannot get it below 815, and they may not want to even try, like I said, because they don't want to entice. They saw what happened when they drove it down to 810 the other day and 111 institutions bought in. I, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I mean, even here they're getting so close to 810 again that institutions are probably buying more now. Right now, today, right now, as we look at it, I wouldn't be surprised one bit. And I won't be surprised to see the forms increase and see, just like we saw here, these numbers that you saw here, when freaking 90, 100 plus institutions came in when they drove the price down to $8.10 low that day. That was the lowest it got on the 14th. You can see it right here. The lowest it ever got on the 14th was 814 or whatever. The date was 814 was the lowest it achieved. Not to be confusing you at all. And it goes do 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 da di da da. There we go, folks. There was the price on 814. Was it? hang 10 here. It was on the 14th, 214. It was the 14th. And there it is right there. There was the low, 810. And when you drive the low down to 810, and the previous day you had it at 778 and you only had 47 institutions, but when you had 111 come in and it only went down to 810, that's an eye opener. That's a hey, wait a minute, what just happened there? That's what I see. That's what I would say. I would say, wait a minute, we drove 62 million shares to get it down to 778. And then on 44 million shares, much less volume, two-thirds of the volume of the day before, just two-thirds of the volume, the price then stopped at 810 and 111 institutions came in. Why wouldn't they have come in the day before at 778 when we really drove it down on 62 million shares down to 778? Why didn't they buy in then? Well, I don't give a dang why they didn't buy in. The fact of the matter is, the next day, they didn't let the price drop below 810. When the day before it had opened at 784 and gone to 778 for the low before going to 820. But my point is this, that was it. Interesting to see the low there at 810 right there on February the 12th, and then 810 again on February the 14th, and then 810 again yesterday. See that? Third time's the bottom, triple bottom, folks, at 810. And this might be very well the reason why we saw so many institutions buy in then at the price 810. I don't know. I could be wrong. Katie Wentworth, hey Kat, Warren Buffett bought a bunch of CVX. What do you think of oil stocks? Think electric cars are on a pullback? I like them. I like oil stocks. I will tell you right now. By the way, I made a lot of money on this stock right here, oil stock. I'll show it to you right now. SMCI about to break over 1,000. That's what they said when it got to 998, and I told you to sell it at 997 right there. Get out at 997. I told you'll be able to buy it back at 993 to 988 if you get out at 9. That's what I told everyone. Sell it at 997 because I like to sell at the 97 and buy back at the 88. So if you sold it at the 97, how low did they get it down? 97, and they got it down to 92. It looks like 992. Yeah. Well, on my sheet it says right here, if you sell at the 98, you'll be able to buy it back at 93 to 91. That's what it says on my sheet. Wow, that is a loud vehicle there. Oh yeah. And you just saw what it went down to just then. You saw it just drop down to I think it might have hit 988 just then. There it is at 988. There it is. Bam. See? Sell it at the 97, buy it back at the 88, folks. My numbers on my sheet says sell at the 97 or the 98, and it says buy 893 to 891, and I tell people it could even go to 888, and well, 988 in this case. Boom, proof of it right there. Perfect proof, perfect example of how I trade every day right there. And you saw me do it today, and I sold it twice at 930. Sold it at 930 and bought it back at 915 two times. And where is it now? Where's Sofi now? Just by coincidental chance, happenstance. 916, 917. Folks, I mean, 816, 817. I'm telling you, I think they are truly afraid to run this thing down any lower. I could be wrong, but I sure saw a lot of institutions buy it at 810 the other day. That was very attractive to some, for some reason, to a lot of institutions. 810 was a number they liked, and 111 of them liked it. And that was just the low of the day. The price had been as high as 855. Some of them probably bought when they was running up, thinking it was going to keep going higher. Some of those institutions probably did. So they do the same thing we do, folks. They have to pick a number and they have to go in somewhere. CVX. Let's take a look at it. Oh, I was going to show you another one that I like. You'll see it pop up here because I had it for a long time. The stock right here, man, kaboom, kabam, kawam, goodbye, see you later. You know, this stock of this price of this stock was about $13 a year and a half ago. Take a look at the five. I mean let's go back here to the 5 year chart. See right down here. That's where I was in it. Marathon Oil, Katie. I made a lot of money on this because I bought it here and then I got out of it before this tumble right here on May the 1st. I didn't hit that very high right there. I didn't get that number there because I don't sell at that number in the first place. But you know, I was getting out at $30.13, folks. I was out of that thing. Having bought it down at 11 and selling it in a triple bagger almost. Damn. And since I do believe electric vehicles are going to cease to be the big hurrah, and they're going to see a major pullback, especially once the news spreads about, well, for one thing I hadn't mentioned was the weight of these trucks that have these batteries in them that now weigh as much as a tank driving down the road. And when they hit cars and accidents, they kill everybody. In case you didn't know that. That's another big drawback to the EV sector they're not highlighting to the public is the fact that insurance rates for these people that are buying these types of vehicles are going to go up. I'm guaranteeing you, because when these things start killing people, it's going to affect everybody in the pocket in the insurance world for these vehicles. They're too heavy, people, to be out on our normal roads and going along at 80 miles an hour with the speed limit is in some places. And I mean that because it's 75 and they go 80. Sorry. But there's Marathon Oil, MRO. Be honest with you, it looks like another good place to maybe buy some of that again. Let's go look at this one. Well, if he bought into CVX, he sure didn't affect the price any, which would surprise the crap out of me. Damn thing pays a nice dividend, though. I like that. But man, they ran this thing up to 150, 653, and I mean that's the, this is the thing about Yahoo. Sometimes when they show stocks that trade in very tight channels, they exaggerate the chart. See, but this is a very tight channel. This is trading in from 153 to 157 in dollars. And one day, this is what SoFi's chart's going to have to look like, folks, when it starts getting up into the hundreds. One day you'll go look at. He was right, man. The chart 154 to 156 a day. This will be the price range it'll trade, about $2 up and down each day. SoFi's in that. This is in our future, folks. What I'm showing you right now on the screen, this CVX chart is very SoFi like. A year, two, years down the road. Sure, it might be 5 years. It could even be 10 years, but I don't care. SoFi's chart is going to look like that. It'll be a very tight range in the 150 to 155 range on the chart like this, just like CVX. He sold a bunch of Apple and bought Chevron. Well, I guess you can see what that did to the price today with Warren Buffett buying into Chevron. But I can see why when you see a chart that looks like that. Makes perfect sense when the price was 150, 149, 150. They pulled it back. And now a nice little cup and handle formation. There's your cup, there's your handle, there's your drop, and then your pop. But it seems to me Warren Buffett buying into that would have made it move. Makes me wonder what happened if he bought into SoFi. I can guarantee you SoFi doesn't have, as far as market cap, 287 billion market cap. Oh my goodness gracious. Anyway, I want to look at some other stocks today that I've been telling you guys about and to stay in. I told you the NASDAQ was going to break a new record. It's heading for that now, 4 o'clock. And look at that, with only 39 points away from an all time high. What a miraculous end to the day. Oh, by the way, let's just go see what happens right now after the market closes and the market manipulators get out. They'll pay their little chimpanzees usually to put in bids and sells back and forth a penny below the price that it closed at. And the volume today below 30 million. You know why? Because no one wants to sell it. No one really wanted to sell SoFi today. That's my reason. Man, that volume level right there is the lowest we've probably seen in a month on SoFi. Somebody might say, man, why and where are all the buyers? Where are all the buyers? They lurk on the sidelines and they buy up shares and liquidate those available shares for the shorts to use. And that is a war of attrition, people. This that I'm showing you here is unsustainable to fight off this many institutions wanting to buy out in 2 days. A total of how many institutions bought in 2 days? One day was 100 and something, and the next day 47. I think it was. Lunchtime low yesterday was 8:14. Today's lunchtime low 8:24. Kathy Wood buys up another 2.8 million shares on the 15th. Isn't that interesting? That the price was much lower. We know on the 13th and 14th, but she didn't. Well, I guess that was when the date that she filed on the 15th. She's no dummy. She came in with all those other institutions that came in. So let's go over here real quick. I'm going to try to find this, and I'm going to put in SoFi here too. Let's see. One thing we definitely want to do is before the end of the day, we want to look at institutional ownership today because, as I thought, when they start to get it into this range, there it's already green in the after hours. Good, exactly what I thought would happen, and I expect it to continue to go up. And and I'm very interested in hearing what Hurricane Lopez to say because I kind of use him for my interest. I check him out because he tracks the interest on the stock and how much the shares are short and how much they're borrowing, how many they return, and this and that. You guys, I know you check him out too. But yeah, I think things are going to change for these companies once we get a change in ownership and leadership in this country. I sure hope I'm right. You guys and gals, I hope I'm right big time. I have been right about the stock market this week, that's for sure. And I did nail it right on the head with my estimate that we would see a nice little gain in the stock market after the manipulation of the last 3 days. And I was right. And I'm glad that you all were here with me to ride out the storm and realize that I was right. You can now all breathe easy. Look, there is no huge sell off. It was all manipulation, everybody. There wasn't a real reason for any of that nonsense except for a good cleansing. And believe me, folks, that's good for the market. That's good for the market overall. That kind of cleansing and washing away of the all the frivolous people. Okay, we don't need frivolous stockholders. We need people like me that either want to day trade in and out on the highs and lows and hold a big core position and just hold on to that as the price just keeps rising, or people that just hold period long. Like some people said, I'm not going to sell a share until it's $25. They're not day trading along with me. They're just bought it. They keep buying on the lows, which is a good idea because when it was at 455, I think it was a good idea considering the price is 817 now. When it was driven down to $5.66 one day, when it was at 598 and went to 566, you bought it there at that bottom. That was a good buy, 566. Then when they drove it down when it was at 698 and they drove it down to 666, that was a great buy. They've all turned out to be awesome buys. Every time they've driven it down, they've been good buying opportunities where we've made a lot of money if we just played our cards the right way. Uh, I want to check something real quick here, folks. I want to check something out here that I like to keep an eye on. Bookmarks. And we're coming down here to hedge fund and institutional owners right here. All right. Okay, here we go. So I'm looking at some new acquisitions. I love seeing Kathy Wood increase her position by 143%. And I am very encouraged by seeing this new one come in, Tudor Investment. Sean Feld came in and increased by 594%, folks. That's a big old 6.2 million, folks. This one here, Schoenfeld. You think they increased their position by 2,100% because they think the price of SoFi is going to fall, like David Giovanni thinks? Millennium Management, 645% increase. Citadel, 632% increase. Oh my God. Jane Street Group, 125% increase. Jeffries Financial, 73,605 with an average price of 897, people. Do you think that guy right there believes, and this group believes in this? Shaw, interesting to see. Shaw, I saw their name on the institutional ownership here. I saw Shaw here. Let me go over here. Control F. Shaw, SHAW. There it is. D.E. Shaw. Stupid enough the 14th, on the 14th, placed a big put of 2,501,000 shares. No wonder D.E. Shaw right here. Look at that. D.E. Shaw lost and gave up 23% of their portfolio shorting the stock. See that? He's starting to throw in the towel. D.E. Shaw, there he is right there on the friggin' 14th. What is he, out of his mind? Jeez, oh, Pete's, man. Thing I unfortunately can't see here is average price per share. I wish I could on this one. Let's see if it shows on here. 690 a share. Holy crap. You see this, everybody? This is proof of what I'm talking about right here, folks. This is a group right here, and I'm glad you're here with me to see this, that is right now holding a shorted position at an average price of 6.9, shorted and still holding, and unfortunately in a major bad situation where oh my gosh, folks, this is crazy. They're trying to average down their shorted position. They're actually they're killing themselves having to buy to sell here. Wow. And their average price 6.9. Oh my gosh, you guys. How could you be so foolish? And look at that, D.E. Shaw. And look at this though. Oh, look at this carefully. Not only did they go in with a short position on 214 of a put of 25 million. Look at here, 214, same company right here. A call position of 3.584, folks. They're hedging this thing. Very, very clear to see that. And here they increased by 1,793,000 shares. I'm guessing that. Yeah. Latest shares, previous shares, latest shares. Interesting. Shaw. Hedging, folks. Well, they are. That's what they are, a hedge fund. Durr. But how interesting is that? And on 214, where was the price? Okay, that's the thing you need to consider. So they took up a bigger position long than they did short. So to their advantage, now that they got it down yesterday to 810, could have sold those, bought out of those shorted positions. But that's contrary to what this is showing. It's showing them reducing position by 546,000 shares. It's a tough one, but I can tell you now, their average short price is $6.90, and this is one of these that I'm telling you, they're buried and they don't. Their backs up against the wall. They try to drive it back down close to that, and bam! All these institutions start buying the hell out of it. Well, anyway, folks, as you can see, just as I predicted, the stock market has skyrocketed after the 3 days of manipulation, which I told you that's all it was. I could stay here and keep talking about the stock, but I've pretty much said all there is to say. Am I surprised? Actually, in a way, I am surprised, but also in a way, I'm not surprised because I don't think that all of those institutions, including the 111 and the 47, which totals over 150, I believe, institutions. Well, of course it does. 111 and 40 is 151 right there. So 158 institutions or 157 institutions didn't come in board on board this stock. I guarantee it 810 or higher without expectations of it going up. And why? Because of their revenues. They're going to beat the street again. They're going to have astronomical customer acquisition, not costs, but how many they've acquired new customers coming in. And it's because of the NBA. It's because of all of them staying in the headlines. It's going to be because of many, many reasons, folks. The World Cup. There's a lot of reasons to be optimistic. There's a lot of reasons that all of these institutions are buying so many shares, and the only one that isn't is one that's shorting the stock. Another one here, Geode Capital increases by 148 million, folks. God, are you kidding me? Look at that, a 708,000 share buy. Man, they believe, and look at their rating. Their look at their share price average, folks, $11.35. And do you not want to call that DCA, dollar cost average, right there? Of course, they're dollar cost averaging buying here recently when the price was run down to seven something. When they own it at 11 something average price. Their probably average price before that purchase right there was probably 11.99 or 12.50 or something, or even higher. I don't know. I don't have any shares owned and value owned. I mean, God dang, folks, look at all these people that are buying more stocks that have much higher average share prices. 1135 share price average, 1112 share price average, 1085 share price average, 984 share price average, and buying like crazy when they run SoFi down. I mean, even all of these that recently have really piled in, like Jeffries. You know what, folks? Their dollar cost average is $9 almost, 8.97. Here's another one, 8.97, Tudor Investment, 8.89, 8.74, 8.86. Why are these numbers so tight all together here? Because that's a great place to buy this stock. That's why, people. They know it because it's going to go back over 10. And they probably looked at the 6 times it's done it over the last year like me and go, dang, this is a good buy anytime below 10. All righty. I'm just doing some investigating every single day. When I look up the stock, I get more and more educated. I want to look at Two Sigma Advisors. Two Sigma. Top investors. Interesting. Oh, come on. Oh, it's going to play games with me now. Let's go look at the very end of the day. How many institutions are now on here with us? Let's take a look, see. We had 700 just about 3 months ago, and now we have 795, and we lost a shorting position. One short gone, went from 33 to 32. Now I'm going to look for Two Sigma. Two Sigma, please. There it is. Two Sigma Advisors. Dang, folks. Look at that, folks. I'm glad I looked that up. That was on the 14th, along with everybody else, folks. SoFi Technology stock. Institutional ownership now almost cracking 40%, which it will soon do, especially if these shorts try to drive the price down to 810 again. Two Sigma investors, folks. I'm rolling up here so I can see what these are. It says the column here says previous shares, latest shares, shares percent change, ownership. So if I go down here, I can see right here how many shares it says, not average price. I can't see that, but I see their shares, and these are shares that they are currently holding or that they have recently purchased, I mean, and these were all purchased on 2/21. There were two that came in on 2/21, and on 2/20 there were one, two, three institutions on 2/20. On 2/16 there were one, two, three, four, five, six as of clarity. Just give me a second here, folks. I can make this a better screen. Yep. But folks, it was on 2/14 that they came in like mad. And as I showed you already, on 2/14, the price, the low on that was $8.10 when all those institutions came in. And that was the low that day, 810. Looking at looking at SoFi's historical data, you can clearly see what I'm showing you. On the 14th, when 111 institutions came in, the lowest price of the day was incredibly 32 cents higher than the previous day, the 13th, where 47 institutions came in. They used massive volume to run it down to 778, and all of a sudden, institutions started buying like crazy. And then they spread the word the following day, hey, we bought this yesterday. And they go, you did? And whoa, and boom, and bam, and wow, they're buying in too. Now the price has gone from 810 to 855. Yeah, because more institutions came in and wouldn't even let the price come close to 778 the following day. It was at freaking 810, people, 32-cent higher low, and 111 institutions were buying in by the thousands. Wow. These are very large institutional increases. These ETFs and hedge funds managers, man, these are very large increases lately, folks. These big ones here, Jane Street Group, they're one of the biggest ones, folks. I'm telling you. Wow. Man. Well, I could keep going on and on and on and on and on and on, and on, couldn't I, about this? Every time I look at everything I look at just shows me, golly, this thing is I've never seen anything like it, folks. These people are coming in with the and they're averaging down. They're averaging down. Their average price now is 897, 889, 874. Sherman is 810. They start grab it all up, man. They're averaging down because they know where this is going to. Man, they're just that's just awesome. Golly, that looks gorgeous. And then seeing the low come off this down here in the 750s and even the 720s before that, and to see it be so resoundingly higher from the 721, and it never looked back once it crossed 750, folks. It hasn't looked back. It's never gone back to 750 once it crossed it right there. That was it. February the 7th, it was all over. I keep up the courage of everybody here because you got to be courageous to hold on to this stock, and you have to be tenacious to look up these facts that I discover to share with you to give you confidence and to build your belief in what I'm showing you. This long term chart that I just keep bringing up and showing you, man, it's mirroring, folks. It's going to explode. They can't hold it down. Now, I'm going to jump over here right now, real quick. I'm just going to look at some of these other stocks today. Marathon up 1.4, Chevron down a penny because Warren Buffett bought into it. SMCI, where is it now in after hours? Told you to sell that at 9.97 today when it went up there. Hit $1,003 for the high, but I said get out at 9.97, and you see where it is now, 9.57 in after hours. Well, there you go. Get out 9.97, buy it at 9.57. What do you know? All right, done with that one. Taking a look over here. The headlines say that we got rid of the problem with the taxes. Here it is. SoFi members can now file 2023. This was posted just 2 days ago by SoFi, February the 20th. It says a limited number of members experienced a delay receiving their refund if they opted to pay for the tax services with their anticipated refund. But it says we've resolved that issue for members moving forward. Done. It's resolved. SoFi has successfully received millions of dollars in refunds electronically, and someone told me today they got theirs on here today on my channel. And folks, I could stay here and continue to tell you, but there's no need for me to brag about what I recognized and hope you just took advantage of it. The good Lord was giving me a signal that this was all fakery over the last 3 days, and to let you know that it was, and make you feel like, hey man, don't worry, this dang thing's going green, and don't be surprised to see it hit a new record high after this washout. And that's exactly what took place. They washed all the weak hands out. SoFi got washed out today. Anybody that would have sold, nobody really sold today. The volume wasn't even 30 million shares today, people. And the reason it was so low is because no one is incentivized to sell at this price, period. No real person. Borrowing share shorters might be selling to people that they're paying to buy the shares from them. Yeah, they might be paying someone to buy the shares from them, believe it or not. Well, and all I see is big trouble for little shorter. All right, on SoFi. Big trouble for little shorter. Those of you that are here on this channel with me now, the reason that I'm such a proponent of that idea is because seeing that price drop down into 770s and have 47 institutions, and the next day only go to 810 and have 111 institutions coming in on a stock that's only usually seeing 7 or 8 or 9 institutions a day. You start getting that kind of, man, I'm telling you, the cork went like this when they saw that. They saw some big fish come in on that day when they ran the price down to below $8 on the 13th, and they saw bigger fish coming in the next day when they could only run it down to 810. And I guarantee you, they saw that. That means something, folks. That's different on this stock. That's never happened before. I've been watching it for a lot. Well, it's never happened in the last year. I can tell you that much. Not that I'm aware of. Now, I guess I could go back institutional ownership and look at what happened on the last earnings call when the price hit 286 million shares. There might have been 100 institutions that day that added. I don't know. I didn't watch it that day. Makes me wonder now if I have a date range I can go to even see it. Let's go see. File date. Jeez, oh, Pete, what in the world was going on there? October the 14th. No, November the 14th, 11/14. 11/13, 11/9, 11/20. Golly, what the heck? 10/17. I reversed this from the oldest to the newest is what I did just then. And you can see here the date was 8/24, but 8/24s and 8/25s, all these institutions here, 0%, they getting really just clearing out 100% of their value. 8/24, 8/25, and then 8/27, 10/17, all through 10/24. Lots of people clearing out. 11/6 getting completely out. Keystone Financial Group, First National Trust. November the 14th. I'm just wasting my own time here a little bit, but I want to go to November the 14th. November the 14th, 2023. Price had been at $6.74. Then it went up to 6.70, then 7.22 on the 14th. This is all on the 14th. God, look at all that sea of red dumping all of theirs. What I'm wondering, man, right here with this going on, was this shorters? If they were, then and they got rid of 100%, they'd be out completely. So the shorting number would have dropped from 33 to 32 and 31 and 30. So I don't understand this. Huh. They must have been selling at the high right there. They just all sold off at the high. They took the money at 7.53 and got out on November the 14th. That's all I can see. Because this is November the 15th and they were still doing some there. But boy, on November the 14th, folks, when it hit that high, there were a lot of institutions playing this thing. Well, not compared to now, but there were 20 of them that sold. There's 25 more, 30. It's a lot of institutions that sold when it hit that high that day. Interesting to track that, huh? Anyway, the reason that I came here wasn't to show you those date ranges, okay? That was the days of old. The days of new are quite different. And the days of new are showing tons of institutions buying into SoFi when they run the price down to $8.10. And I've never seen it before. Never, ever, ever have I seen the price fall to 8.10 and have 111 institutions come in on SoFi. Not in a regular day of trading. Just doesn't happen, people. It just doesn't happen. Goodness gracious. So let me say goodbye to this page. And I want to look at SoFi in after hours now. Ah, yeah. Very nice. Just what I expected to see. Green, and it's going to continue to be green, folks. And today was a reality check because the shorties, I think, were afraid to take this down to $8.10 because the last time they ventured into that price range, 111 institutions came in on that day, on the 14th of February, and 47 came in on the 13th of February when they had the price down below $8. So to me, that's a major obstacle for the shorts, to see 47 institutions come in with a low in the 770s and then see the next day's low only go to 810 but have 111 institutions add positions. That's 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 a sign, folks. That's a big signal right there of major strength of the SoFi stock, if you ask me. And yeah, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Got a lot of people here. Look at the chat revenue today. I want to thank everybody who came in here and donated today and gave a little bit of money in here. Throw this screen over here so you can see this. There's our chat revenue, 3765. I want to thank all of you who've been over here on the channel with me today, and you can see the screen right now. SMCI about to break 1,000. Well, I told you to sell that at 997, and move this back over here now. But get over here. There's a solve right there for the checking account thing. If you were worried about the checking account, it's over. SoFi announced 2 days ago that they've taken care of it, and we've resolved that issue with the tax returns. We've resolved that issue for members moving forward. It's already been solved, and the tax problem is solved, and it was a small one. They said only a limited number of members experienced a delay receiving their refund, and that was only the ones who opted to pay for their tax services with their anticipated refund. That's the only ones that had. I wouldn't really imagine many people would pick that choice. I think people would just say, "Oh, I'm just going to pay the whatever it is, and let me get the whole refund." I would. That's the way I'd play it. We resolved that issue for members moving forward. It's done. It's all over. There you go. Just making sure you were aware of it. That's what my thumbnail is talking about, the tax issue with SoFi, and there is no issue. It's already been resolved. Wipe the slate clean. Here we go. On we go. Just like they wiped the slate clean over the last 3 days, manipulating the whole market down and making you all so worried about interest rates and about NVIDIA. There was so much fear. There was so much to be fearful of. Yahoo kept telling you. That's what you kept hearing. Where'd all the fear go today? NVIDIA waves its magic wand and does exactly what I said it would, beating expectations like they've done the last freaking 9 or 10 quarters, probably. I saw the last 4 they always had. I presume they would again. I showed everybody on this channel that their expected revenue increase was supposed to be 234%, folks. And that is not a downturn of their business. And that is nothing but, and I tried it. I just was here shouting it out. Folks, don't worry about the market crashing and all this FUD. It's just all manipulation, people. And the market will rebound. You're going to see an amazing climb. And I told you so. Man, stick with me, everybody. I know what I'm talking about when I see these manipulators at work. I showed you, I exposed their pattern, their trading pattern of 6 days green, 2 days red, 6, 7 days green, 2 days red, 6 or 7 days green, 2 days red. I showed you that pattern. And this time they tried to 2 day, and then even the third day they tried to dig the dagger in the morning, but man, it turned and started going north that afternoon, along with the S&P that went green and the Dow that went green yesterday. And I told you all of it was going to unfold, and there we go today, almost to a brand new record high on the Nasdaq. Oh, comments on NU. I own it. I like it. I like it very much. I own the stock. I like the stock. I've been telling people that I really liked it. And when people say, "What do you think about NU?" I go, "Buy it." I mean, look at their earnings. Boom, boom, boom. They always beat estimates on earnings, their revenue. Bam, bam, bam. Looks just like SoFi. I like it. I own it. Two strong buys, 8, 9 in the buys, holds, and just David Chiavrini and Mr. Baloney saying sell it or whatever, underperform. The same old paid clowns that are probably rating that one too down. New Street Research. They're new to the street and they're doing research and they're saying that it's, you know, underperform. No, I really like it. If you want to look at the 5 year chart on that, you'll see why I like it so much. Yeah. Oh, well, I'm still looking at the 5 year chart and I don't care how much the drop was. Uh, I see where it is. Reports fourth quarter, full year, and 2020. They just reported earnings. Oh, hey, listen, Danny. Last night, SoFi reported earnings. They were up $14. I mean, not SoFi, Nvidia. They were up $14, and within about 5 or 6 minutes, they were down and they were red. The stock was red. It went down to something 66. I'm like, God dang! And then it turned off of that. And then it went green, green, green. So just let's not jump to any conclusions because these major hedge funds, when the news comes out, they like to get that price lower. And I actually like to see it attack down initially like this much, because this is the exact same thing that happened, exactly the same thing that happened with Nvidia. Okay, so you just hold on a minute. Yeah, all right. Danny Time said, "I know, I watched it." Because you saw that they hammered it out. I said, "Oh my gosh, man, these guys are banging. Look at these, just slugging it out, man." And if you were watching it with me, and I know you were, I know a lot of people were watching it with me. You saw Nvidia just get that major cup and handle, and then that pop, and then that drop, and then that boom. Yeah, that's the way it works. Before every significant major upward move of a stock I've owned, I've 99 times out of 100 times seen it make a big drop on no news before. Right before the thing just boom, I just was like looking at it, and first it made the little spike, and it was like, what? And then boom, and then I was like, oh no, oh, and then I was like, oh, and then I was like, yeah, boom. I mean, talk about emotion, folks. Look at NU right now. Look at it start to rise. This already looks good. Oh, what I can tell you right now is if I see that number 988, man, I'd be a freaking buyer on this thing right now. We're building the largest consumer platform in Latin America with strong earnings generating capabilities, having delivered over 8 billion in revenues and 1 billion in net profit in 2023. As we work towards surpassing the 100 million customer milestone in 2024, we are investing heavily in new growth avenues to keep transforming potential into profit. We are unlocking the untapped opportunity of our secured and unsecured lending portfolio, gaining share in the upmarket segment in Brazil, and strengthening our presence in Mexico and Colombia with new products and features. This proves our ability to accelerate our company wide flywheel beyond our core market and keep pursuing further opportunities, said David Velez. Below are the Q4 and full quarter 23 performance highlights of new added 4.8 million customers in quarter 43 and 19.3 year over year, reaching 93.9 million customers globally by December 31st, 2023, compared to only 54 million only 2 years ago. They're going 2 years ago, not just one. This underpins News' position as the one of the leading, largest, and fastest growing digital financial services platforms worldwide, and the fifth largest financial institution in Latin America by number of customers. In Brazil, the customer base reached 87.8 million by December 31st, 2023, representing 53% of the country's adult population. New is the fourth largest financial institution by number of customers in the country, according to Brazil Central Bank data. Monthly average revenue per active customer grew to 10.6 in quarter four, a 23% expansion year over year on FX neutral basis, with more mature cohorts already at $27. New continues to win principality among its customer base, driving engagement and revenues up. New became the primary banking relationship for over 61% of the monthly active customers, and activity rate grew to a new all-time high of 83.1%. Monthly average cost of service per active customer remained virtually unchanged and below the level of 0.9 cents, which, combined with the sustained expansion of the ARPAQ quarter over quarter, demonstrates the strong operating leverage of News' business model. Oh. The company's efficiency ratio reached 36% in quarter four 2023, improving 19% percentage points compared to the full year 2022. These results appear to be impressive, but drawn after this was published. Wonder why? Oh, well, might be time to buy some more. Yeah, it might be. Looking at it now here, I'm not sure how long ago they released earnings, but I'm not surprised to see it move 5%. I'm surprised to not see any action on it right now. Why isn't it clicking away here? That's what surprises me a little. Wow, man, these hedge funds are coming in big on this stock, everybody. They're coming in big. The only one leaving is this one, D.E. Shaw, and we know he's shorter. He's shorting. He's got a put on the stock, and his average price is 690. He's getting clobbered. He's getting clobbered. Getting annihilated. I like what I see with SoFi. That's all I can tell you, man. It's still doing what it's supposed to be doing, rising. And to see the lunchtime low to be up 10 cents higher than yesterday, and to see the ending closing being up today again is good. I love it. I love it. And I love it seeing it going up in after hours. That means it's not being controlled by the shorts. It just raised another penny while I'm sitting here looking at it. And I'm very happy with it right now. Everybody should be just as happy as I am. And you should be happy if you're day trading it with me and you're buying it at these lows every day and you're selling at these highs, man. It's making a nice swing twice today. 830 down to 815 two times. Cha-ching. I mean, I was green anyway. All my other stocks were up. I mean, you guys know. I know all of you made money today if you have the same stocks that I'm holding. Everybody should have made money today. And even as I looked at what happened to STEM today, STEM, I saw that it was red. Uh, I'm not concerned that big time about it. I'm really not. Um, but then again, I don't own that many shares of it, so I don't have to be overly concerned about this little player here. But when I look at the 6 month chart on this stock, to me, it looks like, well, that number today has been hit twice before, and actually 3 times. So that's third time, now fourth. Expect it to go up. Next, NU, seeing it down in after hours 5.41% right now. I'm not that concerned about it because I look at the 1 year chart and you'll see new is not something to worry about here. It's doing very nice, just rattling right on up, just like it should be. We've seen drops like this even more recently right here when the price was up here at 1044 and dropped all the way to 1035, 11 cents down. We've seen this one here drop with 1043 and go all the way down here to 10 what? 1040, 13 cents down. Now 1041 to 1036. 7 cents, and then now down to 980. That is a significant drop, though. That's good. That's a good buy opportunity. Now it's turning. It's turning already. See that? There you go, folks. Don't be surprised. See it be a minute. There's the 988. I told you if I saw that, I'm going to buy that share. I'm going to buy that. If I see 980, oh yeah, I would definitely be that buyer at 988. Danny Dimes. New. I'm coming in here. I had a good day today. Yes. Positions. New. I have to put in a limit order. So I'm going to put in nine. I don't care. 988. If it didn't stay there, it's at 990. I'll go at 991. Review order, and I got to make sure I hit good till canceled. Review order and place it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going too heavy. I'm only buying 25 shares at a time at 988, 990. There we go. I got it at 989. New at 989. There it is. 50 at 989. Hello, beautiful. And look at that. There's 50 at 988. Let me try that too. Review order and place it. I told you I'd buy this at 988, folks. There it is. 988, yeah. Beautiful. Well, here's the deal, folks. I already saw it taken down 6%. I already saw it down 6%, and then I saw it down 5.7, and then 5.4, and now I only see it 464. I'm going to buy it at a number I know they want to hold, 988. I'm going to do it. Now I'll put in another order at 985 since that's where it is. Review order and place it. Trying for 985. These are not big orders, folks. I'm only doing small amounts, 25 at a time. Come on, baby, give me that 985. Come on, Shorts. You haven't run out of mustard yet. Come on, do it. Throw out another 985 chunk. I'm just asking for 25 here. Come on. But 987, we're closer. Come on. Oh, you're not in on it, but I'm in on it. And now, trying to get 985 right here because I've already seen it twice. Shouldn't see a reason why. If they can't get it again, then it is going to go right on up. There we go. Come on. One more penny. Boom, boom, bam. I would have just bought it just then. I'm sure I sold it and bought it there. Yep, absolutely. That's an obvious. Oh, crazy psycho. Hey, look at that, baby. Look at that thing. Look at it. Look at it, Danny. Yes. 10:06. Oh, SQ stock misses, but shares rise after hours on Outlook. Oh, Katie, all right, everybody. Man, look at that thing jump after I bought it. Beautiful. Oh my gosh. Now, man, it's being manipulated, baby. Man, they're coming hard. Let's try another buy at 980 here. I'll even go 985 again.
Hey,
Yes, honey?
how late are you working? Because I'm not going to make dinner if you're not
Oh,
done.
no, I'll stop as soon as you say get done. I'm done. I'll stop right then, that very second. I promise you. Wow. Let's try it again. Review order here and place it. Give me that 985 one more time, you little suckers, man. Come on, dump another 980 in there. I don't care. I'll take it at 985. I promise you I will. If I can get that one more time. Should just put in a daggum order at 10 right now and take it. Silly thing probably go up just as much as doggone Nvidia did after that. These guys duke it out and they try to scare everybody out on the run down there. I told you so, Danny. Come on, give me that 980 again. You guys run it down there one more time. Dump, dump, dump. I got my order sitting there waiting on you. 985, ready to pounce all over it. Jeez, man, is this market manipulated, everybody? Holy crap. There's 995. Dang it, it's done. I'm going to have to move it up. Let me do this. Hold on. I'm not going to get 985 here. Oh, there it is. I got it right there. Absolutely beautiful, folks. TD Ameritrade working on my behalf, working hard for me right here. Nice. Good deal. 25 more. Check it off twice. Oh, see, here's the thing, though. They only got it to 982 that time. They couldn't swindle the 980 anymore. They couldn't get that 980 anymore. All right, here we go. Swipe. Going to go here. Let's get 25 more. Review order and place it. We're going to put it in at 985 again. Because from my observance, we already saw that 980 bam once, bam twice, bam three times, and then 982. No 980 again. So I'm just I'm watching it very closely, and that's the reason I'm making these little investments here. Plus, I own this. I've made good money on it before. I'm going to do it again. Oh yeah, I'm an owner. Put me in for another 25 right there at 983. And now it's at 984. Good. Watch it rise again. Right back over 10, folks. They're trying to fight back. And there it is, 998 now again. See that? I'll try it one more time. I'm going to hit 985 again because I think they'll come back to it. Well, I'll put it in 980, 985 for sure. Place it. There it is again, folks. Bam! One more time. One more time. That makes three at 985 for me, and it's back to 998. Ah, yes, everybody, join in the catfish fun. We're here in the pond, and we're showing the same thing we've seen before. The big boys are duking this thing out in a big way, but when you see these kind of swinging each other, the ones that almost always prevail is the longs, folks, not the shorts. That's why I just kept doing what I did. I kept seeing this major swing. I saw that on Nvidia already. I'm using what I saw on Nvidia today to my advantage, see, using history to predict what might happen here very quickly in the future. And I saw this last night on Nvidia for sure. I saw it, and it was for about the same dang time period, I might add, before suddenly it all gave way into the upside. All the bull manipulation gave way to the true wave, which was to the upside. And I'm monitoring this very close because I don't want to see it drop below 980 for sure. I don't want to see that. But I understand why it's at 980 again, so I'm going to put in one more order at 980 this time. Review order and place it 980. Uh-oh. And there it is at 983 already. See? I should have just stuck with my 985 and put it in again because this thing's going to go up over 10. There it is. Thank you. 25 at 980. I mean, that's not really good, folks, because I've already bought some at 988 and 989, but I'm just buying small amounts. I'm not going head over heels here, folks. I made good money on Sofi today, and hopefully you did too. CD ends up 20% after earnings. Whoa. Boy. Well, I guess that was a good move for Warren. He must have had a little tip off. Maybe he had a little tip off. I'm just looking at this one, APLD, that was mentioned by others here. Danny Dimes, was it you? All right, let's go take a look at this one. Katie, I'd say the same thing that I said to you yesterday, or not yesterday, but a few days back on CRSP. I said, don't get in here. Wait till the next day in the morning at 9:45. And you told me that you sold it at 81, I believe. And the next morning it was at $77 at 9:45 exactly. Now I don't know if you did that or not, but I would suggest again not to buy into this at this stage of the game, but wait for the shakeout in the morning. It's going to come no matter what. Now, you might miss out on a few dollars here that it runs up here right now, even yet. But in the morning, in spite of that, Katie, you can't go buy wrong by buying it at 9:45 to 9 to 10 in the morning. Because what you got to understand after you've been in this market so long is that you start to realize that when things make a big move up and they get a big gain like this, they get a lot of momentum. There's a lot of volume behind it. There's a lot of eagerness. There's a lot of fear of missing out involved. There's a lot of momentum. There's a lot of emotion. That's what the NASDAQ is all about. Retail is emotional. And so then tomorrow morning, there are many who are very aware that they can wear on those emotions of the new ones that just bought in and the inexperienced investors who are caught up in the big run now and buy it as it runs up in the after hours on the earnings. Everybody's buying. Don't miss out. It could go. People jump on there. It could go up to 40%. It could blah, 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 and all the hype and then all of a sudden the next day in the morning, all those new ones that came in, they get up early and like, okay, let's watch it. Oh, 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 it's falling. Oh, wait a minute. I made, now I'm only, oh, sell. Bam, they fake them out in the morning. They get scared. And that is how and when to strike. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to write this down, CVNA. Okay. I'm going to write the price down where it is right now at 62.77, 62.90. CVNA 62.90. Okay. And really, and now it's at 63.01. Good to see it break over 63. And again, it could go even higher, but it is 20% up at this stage. So I'm just going to write right here instead of that number that I have, I'll just strike that and put 63. All right. 63. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to expect to see this price driven down in the morning. Now, I don't know how low they'll get it, but I expect to see a double dagger in the morning. I want to see the drop, the impression of the rise, and then the double hit. That's how they do it. Okay. Okay. Well, it must not have been you and I'm not talking about CVNA. I'm not talking about CVNA. I'm talking about the other one. I'm talking about the other one. Nvidia. Not Nvidia. Golly, what the heck was it? Dang it. Golly, what was it? What was it, man? Dad, come it. I'll think of it here in a second. I'll think of it. I'll think of it. I'll think of it. Yeah. Yeah. That's the one. Which one was it? Which one is it? It's up to 84 today. No, CRSP. Exactly. This is it. CRSP. This is the one I told you when you were showing it and you mentioned it. I said, don't get it yet. Wait for the morning. I said, wait for in the morning at 9:45. And sure enough, the next day, the doggone thing at 9:45, they just started attacking that thing down. And even here, uh, it was, I guess I can't remember which day it was, but I know I watched them drive it down, and I said, "Oh man, I hope she did what I said." Now I know it went up. It's at $86 when it closed today. I know that. But what I wanted to tell you was that I had told you the day you told me about it, and I don't remember when I wrote the number down, but I know on 220 the close was 78.83. I know that. And I know that you had sold higher than that. So I hope you bought it again when it dropped, because I told you don't get it there on that day you told me at the time. I said no, there'll be, and that's why I'm telling you about this one now. This one here, this would be the same thing. You mentioned it to me being up so big, but don't get into this now, is what I'm saying. Just do the same thing that you did with CRSP. If you listen to what I said and you sold it at 81 and bought it back at 77 something, you'll be able to do the same thing on this one if your eyes are on it now. Okay? I believe honestly that no matter how high it goes here, they're going to attack it down in the morning, and they may take it down 3 or 4 or 5% or more to try to take advantage of the newbies. Okay? And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Okay? I'm glad to see it already gone from the 63 to 63.31. But just my take on it is, and by the way, if I own this stock, I would have just sold it at 63.30, because one of my numbers to sell at is 30. And then I would have sold it then at 44, just there, because one of my other numbers to sell is at 44. And if we see 48, that's another number where I would sell it. But now you can see why I would have sold it at 63.30 and why I would have sold it at the 63.44, because that's that 30 number. I like to sell at that number, the 30. And now I'm going to get back over here to NU. And as I said, here's the deal. It really doesn't matter if you don't buy it right now. All right, you're going to get, chances are you're going to be. I'm going to give you a 9 out of 10 possibility that you'll be able to buy this below 63.30 tomorrow morning. Okay, all right. Now I don't know what it's going to be, but even if the price goes to 65 this afternoon on this news and this, which I don't think it will, I think it's showing a cap already at 63.30. So I think you will get it tomorrow for less. But aside from that, even if it was to go a little bit higher, tomorrow morning you can take advantage of a shakeout and buy it on a low and then make a good little profit tomorrow. All right. All right, Katie. That's a good idea. SoFi, SQNU, FinTech back on the table. Yep. Oh, yeah. They're on the table. Look at that. NU at 10:03, people. I told you so. Totally manipulated right there to get accumulation at that 988. And I told you if I saw it hit that number, I'd be a buyer there, especially if they tried to hold it there. Very nice. Now at 10:03. Nice. Oh, don't be surprised to see this green very soon here in the next little bit of time here, folks. Don't be surprised to see it green, because they're still duking it out now. Though they're not dropping it to 980 anymore, are they? 10:01 is the lowest I just saw. 777 views of the channel today. I want to thank each and every one of you for that godly number we've achieved. And if you'd like to hit the like button right now, or if you'd like to send a little bit of money my way for all the educational things I'm treating you to and telling you about, and I want you to know that again, when it comes to this stock, I hope that Katie, that you did what I called for. I got really scared out of the stock when you gave me your opinion on it. LOL, I was scared it would tank to 40. Okay, yeah, all right. But hey, I want you to know I didn't want you to I just didn't want you to hold it through the earnings call. Okay, I think wasn't it, am I right? CRSP had just had an earnings call or was about to. You were asking me about it at that time. I mean, what does it say here? What did it say? Yeah, there it is. 10 hours ago, quarterly earnings top on collaboration revenue. So yeah, I just didn't want you to hold through that. I never hold through an earnings call. I just don't think it's a good idea. But once that came out 10 hours ago, they drove the price down though prior to that. They did, in fact, drive it down the next morning. I saw the big climb on the day you called me, but the next morning they drove it down before it popped and they released earnings. So, yes, oh, good. Thank you for letting me know that, Harry Toe. NU earnings call is right now. I hear it might be 2 hours long. Block also had their earnings. Wentworth. Okay, Katie Wentworth. You did do it. You took advantage of it. Good. I hope that's what you're answering me yes to. I think it is because that's the question I asked you. Did you listen to me? Did you get out? Did you buy it the next day when they dropped it down? And then did you make a bunch of money on it? That's what I want to know. Because I hope that you did that. But I don't know if you did or not. I felt kind of bad because I knew you had told me you sold at 81, but I said you were safe to do that. The next day they hammered it down in the morning. They did. They did what I said they would. And I hope they did it at the exact time that I said they would. They did it. They just did it exactly. They played it right into our hands if you played it the right way. All right. Yeah, folks, see, we're here to make money in this on this market. We're here to take advantage of the days when they manipulate down, and we're going to take advantage of this one tomorrow when they manipulate it down. This other one that you just mentioned to me, we're gonna watch it. Up, look at it now, 62.50. Uh-oh. See what I mean? There's going to be a pullback. Okay, there'll be a pullback. It'll be in the morning. They're going to knock out these newbies big time. They're going to jar their jaws. I'm telling you right now, they're going to jar their jaws in the morning. What I mean by that is their jaws will be like this, just like that guy from Michigan after Michigan State picked up that punt attempt and ran it in. No time left on the clock. Yeah. All right. All right. All right. Good. Well, anyway, folks, I am just sort of sitting here because some of these are big stocks that we're looking at that have been making big moves. And one of them is this one, GTC. Holy crap. And no, ladies and gentlemen, manipulation doesn't occur in the marketplace. This, what you see right here, that is not manipulation at all. There was no news on this day that it dropped, but that's not manipulation. SOUN up 5.3% today. Thank you so very much for telling me about that one. Very, very nice to see that move today. Very nice. We had a lot of nice movers today, and we got a lot of hedge funds buying into SoFi. And now I'm getting ready to say goodnight and go have some dinner here shortly, I believe. I am going to take one scan across the skies. We're looking at STEM. It had a down day today. We're looking at NU. It had a very nice day today, and it's looking good in after hours. Having just bought it at $9.80 and $9.85. Cha-ching. Yes, baby. All right. Yes. Thank you very, very much, Danny Dimes 10. Thank you, Danny Dimes 10. He picked out CLSK, everybody. He got my attention just now on this NU. Yes, 1020 now. Oh, yeah. Woo-hoo. Oh, my gosh. This is freaking awesome, people. Go, baby. Go, baby. Go, go green. Going green, if you see what I mean. Oh, my gosh. Awesome. 1024 now. Are you kidding? I'm up 50 cents, almost 40 cents. Bought it at 980, people, two times. Well, once at 980. Dadgummit, look at the thing going green. Yes, 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 yes. What's Sofi doing now? Wow. Let's go see. That looks good, people. I like seeing green after hours. It's much better than we've been seeing in the past. And I guarantee you the shorts can't stand that. Look at the doggone NASDAQ missing closing at a record high by freaking $19. Wow. It could go over that in the after hours. Wham, bam, to a new high in the futures market, up 460 points today, and I called that. Everybody knows it. Only the good Lord above is the reason, because he gave me the insight to recognize that BS and call it out for what it was. Look at STEM now making a move in the after hours after it was manipulated down all day. It's already made back. And there it goes, right on back up. Good for you. Nice. NU now at 1030. Yes. Man, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Go right on off. You can be happy to go green with me, folks. I'll be watching it happen in front of my very eyes. Don't get me wrong, I only bought about 300 shares of the doggone thing. All right, it wasn't big time, but dang, look at that thing bouncing up. Well, like I said, we were able to watch Nvidia, and we saw that same action, quick and a drop. It was down, it was green, it was red, and then boom, it was green, green, green. And the same thing today here with NU. We saw it do the exact same thing. And what did we do? We took advantage of it because we recognized it again for what it was. The same kind of manipulation on new tonight. We saw last night on Nvidia or whatever it was, night before last, yeah, last night. Seems like a long time ago because I'm always on this doggone computer with you guys. But wow, look at that, folks. It's about to freaking go green. 1034. I'm up freaking 54 cents on my buy and my lowest buy. Yes. Oh my goodness gracious. Yes. She's going green. You'll all see what I mean. She's going green. Oh, she was red. Oh, she was dead red, wasn't she, everybody? Red as could be, down 5-6%. It was down 5 or 6%. And oh, what a killer way to make some money, people. Just sitting there and watching it closely and going up. That looks a lot like what Nvidia did. When you see that right when it comes out of the gate with the earnings call starts and you see that run down, folks. Mwah. Blah, she's green. Everybody can see she's green. Oh, look at that, the stock there today. News up and a green and green and green. Oh, oh my gosh, everybody. Oh, yeah. Look at this SoFi. Look at the same thing that's going to be happening with SoFi on their next earnings call. Right after the earnings call breaks, it's going to drop down 3, 4, 5%. Then bam, that thing's going to go right on off green and go greener, greener, green and green and green and green. Same thing we just saw here with new. And as you can see right now, SoFi is positioned very nicely, believe it or not, having been at $6.41 just months ago and now at 8.19 and going higher. Oh yeah. SOUN, nice day. PLTR, great day. What's it doing in the after hours? Let's take a look. CRSP, great day. TENX, down, but still over 4, so we can't complain about that. WTTR down a smidge today, but man, that thing looks ready to explode to the upside again at 897. I like that. Man, that looks good all day, that building in there in the afternoon right there. That looks strong. GCT again just completely rebounds like I told you it would because it had fallen on no news. Somebody came over right away when they saw it. What happened to GTC? I said, buy more. It's manipulated. It's totally being manipulated. There's no news at all, and it's fallen 21%. Get it, get it, get it. And then it's up 27% today. Jeez. GTE, green, greener, green, 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 green. It's a green machine. You can see where it's going. Looks beautiful right there. Big, 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 big grain game there. A long time with a lot of support today on that stock today. A lot of support. LYFT pulled back. Told you it would. Expect on that kind of pop, you got to expect a pullback, and it's going to drop tomorrow morning. Maybe we'll buy it then. LYFT. CVNA now it's 62.77. Huh. I'm refreshing the page. I think it's 62.79. Well, it's no 63.30. That's for sure. For those that are here late, the reason I had the thumbnail about SoFi and the tax return is because they said for a limited number of members, they had an experienced delay of receiving their refund if they opted to pay out their tax services with their anticipated refund. But it says we've resolved that issue for members moving forward. So SoFi has had no problems there anymore. All right, folks. Well, Danny, it's been real and it's been fun. And in some ways, it's been real fun because we've had a good day, folks. We're green. Any day green beats a day in the red. And everybody can agree with that, I'm sure. Especially if you followed along with the ding dong song and you said, hey, it's time to buy it when it hit that 815. And then when it got to 830, it was time to sell. And then you saw it hit 815 again, bought it again, knew it saw it go to 830 again, it was time to sell. And we got back down to 815. We bought the dang thing again, folks. We've been buying this thing between 815 and 830. You might as well, if they're going to swing at 15 cents every day and they're going to do it 3 times, you might as well make a 45-cent gain. Bingo. See, that's the difference from me from everybody else. A lot of people made a tiny little gain today, but I made a 45-cent gain because 3 times I took advantage of a 15-cent swing. 3 times. The first time I bought the stock when it was 15 cents less, and then when it went up to 830, bam, there's my first 15. When it came back down to 815, I bought it again. Bam, there's my second 15. That's 30 cents. Then when it goes back up to 830, sell it again. Bam, there's 45 cents now. So I'm not seeing a 5 cent gain day to day for me. I'm seeing a 45 cent gain. You got it? Danny Dime says, I do what I can out here. Look at new now. Well, you know where I bought it at 980 and 985 and 990. Man, man, and now look at it at 1020 in the after hours. Sweet. They're still swinging back and forth at it because Shorty's trying to accumulate it. See, they're trying to accumulate it. Some of them already did accumulate 6% down. Some of them already did accumulate when it was 5% down. Some of them accumulated when it was 4% down and 3% down. Some accumulated when it was 2%. Now, folks, it's going green, okay? Danny Dimes. We're not dealing in dimes, Danny. We make dollars, not cents. And now I see the price that was just at $10 again, now toggling from 1024 to 1030. And you can read the writing on the wall. This thing is getting ready to come uncorked on them. They're just accumulating shares right here, is all they're doing with these little whacks at it and throw it in. These are big hedge funds, folks. These are big, big, big institutions doing this. These massive swings are because of big orders and big dumps. There it is now higher. They can't even toggle it more than a penny now, and it's going to keep going up, folks. Danny Dollars. Yeah, good calls, Danny Dimes. Well, Danny asked me to take a look at new. I find out that they just do an earnings report. Next thing you know, I'm kicking Shorty's butt with it, buys there, and interpreting correctly the signals that came out. When he first said, but why is it dropped so much? I went, wait a minute. It might be a buying opportunity. We saw this on NVIDIA. So, gosh dang, thank you, Danny. It was a great buying opportunity. I bought the doggone thing at $9.80. I bought it at 984, 985, 980, 988. I bought it at 988. Cha-ching. Price at 1004 now and slaughtering around there. I mean, look at these gaps between these numbers. 1025, 1004, 1030, 1008, 10. I mean, this thing is, man, there's a bunch of big swinging going on, and they're accumulating. The ones that drop in these lower ones at 1004, they're coming in with a massive buy order to scoop up every short share that's there on the bid on the ask side, huh? Oh, oh yeah, folks, they're swinging away at it, and they're stealing away as many shares as they can from anybody that will be willing to fall for what they're trying to portray. But now you can see, and now it's at 1019, now at 1015, because they'll come in there and say, "Man, I want to buy. I buy millions of shares here," and they buy them all up. Market share buys, folks, and brrr, all the bids get consumed, just like that. That's what you're witnessing right now, and that's what you're seeing happening here with these big, big 25 and 30 cent jumps on every time it moves. Watch it go again here from 1015 suddenly to someone gobbling it up, and there's 1019 now. And it's going to be a war of attrition over time. This is what NVIDIA started doing last night. You saw it, and the next thing you know, man, it just cut loose and it was gone. They just went, okay, we got all we could. Watch and see if I'm not right that they don't do the exact same thing right now. Watch this thing go up back at 1030 in a second and then up to green again. And they're toggling it now 1 penny lower. That's all they can get a toggle to now is 1018. No more down to 10 even or 1008 like we just saw or 1012. They toggle it down 1 effing penny, folks, and then you know that it's getting ready to break loose. Those of you that are here on my channel with me right now, you're getting to see a very good situation of manipulation, but you're getting to see it under a microscope, and you can see how they work the numbers and what they do and what they'll try to achieve and the way they'll try to do it. And quite frankly, I'm extremely pleased that I was be able to buy this stock when it was down 6% right there after the announcement started. I'm very glad, and I'm grateful to Danny Dimes. Danny Dollars. Danny dialing the dollars. That's what I'm going to call him. Danny dialing for dollars. Because he's dialing it in, folks. Dialing it in. Yeah, baby. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for being here with WSFI Radio this afternoon with the DJ Catfish Tyler. I'm just here to try to pronounce to you, everyone, opportunities to buy when the buying opportunities is there, and to sell when you're making money opportunities are there. That's what we do here on this channel every single day. Each and every one of you were told well in advance to sell our stock SoFi today at 10:30 a share. You were told exactly when to buy it back at 10:15 because you watched me buying it. You were told to sell it again at 10:30 when it got to 10:30, and you were told to buy it again when it got to 10:15 because you were watching me do it. And man, I'll just go with this over and over and over, swapping out thousands of shares in and out at these buys and lows and sells at the highs. And we're early on for this price to be green on SoFi, and it never is otherwise. It never is, folks. And the reason that they are scared to death is because, folks, the reason they're so scared about SoFi right now, and you guys all need to understand how scared they are, is because of this right here that I'm going to show you. This is what the fear is all about for those that own this stock. And that is when I get to the historical page, which I will in just a moment. Do, 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 do. Uh-oh. There we go. See, one of the things I'm going to do today is, for those of you that are new and coming on here real late with me, I want to show you something here that this is very important to understand. And that is this fact that, folks, on February the 13th, SoFi was driven down from the previous day's high of 858, driven down almost 75 cents, driven down 70 from 850 to 778, 52-cent drop, 72-cent drop, I'm sorry. And when they got that 72-cent drop and made it fall that far, folks, you need to understand something. They did that on 62 million shares. The following day, instead of on that day, folks, 47 institutions came in and bought SoFi stock. When the price was driven down all the way to 778 on the 13th, 47 institutions came in and bought SoFi. Okay? This is the most important thing for you to see and grasp and understand, because this to me is the biggest sign of a major change on SoFi. Okay? And that major change one today is that a shorting position who held shares of SoFi left. We went from 33 short only to 32 short only. They're gone. Bye bye. Don't let the door hit you. The next thing I want to show you here, folks, is if you go back here to the 13th, I showed everyone today that it wasn't just 9 or 10 institutions that came in and added positions. On the 13th, when the price hit that $7 and something and change, on that day, 47 institutions, look at this, page after page after page, bought up the shares. All right, but here's the part that you need to pay attention to the most. On that day, on 62 million shares, most of those were bought by institutions when they drove it down too low. The next day, they tried to drive it down again when 111 institutions came in on the 14th. But here's the catch, it didn't go down to 778 again, it only dropped to 810. The high that day was 843. So some of those institutions even bought in the 840 range, folks, and it only was allowed to drop to 810 because 111 institutions wanted in above 810, not 778, 810, folks. 32 cents higher. 32 cents higher. 111 institutions buying at a 32-cent higher price than the day before low. That's what you want with your stock, people. This is why it's green today and it's going to be green tomorrow and it's going to be green 3 months ago. It's going to be over $10. It's going to be over 11. It's going to go over 13. It's going to go over 15, 18. And when it gets up in that range, it's going to drop from the 15. It's going to go down to the 13 and then back to the 17 and then back down to the 15 and then up to the 19 and down to the 15. And it's going to be doing that every week. That's my call because that's the same way that it fell. That's the same way that it fell. This is monumental. In my opinion, this is the biggest day in SoFi's trading history since I've been watching it. To see 111 institutions adding to their portfolio with a low of $8.10. Never seen it before, ever in my life. Never. And yeah, I'm going to make a big deal out of it. I'm going to stand up on the top of the biggest mountaintop and shout it at the top of my lungs. Institutions, institutions. Watch that to be my headline tomorrow. I'll have institutions just crawling all over each other to get in on this SoFi bag. Man, I'm telling you, they are, people. And they're doing it at a number 32 cents higher than the day before when they really piled in, people. These people are coming in. I'm telling you, these institutions know that they're going to be profitable from quarter after quarter after quarter after quarter. Some of them are picking up on this news I'm sharing with you that they have incentives to get the price to $25, $35, $45 a share. Just went over 800 views on this channel today. I want you to, the new ones that are here coming in, to please consider number one, hitting the like button, and let's go on up and make it at least 67 likes, okay, if we can. And if we can't, that's okay too. All the likes that we got today just means more people were sent my channel today, more and more and more. And I look back on the history of my channel today and I showed everybody that over the last 90 days, this channel has gotten over 600,000 recommendations to other potential investors. This channel has been sent to 600 plus thousand people. Go over here. Those of you who are here late that are seeing my thing about the tax refunds, they solved the problem. It says for a limited number of members, they experienced a delay in receiving their refund if they had opted to pay for the tax service with their anticipated refund. We've resolved that issue for members going forward. It's already resolved. The problem solved. So there's the headlines and why I'm talking about that. Danny Dimes said, I see toots on SoFi. Yeah, I noticed that one of the institutions left, the shorting one. One got out and that was a shorter. One got out. You can see right here. Now there's only 32 short only. There was 33 yesterday. I have it written down. I keep track of it. I also saw the lunchtime low today was 10 cents higher than yesterday's lunchtime low. Boom. New, what are they now? Ah. I'm going to be ringing the green bell on new here fairly soon, folks. They're going to run out of their accumulation phase. How do you like the fact that the market went up today 460 points after I told everybody it was being manipulated? I told everyone here on this channel that this thing was being manipulated big time. The market over the last 3 days was pure and simple being manipulated. I said it. I definitively said that it was 100% BS and total manipulation before a big run up to a new high. Boom. You know what? And as we see, this is very bad for the SoFi shorts because they've grown very accustomed over the last year of seeing them be able to manipulate the price down in after hours for literally the entire year. Almost every single night, SoFi has been red in the after hours, but things have been changing, just like the volume and just like institutions. And just like I'm telling every one of you here now, I have never seen SoFi have so much institutional support at $8.10 in my entire life. To me, that is the biggest game changer of everything that's occurred with this stock over the last year, is that the price was driven down to $7 and 778 in 47 institutions. The day before, there were only 12 institutions. Well, that day, actually 32. The day before that, there were 21. And the day before that, there were 12, 18 institutions. I mean, you saw 9 institutions, 18 or 12, then 18, then 18, then 24, then 32. And then all of a sudden, 47 institutions when they drove it down on 62 million shares. And then, wow, 47 is, forget that. The next day, they didn't even care about that price. They missed, they wanted in, and they didn't even let it drop below 810. And 111 institutions came in. You can't touch that, people. Nobody, I know those of you that are still here have heard me now say this about 7, 8 times, but there's new people coming on this channel every minute right now. We just went from 780 to 803. So there's new people checking in every once in a while to see what the heck I'm talking about. And what I'm talking about is a stock that's on fire and that's going to explode to the upside very, very soon. And it's going to get more and more and more volatile, people. I'm going to refresh the page, just make sure I didn't miss anything on institutions. Yep. Lost us a shorting institution today. And as I get over here and look at this chart, it looks greater and greater every single day I look at it. I look at that final candlestick and all I see is it's just getting taller and taller. I look over here at this last candlestick, it's just getting higher and higher above here. Wait till it goes from this right here, and you can see the gap that was there on the way down, that massive gap from here to the next month down. But look at this gradual climbing. This is, folks, momentum and strength. And no wonder the 200-day moving average on our stock just keeps rising and rising and rising, along with the 45 and 50-day moving average. No wonder. This is plain on the nose on your face, folks, if you can't see that. It's huge. That chart right there. Jeez. That chart doesn't lie, folks. It doesn't tell you any lies. This after hours isn't disguising anybody either. They're not trying to make people scared to buy into it today in after hours and make them think it's dropping, are they? Get back over to new now. Where's it? 820, 1020. Well, I'm only up 40 cents on my lowest buy this afternoon. 40 cents. And I owe that all to Danny Dimes. 10, Danny Dollars is his new name. Danny Dialing for dollars. The triple D. We got a double K. We might as well have a triple D. As we watch the price migrating up on new and watch the price migrating up on SoFi, and we have no worries on our shoulders, folks. The ones that are worrying are the shorters. As we now have 804 folks on my channel, I'm going to actually wait until I see 808, and then I'm going to probably say, hey, it's been a great night. But in the meantime, I'm going to go get a cold beer and have a cold one with you before we close out. All right? Hold on. All right, here we come with the ice cold mug and an ice cold beer. Ah, yeah, everybody. Let's have a nice pour today. I wasn't real happy with my pour the other day. It surely was no nickel head, that's for sure. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Give me a 5-cent head every time, everybody. Yeah. All right. I'm only belaboring this ending here because I am looking at this new investment that I made in my new investment. Yeah. Cheers to every one of you. I want to thank you for being here. We're up to 805 folks who have visited our channel today. I'm having a nice cold beer and celebrating a green day. A green day across the board. Every single stock we owned, we made money on every single one of them. Every one of them. Even though SoFi didn't leap to record highs, folks, what it's doing is building a nice, strong base by institutions that are building that base now, not just retailers, okay? When you had 47 institutions diving in when the price hit 70, 78 on the 13th, and on the 14th, you had 111, and the low was only $8.10, 32 cents higher. Folks, that's what we're drinking and cheers for. That's why we're ringing the bell. When we see the lunchtime low yesterday at 8:04 and today 8:14, that's why we ring the bell. We got all kinds of things to celebrate, but I have never in my life seen so much institutional support of this stock at $8.10 ever. And above that, the price was at 8.43 during the day. So some institutions were buying in the 8.40s and the 8.30s and the 8.20s. The luckiest best ones got in at the low at 8.10. But that was as low as it went, folks. on tons and tons of volume the day before. The lowest they could get it was the 778, not 455 like back in May a year ago. No, that wasn't even touchable. They're not. This stock is not going to $3.50, and David Chia Pansy knows that for a fact. Chances are this thing's going to hit 13 before it hits 3. That's my call on it. We've got 806 viewers who've been here on this channel. And in case you're here and you saw my thumbnail and you were concerned about tax refunds, let them not be any concerns of yours anymore. So if I handled that, it says that for a short time, a limited number of members experienced a delay receiving their refund if they opted to pay for the tax service with their anticipated refund. We've resolved that issue for members moving forward. Boom. Let all your fears come to rest. SoFi once again passed the test. By the way, look at CVNA right now, Katie. 61.38. See? Wait till you see what they bring it down to in the morning. You probably can get it at 55. 55. I'd go 56. Don't be greedy. It might even go lower, 44, 49. No, I'm kidding. They won't go that much. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to get it at least down to 59.88. Okay, that's more realistic. 59.88 for CVNA tomorrow morning. But you never know. We'll just keep an eye on it. We'll be watching it. CVNA. We're going to write it down. We're going to set an alarm. Buy this stock 9:45 to 10:30. SOUN had a great day today. I want to thank you for telling me about that when it moved down. SoFi had, believe it or not, this is a great day for this stock to see it. They don't even touch 810 like they did yesterday because they had, or the other day ago, because they had too many institutions come in then. They're afraid. They're scared to even take it that low anymore. They're just going to take these small gains and losses each day, hedging in and out. That's what they're going to do as it just continues to keep slowly rising, folks. You're going to see this over a slow period until finally the war of attrition wins out. The institutions win out. The next earnings call, the thing spikes higher than they ever saw. 1170 is a thing of the past. It goes all the way to 1220. And then they're like, damn, and they take it back down to 9, and then they think it's at 13, and then they take it down to 975, and then it's at 15, and they bring it down to 12 like they did when they dropped it, folks. The same way it fell is the same way it's going to go back up. I'm not going to be surprised at all to see SoFi to keep climbing here this afternoon, and I'm not going to be surprised to see it open up tomorrow at 8:29. It's my call, 8:28. And tomorrow I won't be selling it at 8. Well, I might sell it at 8:30 one more time. They've obviously saw a very, very deep desire to keep it below 8:30, haven't they? I mean, there's been very, very stern at 8:30. And now you know I have that on my sheet for a sell number. Anyway, for those of you that are here late, we're almost up to 808 viewers. Please note that Russell Cade, I'm sorry, he made a donation to the cause today, and we also had a donation from others that came in today. I want to show you right here. Everybody that donated today on this channel, we make sure that they get shown up, and that is DB and Russell Cade and Facials for More Med Spa. So every one of you, I say thank you very much for doing that today. And you are king cats of the tank indeed. Every time I step away from the tank, you're going to be there to represent. And I'm very grateful for your contributions today. Yes, we're one viewer away from 808, and I think that'll be a great number to stop at. Now, I know for a fact that there are a lot of people that come over to my channel after I shut down, and they watch me. I've had many people tell me when I get home from work after 6 o'clock, I turn you on and I watch your live stream until midnight sometimes. What I'd like for those people to do is is what you might be doing, and that's streaming my music on your media player right now on Apple Music, Google Play, whatever. Tyler Self, SELPH, and just stream it while it's in the background lightly and let it just play and let play and play and play and stream it again and hit it again and help me make a little money, folks. Help me make a little money. It doesn't cost you anything if you've already got your music provider to stream. Just sit there and streaming during the day while you're listening to me babble on about Sofi. Now I'm going to go over to new again. They're trying to hold it back, folks. Trying to retain it, even though this conference call is supposed to last for 2 hours. Jeez, oh Pete, why would they string it out so long? Why they can't get it over with? The best Warren Buffett stocks to buy with $300 right now. SoFi. I'd sure love to hear an announcement. I'm sure glad to see SoFi green today. I'm sure glad to see that the price didn't even approach 810, which I didn't think it would, because I think they're scared to get it that low anymore because of all the institutions that came in the other day at 810. All right, folks, we are at 807 views. If you just came aboard recently, all I can suggest is that you take a look back upon what I've talked about earlier today. I am going to call it an evening. I'm going to go have some dinner. I see Reuben's ready for me to consume, and it's going to be a lucky Irish day for me indeed. And I want to thank you all for being here. I'm sorry that if you just came in recently into the tank, that I'm getting ready to shut the tank down. But it is tank time, and I'm tanked. I'm tanked. I'm gonna. Well, I'm sure not tanked on one beer, that's for sure. But I want to say thank you for being here with me today. All 807 and whoever comes in the future into this tank, I'll go ahead and say thank you for being here and for your contributions today. I've already thanked you, and I'm very grateful for those of you that have contributed. And the only thing I can presume is the reason that we're getting more people coming over to the channel here right now before I shut things down is because they're interested in finding out more information about the tax refund. And that's what I have on my thumbnail. So the tax refund deal is all over. Everybody's gotten straightened out now. Everybody's getting their refunds. There's no delays. There's no problems. So if I already solved it and resolved that issue, and that's it. If any of you guys want to hit the like button right now before I go, that's cool. But otherwise, I think that I'm done for the day. And I'm not worried about this having 808 views today because I know that it will get more views after I shut it off here because people just come over and, like I said, they listen during the evenings when they get home from work out west and they like to hear some of the stuff that I point out. And I think if they watch today's show, they'll have learned a few new things that they might not have known earlier. And one of those is by Russell Cade up here saying, really interesting podcast on Apple called FYI with Kathy Wood and another guy interviewing Anthony Noto.
Is the ketchup still on here?
No. And if you take a look here, you'll see that I put up a link to that right up here. And here it is right there. If you scroll up on the message on the chat board, you'll see a link to the podcast and you can watch the interview of Anthony Noto that was conducted. All right. So go over there and scroll up until you see podcastapple.com and you can listen to the presentation that Anthony Noto made to Kathy Wood and another financier. Okay. I'll just say that. I think he's with an analyst. But at any rate, that's it, everybody. Thank you for your contributions. Those that gave, you can see them all here. Facials and more, $20. Russell Cade, $10. DB, another $5. And she's making sure some of that goes to Big Booty Keisha. Okay? All right. So there we go. 808 folks watching this show today overall. I say cheers to each and every one of you. Thank you for being here. There is nothing else to worry about with the tax refund. That was all resolved today and announced. Look at Sofi at 820 now. Yeah. Let it run, baby. Let it run. Let it keep running all evening, and it will. I do believe it will keep going higher. But here's the deal: a limited number of members experienced a delay in receiving their refunds through SoFi services, but they've resolved that issue for members going forward. So there's, if that's the thumbnail and the reason you showed up today, there's the clue. You got nothing to worry about, and no one else does either. There are no issues with a refund. And I want you to see that there are a lot of stocks today that we told you to buy here during the week that have done very well. One of them is this one here, NU, which we just bought when they just announced earnings at $9.80. It's now at 10.05. SOUS made a nice run today, up freaking 5.3%. SOUN, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for bringing that one to my attention yesterday. This one here, PLT up, R up 3.75. Bitcoin, you can see what it's doing right now. Barely red, and this looks like it's got more movement to the upside. Rocket Lab made a fall today, but it's the only one virtually that did. CRSP that Katie Wentworth talked about, and I told her to wait, sell it at 81, which she did, and buy it back at 78, which I think she did, and then you get it to go up freaking 10% from there. 10X made a fall back to 408 today, but it made a nice recovery from the walk down this morning. We got this one here, WWTR. Sure, it was a little red today, but take a look at the doggone 1 month chart on that thing. Kaboom! Man, we're going to see a pullback, folks. It's going to do that right there. It's going to. Expect it. After that, take a look here. GCT. Holy smokes, folks. GCT up massively, up 27% today. Look at this one. GTE up 2.3 and probably up more. Look at this one, LYFT, folks. It's going to be going back up after this pullback. We've got it on our chart for a pullback tomorrow morning. Looking for an entry point on it. We did not buy it today. Look at this one. It was at $63.30 earlier just now. They beat earnings. CVNA, Carvana beat estimates. And there they are, up 20%. We're going to buy this in the morning at 9:45 to 10:15, 10:30. We're going to buy this tomorrow morning. All right. I'm out of here. I'm going to close out all these. Goodbye to all those things. I want to thank you again with 808 people. That's a perfect place to say farewell. Thank you again for being here. Every single one of you. Have a great evening. I'm out of here. And I'll just put see ya later to all. And have a great one, everybody. And we'll put a little hand wave to you. And thank you for being here. Sorry if you just came aboard recently, but you can back this up and you can watch all the great information I provided today over my 8 hours of being on here. All right. I was even longer today because I went on very early this morning. I'm done. I'm out of here. Adios, amigos. And let me go ahead and put this up here and just say what I always say to everyone. I wish you much happiness. I wish you prosperity. I wish you, most of all, good health and that you're surrounded with love. And I'm done now. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow morning.